stop believing in God. Look at that. It is what it is. There are those who see the world for what it is, and there are those who see the world based on how they feel and what they want it to be. Which one are you? People who see the world for what it is, such people usually live a satisfying and complete life. Those who see the world based on how they feel, they may live, but they are always disappointed. Because they have set false expectation. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to 20,000 likes within the first 10 minutes. I've only been on right now for like 1 minute, so if you're gonna send mapulate, if you're gonna send your request, make sure you mapulate the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Mapulate the like button like this. Mapulate it. Mapulate the like button. Do not stop manipulating the screen. If you send your request, go straight to your point. Hello?
Hello. Do I have to be a certain age to be on this live? Just so I can have respect or anything against it, you know what I mean?
Are you younger than, how old are you?
No, I'm 15.
I will talk to you the way I would talk to a 15-year-old. You better behave yourself.
Absolutely. Respected.
Go straight to your point.
Alright. Why do you think we should stop believing in God? That's the main question that I've been wanting to ask you. If you don't mind.
It's completely useless and it's uncivilized way of thinking.
I mean, that's what you think. So when someone asks you, like a question, like if they believe in God, are you going to tell them instantly that you should like stop believing in God or anything like that?
Yes, because I think it's good for their mental health to not believe in imaginary beings as if it's real.
As that it's real, yes, absolutely. I get what you're saying here. But as a believer, because I'm Christian, if you don't know, I'm Christian. Believing is one of the most. You are right. You shouldn't believe an imaginary thing, but the Bible has been translated so many times in. You know what I'm trying to say?
I know exactly what you're trying to say. That's why it ain't worth shit.
Right.
That's why the story is fiction.
Yeah.
That's why the story is not realistic. That's why there are multiple versions. That's why there is no universal
Multiple
consensus.
versions of the Bibles. The Bible is what's saying about what happened and what is about God. Each Bible that you see or you read or whatever is talking about how God is the person and what is he done and how he's the Lord.
The
That's
fact
what
that God, the fact that the Bible God is a person shows you that that's
he's
just
not a
the
he's not
imagination
a
of a
person.
human
He's
being.
not a person. He's not a person.
Then why does he have a personality?
He has a personality. He's an eternal being. He's not a person though.
Yeah, but what exactly? Why does he have to be a being?
He's why does he have to be a being or like an eternal being?
Yes.
Well, in his the way you said the
Do
fiction.
you know that? Do you know that the only way to know that a being is eternal is to also be eternal yourself? If not, somebody could literally just lie to you.
Right,
Imagine
but if
that
you
your
believe it,
imagine
right?
your imagine your father and your mother were here before you, and one day when you're born, your parents tell you that, oh look, we're eternal because we were here before you. How would you know if they were eternal or not if you can't go back in time? So how the hell can you know that God is an eternal being if you yourself are not eternal?
Right. But that's why the Bible is belief. That's why it's faith. That's why it's faith. It's faith.
And you realize that belief and faith is not the equivalent of truth, so it's literally all baloney.
Well,
It's just
that's it.
feelings, entertainment. It has nothing to do with truth. Truth is not faith. Truth is not belief. Truth is beyond faith and belief because truth is
Mm.
substantiated by evidence.
Right, but you can have general evidence that if a parent, if your mom tells you or your dad that you're an eternal being, you have general information that all you got to do is ask your grandmother, the person that was before them.
It's just a story.
Right. It's a story about
Exactly.
how God. It's about God, Israel, Luke, how they are all witnesses of God except Israel, but Luke, Matthew, they were all witnesses. It's about how.
No, sir.
It,
Those people never existed. They were not
well,
witnesses.
that's
Like
what
I
I'm saying.
said,
It's a story. I
if
never said it existed.
if
I
you
said it's a
read a
story.
book which is just a story and pretend like it's real, it damages your ability to think critically. For example, right? You're a young 15-year
We
old. You
okay.
should be focused on developing skill and talent. You should be focused on learning how the world actually works, how you can actually help people. You shouldn't be sitting down here forming your worldview and interpreting the world based on stories from people 2,000 years ago who didn't have toilet tissue or toilets. Think about if you got to go 2,000 years ago to go learn your morality, and those people didn't
Yeah.
even have basic hygiene skills, bro. How efficiently do you think your brain can function in 2023, bro? Like we live in a completely different world they couldn't have even imagined. What we consider right and wrong is so above their ability to understand. They can't even begin to comprehend. They lived in an age where it's okay to enslave people. It's okay to exploit people. There was no law enforcement the way we have it today. I mean, we're just a complete different society. That's why I find it very, very rambunctious that some people don't really just think to that level and realize that all those old religions are the equivalent of savagery. Literally, everywhere those religions are practiced, you see savagery. It's not like I'm even telling you something which
Yeah,
is not
I get what
evident.
you're saying. Every country that's been at war sparked from religion.
So my question to you then is, despite all of this, why do you still choose to be a Christian? Is it because you don't know
What?
better?
It's not that I know better. It's my decision. It's
Why
what
do
I
you
want to
choose?
do
Why do you choose to do something irrational on purpose?
because that's what I think. That's what I think.
Why
That's
can't
what
you?
I
Why can't you think beyond just imaginary stuff? Are you
because
even
that's what I
trying?
want to. That's what I want to
I
think. I
I
don't want. That's what I want
I
to think.
get it. I get it. But I'm just wondering. Do you ever try to think beyond just what you imagine? Do you try to think about the world as it actually is, rather than what you choose to feel or believe that it is?
No, because I believe that the Lord made our earth.
I
That's
understand that's a belief. Like you said, your belief could be false. But have you ever wondered, try to know the real truth beyond just your belief?
obviously
Like,
yes, yes,
okay, so
yeah.
so what is that real truth beyond your belief that you came to?
Like what if I think that is both like that God did
No,
like
no. What
mm,
what real truth beyond your
mhm,
belief did you find?
the truth that a lot, like a lot. I
You
did
want me to
find a lot.
tell you the
Mhm.
truth that you found?
Right. What?
You found that there is no God anywhere.
Right.
You found out that the Bible is bullshit. Christianity is bullshit. You
It's
know.
not.
You know that believing in God is bullshit. It's just that because of how you were raised and your environment and your friends and family, it's just convenient. But I
I don't
bet
think
you
it's
if it
bullshit
ever
at all.
became inconvenient, you stop doing it.
I understand. I don't think it's bullshit at all. I decide to do it because
Like I
I love.
said,
Mhm.
you understand that for something to be bullshit is not your opinion, right? If bullshit is bullshit, is bullshit. Even if you agree with bullshit, it's still bullshit, right?
Well, not to me. Well, that's just gonna be for me.
Yeah, I get what it's like for you, but I'm telling you that, bro. I'm not talking to you based on the position of for me, for you. I'm talking based on what is true, regardless of what's for you and what's for me. For example, the white supremacist believes that he's supreme to black people. Do you think that's okay?
No.
But
Okay.
that's for him. But that's for him. That's his belief.
Yeah, that's his belief. That's what he
So
believes. That's what he believes. But
yeah,
I'm not going to genuinely tell him,
do
"Hey,
you think he should believe that?
if he wants, if he wants to believe it, I'm not gonna stop him and be like general. Like I'm not gonna be like, hey, you can't believe that because it's bad. No, you can believe
So
whatever you want
so
to believe. It
so
doesn't
let me
matter.
get this right. So you're okay with a white man believing that he's superior to a black man?
I'm not saying that was right. I'm saying he could believe what he want to believe. I'm not going to agree with any of the things that he say to me.
So at what point should you not believe in what you want to believe if what you want to believe causes harm on other people? At what point do you draw the line?
Like, what do I draw the line if it's hurting people?
If you had a friend who told you weird stuff that he does to little kids or weird stuff that was done to him, would you just be like, "Oh, that's just your belief"?
No, because it actually happened to him.
Well, you don't know if it actually happened. He's just telling you
Well, why would he lie about something like that?
because people believe in shit that ain't real. So why shouldn't he just tell you something that's not real, bro? Think about it, bro. Someone lying to you is the equivalent of really lying to yourself. Lying to yourself is called believing, bro. You understand that, right? So if I
Yeah.
tell you a lie, it's not true, but I say it to you in a way that makes you act like it's true. It's the same thing that you can do to yourself. You can tell yourself lies and then
Obviously.
pretend like those lies that you told yourself is real. So yeah, there's no difference between someone else lying to you and you lying to yourself.
Yes. I get what you're trying to say. Yeah,
So
I understand.
are you saying it's okay for people to lie to you?
Well, I would never know if they're lying or not.
So it's okay?
No, obviously not. It's not okay.
Okay, if it's not okay for other people to lie to you, why is it okay for you to lie to you?
I'm not lying to myself. I believe what I
Well,
want to
okay,
believe.
then prove to me that God exists. Right here, right now.
It's belief. Christianity is belief. How am I going to prove something? It's belief.
That's it. Brother, check this out. Check this
Let's
out.
check. Mhm.
That's my whole point. That's my whole point. The reason why
Yes.
you can't prove it to me is because it's a lie that you told yourself. You can't make a lie true just by claiming it. So if somebody asks you to then prove that what you're saying is true, you won't be able to if it's a lie. That's the whole point. If what you were saying was true, you would be able to prove it.
So
You
wait, you base your life on 100% proof?
say that again?
Do you base your life on 100% proof?
For all things that are real and true, yes.
Like, so
I
you
mean,
base your
I
life on
choose to
100%.
identify as a realist. Yes, I base my life based on what is true, right there, what is evident. So there is no argument beyond no doubt, right? It is what it
Right.
is. So I don't need to imagine if O.J. Simpson committed a crime or not. I don't need to blame Muslims for 9/11 because guess what? I didn't see Muslims doing it, right? I saw people dressed like Muslims. Anything is possible. So I'm not going to form an opinion and then begin to treat Muslims weird just because some it could have been anything, right? It could have been anything that caused that. All I know is that something tragic happened during 9/11 and there was a specific group of people. There's another group of people, but it doesn't mean it has anything to do with Muslims. It has nothing to do with Arabs. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But guess
I
what?
understand.
If I'm opinionated, if I'm a Christian, the
Hmm.
moment I see a Muslim associated with something like that, well, I already believe that their religion is a false religion. So my biases become exposed in that moment. And that's why people treat each other like shit because of their beliefs. Most of the, let me tell you something, bro. The problem with belief is that it takes away your desire to actually want to know the real truth. Because you already convinced your brain you already convinced your brain with false information that makes you feel good. So the moment you see the real truth, it makes you uncomfortable as shit, you know?
Right.
That's
Because
why
that's what
think
you
about
believe
it.
in the whole time.
Yeah, think about it, bro. Like our friends make us believe that they are these great human beings that like us until your friend stabs you in the back and then you're disappointed. Why are you disappointed? Because you believe that he was your friend. But then when he proved to you that, well, he was just a person that was with you when it was convenient. And when it's convenient for him, he's going to stab you in the back. So what do you do now? You're disappointed because he's showed you his real self, but you don't want to accept that truth. You want to assume that he's still your friend, even though reality shows you that he's not your friend. You see what I'm saying? Hello? Stop believing in God. Ladies and gentlemen, why are we not at 20,000 likes? Come on, man. Like I don't even get why my followers. You guys are oddly lazy. If you don't hit the like button, the algorithm will not kick in. Hit the like button, tap the screen. Hello?
Hello, bro.
Yes, sir. Go straight to your point.
I just want to say, I really enjoy what you preach and what you say. I just want to say, uh, I'm with you. You know, I agree with your point. Everything you say, it's confirmed. So,
Thank you
That's
for
all
your.
I just came to
I
say.
appreciate you, brother. I appreciate
You're
you. I
welcome,
know. I
bro.
know. I
Keep
know
doing
you
the
know
work,
the
bro.
routine. Yes, sir.
Yeah, keep doing the work, bro. Keep opening people's eye. I will just say one thing, yeah, before I go, please. Um,
If you can say
and I
in 10
believe you know
seconds.
this too. Yeah, yeah, please. And I know you know this too. Like, like people, yeah, all these religion people, no matter what you do, they will always want to find a way to pray to their God, inside their heart, believing like the God will punish you, like that is all what they will always do at the end, when they can't get a way to beat your
That is
point.
what. That is
They'll
why
be,
I'm
they'll, they'll be
here.
wishing that God punishes you so that it can justify their sanity, and it
Brother.
will never happen. They will always be disappointed when it comes to this point, and after this point they still will never realize what they're doing, that they are on the wrong side. Like they're like frogs always jumping into conclusion. They forget to think with logic in the middle to understand the process. So when they always jump into conclusion, they get emotional and they lose themselves. But people that think with logic, they are wild. They understand who they are, so they don't really get emotional because they think with logic. And if you think with logic, and maybe your logic, maybe about a situation and it was incorrect, like you can understand, like, okay, maybe something you did wasn't correct. Okay, let me change it. But religious people, they don't think like that. They think, oh, God is mad at me. Let me keep praying. So they don't think on how to upgrade their life. They just, pray to their God, and that's it. Thank you very much, bro, for giving me the time to speak on your platform.
I
I really
know, bro.
appreciate it, bro.
I only gave you the time because you're the first person who comes up to compliment me. But you know how I usually run, right? Everything that you have said, bro, that's what I am saying. That's what I've been saying the whole time. You just put it in different words, and it doesn't make it less true than what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing about people who agree with me, people who understand what I'm saying, is because you already know what I'm saying. You get it.
Confirm. That's
And
true.
and these people, I'm working with them. That's why if you agree with me, you're more like you're just here to observe. I like to talk to those people who really disagree, no matter how the conversation goes, whether it is insults, whether it is fighting, whether it's just a nice, chill conversation. I welcome every type of conversation, especially on platforms like this. That way, we can see every variety of religious minds. And those of you out there who understand what I'm saying, you get to see exactly how these people think differently and what happens when you're in conflict with them. And it gives you resources on how to deal with these things in your real life, when you meet people who behave
True.
exactly the way you said. I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, bro. Keep doing your work, bro.
Mhm.
See ya.
Stop believing in God. Go straight to the point.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I've been watching your recent lives, and you constantly are referring back to science. Yes.
Sure.
Okay. So first of all, Albert Einstein was a very big believer in God. Yes.
I don't give a shit.
All right. Fuck you then. Next of all, you believe in the Big Bang Theory, right?
Brother, why did you say to F
I'm
me?
not your brother. You don't believe in God.
Okay,
You're not my brother. All right.
exactly. This is exactly why religion is toxic and evil. Bro, you think that your belief is what makes you human? Your belief is what makes me human? You think that your belief is more important than my humanity? So much as
Why
to
are you
say
mad?
that you're not, bro, you just said I'm not your brother
Why are you
because we don't have
mad?
the same belief. I'm not mad. I'm actually amazed because you don't realize how toxic what you just said is.
Womp womp. I don't really care.
That is
Anywho,
terroristic. That is the mentality of a terrorist.
you calling me a terrorist, bro? I'm a
Yes,
child.
sir. Yes,
Relax,
sir. Okay, then go. Then you shouldn't be here, bro.
bro.
You know
I'm
what I'm
18.
saying?
Relax. All right.
No,
Can
you
I
said
talk?
you're a child. So
Okay. I'm
by
from
your own
America.
words, by your own words. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? This is amazing. This is amazing. Thank you, Reshima. You come and spill some bullshit like that, we will block your ass and send you back to Wakanda.
How you
Hello?
doing?
Go straight to your point, my good brother.
Yes. You talking about you don't believe in God, right?
Did you hear me talking about it?
I heard you say it.
Okay, then
If
why
you
do you have
don't
to
believe in
repeat?
God,
Why do you have to
what
repeat
makes
yourself? Just
what,
make your
what
point.
What in the hell you doing on this earth if you don't believe in God?
To
Why
tell
are you
you to
carrying His
stop.
light, which He give you? He
I'm here
give
to
you light.
tell. I'm here to tell you to stop believing
And
in
all
God,
that
and that's
bullshit,
bullshit.
you had your talk with everybody else and filling their head with all kind of bull. If it wasn't for God,
My brother,
you wouldn't be here.
God didn't do
Them.
anything. If you have to tell me what God is doing for me,
God,
it's because your God only lives in your
He give you light.
imagination.
He give you light. He give you everything.
No, He didn't give me nothing.
Don't go for nothing false. And everybody,
Yeah, man, they said they couldn't hear you, so I had to take it down. Tell your God to give you a better phone, a better microphone. Hello? Good job, ladies and gentlemen. Getting to 25,000 likes. Let's get to 50,000 likes now. Come on, get on that screen. We got to keep up with the algorithm. You got to keep tapping. Hello? Hello? All right, next, guys. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to 50,000 likes. In fact, I'm going to sit down here and keep talking to you guys until we get to 50,000 likes. Tap the screen. I know I don't do it as much, but I need to. I need to get to 1,000,000 likes. If I'm going to sit here for 5 hours, 6 hours, there's no reason why I shouldn't have up to 1,000,000 tap of the screens for the number of people that come into my live shows. Now, I understand that most of the people who come into my live show are hateful, wicked, religious people who will never do something good for someone that they don't agree with or that doesn't believe like them. But I mean, I don't get it. If you're gonna sit here in my live show, yeah, I am off tomorrow. If you're gonna sit here in my live show and you're not gonna tap the screen, you might as well leave. Unless you're just here to cause trouble. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're just here to cause trouble. But if you're not here to cause trouble, tap the screen. 31,000 likes. Stop believing in God. Be godless. Godlessness is the rising of man. Man rises and God falls because God is the figment of your imagination, the thought that holds you a slave and captive in your own mind. Fear no one, fear no devil, and fear no God. There is no God who is going to raise you up, and there is no devil who is going to pull you down. You need to have the ability within yourself to understand that you are responsible for everything that happens to you. It is the choices you make, from how many breaths you take in a day to how many steps you take in a day to how you decide to go to sleep, which side of the bed you decide to sleep on. In fact, when you wake up from sleep, the first thing you do, how long you do it, the first person you talk to, when you go to work, all those decisions, when you combine them together and you take their little minuscule effects, it is what leads you to success or failure, depending on how you define success or failure. There is no divine being anywhere controlling your life and manipulating your life. If you should simply sit down and take time to examine your own life, examine your own choices, examine your own mind, ask yourself, why do I think the way I think? What is wrong with me? What is right with me? Ask yourself, why do I walk the way I walk? You need to do a lot of self-examination, and you will then realize that nothing in your life happens randomly. Everything that's going to happen to you today, it's the consequence of a choice you've made sometime between when you were born and today. That's how life works. There's no divine being anywhere controlling your life like a puppet. Take responsibility, okay? You know what that means? That means that your failures should excite you as much as your success. You should be as excited to fail as you are excited to win. You should be as losing should make you excited as much as winning. You get it? You get it? If you do it with a sober mind, with all your might and all your strength. Now, if you choose to believe in God rather, that tells me one thing about you. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something about people who believe in God. Every single person listening to my voice right now, at some point you were a child. And when you were a child, You didn't have to work. You didn't have to cook. You didn't even have to clean yourself. Somebody did it for you. Your parent, your brother, your sister, your guardians. But as you began to grow, slowly but surely, you began to realize that, damn, I am now responsible for more and more of these things which other people used to do for me. At some point, you had to start taking your own showers by yourself, not your mom and your dad anymore. At some point, you had to start doing your own laundry. At some point, you had to start making your own food. Even if your mom had food in the refrigerator, she wouldn't always make you food. You had to go make your own food. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're at 50K. Keep tapping. Let's get to 100K. At some point, you had to start go and get your own job. Once you got your own job, you were now in charge of managing your own money. Once you had enough money, it was time for you to go and get your own house. Once you got your own house, it's time for you to get your own husband or get your own wife. Then you have your own children and you grow up. That's how life works, y'all. The more time goes by, the more you realize that you're the one who's responsible. Now, check this out. Religious people never grew up. They are adults with the minds of a child. They want somebody to pay their bills. They want somebody to make their house. They want somebody to make their bed for them. They want somebody to wipe their ass for them when they shit. So because when they grow up and become adults, they don't have their father or their mother there anymore, they just imagine that there has to be some supernatural God called a father. Listen, in the Judeo-Christian religion, God is a father. Do you know why? Because all those who believe in the Christian God have daddy issues. They never really had fathers in their life. There are some cultures where God is a mother. It's because your mom never did anything for you. You want the benefits of having a mother, even when you grew up into your adulthood. Human beings fabricate these religions to substantiate what it was like to be a child. Bro, you got noise in your background. What's going on?
Hello.
Yes, I don't know what you're
Hold on.
doing, man, but there's noise in your background. Like, damn, bro. If you are a perfectly grown human being, you don't need a father who is in heaven. It doesn't matter how well you rationalize it. You don't need a father who is in heaven. God is not your father. You're so desperate for relationship. It is indicative of what's going on within your mind and your emotions. When you were a child, you had no responsibility. Now you're grown and you still don't want any responsibility. You don't want responsibility for the good things you do. So every time you do something good, you say, oh, it wasn't me, it was God. You don't want responsibility for the bad things you do. Every time you do something bad, you're like, well, I'm not perfect. I'm a sinner. I'm an Eve saint. You blame the devil. At what point would you take responsibility? Why do you need a house? Why do you need a permanent house with God? What makes this life a tent, my friend? You see what I'm saying? There is a natural dissatisfaction with this life. Religious people, my religious people out there, you're not satisfied with life. Life is too difficult for you. That is why you desire that someone is going to come and rescue you. I want you to imagine what heaven is like, okay? In heaven, those who believe in God in heaven are going to be just like children on earth. Somebody's going to do everything for you. The angels are going to do everything for you there. The angels will build your house. They will build the street. All you have to do is just enjoy forever. It's the fantasy of a child. Think about heaven, the way heaven is described. It sounds like a daycare. It sounds like a daycare or a kindergarten. It sounds like a nursery school. It sounds like a place where you keep children. Nobody in heaven is responsible. There is no pain, there is no tears. You don't have to work. Somebody else already built all the mansions for you. You say you're the most happiest person on earth, my friend, but you don't know everybody on earth. You haven't gone around the whole earth to see if everybody else was happier than you. So technically, you're not the happiest person on earth, my friend. Right? How could you be the happiest person on earth if you don't know everybody else on earth? There could be somebody in a village in Papua New Guinea who doesn't believe in Jesus who is happier than you. But you will never go investigate because you've convinced yourself that you're the happiest person on earth because you believe in Jesus. I know it's you. I know it's you, my Eritrean sister. Stop believing in God. I dare you to stop believing in God. If you're not scared, if you're not overcome by fear, stop believing in God altogether. And start living your life and taking responsibility. Stop imagining fantasies of a place where you go after you die. Why, are you afraid to stop believing in God? Are you afraid that you will have to be the one in charge of your own life? Are you afraid to take responsibility for your own choices? Yes, you're afraid. You only believe in God because you're afraid to be responsible. You're afraid to be an adult. Why do you keep calling it your Almighty? Come on now. He doesn't belong to you, right? Jesus belongs to you, my dear. 100 years from now, 200-300 years from now, nobody will believe in God. The belief in God is a dying ideology. I don't think you guys really understand that. It's going to die away. Human beings are going to realize that it's primitive. It's all mythology. There are no gods. My program is whatever I want it to be. If you don't want to sit here and listen to me, you can always leave. You understand that, right?
Are you certain of that answer or that statement you made that there is no gods?
Not only am I certain, but I can prove it to you.
How can you prove something that cannot be proved or disproved?
That's the whole point. Anytime that something cannot be proven or disproved is because it doesn't exist. Because you cannot prove or disprove something which doesn't exist. Listen to my
such as
words.
a cave in the
Hold,
ground with
hold
a
up,
rare
hold up, brother.
element in a
Hold
rare
up, brother.
cluster would be
Hold up,
something
brother.
like
Hold up,
something that
brother.
exists without being known.
Brother, don't talk over me, okay? I want you to actually listen to what I said. Don't react with your emotions. Actually listen to what I said and then use your brain to think about what I said. I said to you, something which cannot be proven or disproved is something which doesn't exist because it is impossible to prove or disprove things which don't exist. Things which don't exist are the only things that have that quality. Anything which exists can be proven.
What proof would you like that would make certain something so apparent as God?
Or the proof that is available to humanity. I mean, what is a human being and how does a human being interact with reality? What is considered real to a human being, right? Within the scope of what's real, right? It needs to be something that's observable.
With proof, would you accept it? God's existence.
Tell God to come right here, right now. Tell him to come right here. In fact, hold up. Check this out. No, wait. Which God do you believe in? Because I need to be specific. Which God?
God's offended in you and doesn't put up with such abhorrence.
Hold up. Which God do you believe in?
What would your mind be? You'd want to insult God. You'd want to attack him.
Come on now,
If God
brother.
was
You can't
before
just
you,
ignore
how
my
would you
question and expect me to
present
want to keep
yourself?
talking to you, bro. Come on. Which God do you believe
Okay,
in?
what? I believe in the one God that exists in
I don't care.
power with many
If he's a
others.
million God or the one God. Which one? There's many gods in this world, bro. Identify your God.
The main God that came before all else.
All gods came before. Zeus, Odin, Jesus, Muhammad. It doesn't
Before
matter which
all
one.
other
Which one do
gods.
you believe in, bro?
I'm telling you, before all others, it matters not what name I give them. It's how I present them.
That's just a
I'll present.
statement. That's a statement that indicates that you have no clue what you're saying. Like I said to you, a God is a belief, right? There's many believers in
May
this
I
world who
present?
believe different things. I'm asking you, which one do you believe in? Identify the God that you have been convinced. I'm pretty sure your God is not Lord Brahma, because according to Hinduism, Lord Brahma is the originator of all things. He's the one who came before all things, right? But guess what? He wasn't alone. He was with Lord Shiva and he was with Lord Vishnu, right? And then they had wives and they had children. Now, according to the Greek gods, you had the Titans. And before the Titans, you had the primordial beings. And then before you end up with Zeus and his brothers and the demigods, which God do you believe in? Come on, man.
I present my God, Allah, who shares much love, pleasure,
Brother,
and truth
I
with
just
me.
want you to make it clear to me which one you believe in. I don't want you to try to confuse me. Just, is it Allah or is it Jesus? Which one do you believe in?
I just told you who my God is.
Which one is it? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, if you don't listen to me and I'll not hear you, then it's a difficult presentation. My God is
All right,
Allah.
man. Thank you for your time, bro. I don't understand
Allah
why.
is a loving, caring.
Yeah. What the heck is wrong with this one? God damn. Do you know why they begin to bite their tongue when I ask them which God they believe in? It's because the moment he tells you which God he believes in, he now has to stand by that statement. He now has to back it up. I don't understand why some
Oh, my
of
fault, Ted.
you.
I sent a request on mistake.
Oh, no problem, bro. No problem.
Yeah, keep doing your thing.
All right. That's right. Some of you guys, I don't get it. Just tell me which God do you believe in? If you want to prove to us that your God is real, tell your God to come here right now. If your God cannot come here right now, it's because your God is not real. Because I don't know why anybody's God wants to play hide and seek. What's your God? A 5-year-old child? Why would your God want to play hide and seek with humanity? Hide and seek. Now you see me, now you don't. Look for me. Let me ask you a question, okay? I was in deep thought today while I was pumping heavy weights in the gym. And I stumbled upon an analogy. Every time a religious person tells you to look for God, or that you have to seek God, you have to seek Him, it's like you telling someone in the middle of the desert to go and look for the sun. Bruh. Telling someone to go and seek for God is like you telling someone who's in the desert to go seek the sun. You know that if God was real, you wouldn't even have to go seek for God, right? God would be the seeker. And God will seek you in such a way that it will be individually evident to everybody. We wouldn't even be having this conversation. Just like a person in the desert doesn't have to go looking for the sun. The sun will come to you. The sunlight, if you're in the middle of the desert, the sun would always come to you. Stop believing in God. Your belief in God is the source of all your problems. That's why you're extremely unhappy with this life and you want to go to another place called heaven. That's why you think there is an afterlife, because this life that you're living right now is so miserable because you believe in God. If you stop believing in God, you're going to be satisfied with this life and you won't even want another one. I'm telling you, the moment you stop believing in God, you will become satisfied with this current life that you're living. You won't even desire to have another one. Those who believe in heaven are people who have given up on this life. Life has beaten them up mentally. You have been tormented by your life. You have suffered so much you couldn't deal with it anymore. So now you just want to leave this place, but you're too cowardly to take your own life. You cannot blame God because God doesn't exist. When are you going to realize, all of you religious people, that we are even talking about God and none of you have ever met this entity? You just literally imagined it in your head because of your lack of education. You realize that God is just something that y'all imagine, right? But you're all in here in my comment section pretending as if you woke up yesterday morning and went and shook God's hand or God kissed you on the cheek. You bombastic liars. I can understand you believing in God, but you lying to yourself? That makes you a bombastic liar. That makes you a self-deceived individual. So I have come here to wake you up. Don't take my words for insults. I'm not insulting you. I'm just telling you a truth which is so harsh. You can't stand it. I'm not insulting you, my friends. I know my choice of words are bitter, right? Very provocative. But this choice of words are appropriate for your mental condition. You may say to yourself that you're not hurting anybody by believing in God, but you're hurting yourself. And you're hurting the progress of the human race, because the moment you stop believing in God, your brain will start working at such an optimum level. You will bring things into this world that only you can bring, that would then benefit the rest of humanity. Your belief in God is destroying your creativity. Because every time you have a problem, you don't even think about solving that problem. You just start praying. Like every single thing in your life makes you hopeless. So you have to start praying. God help me. God help me. You realize that every time you're asking God to help you is because you're in despair, right? You don't need to ask for God's help if you don't need it. And if you think you need God's help, it's because you've given up. You're a quitter. You've given up mentally. You've given up physically. Look at what believing in God is doing to the Middle East. All of you are here telling me, oh, stop saying not to believe in God. Why can't you send your God to go into Palestine and go solve that issue? Why does your God never ever show up when human beings need him in reality? Why is your God always something you talk about to satisfy your feelings? But every time somebody needs help, your God never appears. All those innocent children being bombed in Israel, why can your God not stop those bombs? Because your God lives in the back of your head. It is the figment of your imagination. There's nothing wrong with that, as long as you know that. If you know that believing in God is a figment of your imagination, then there is nothing wrong with your belief. But if you think it's real, then there is something wrong with your belief. That belief becomes delusional paranoia. Hence, I am here to summon your brain from out of delusion. Come back to reality, my friends. Come back to reality. Wake up from sleep.
Why should people stop believing in God?
Because it is absolutely and completely useless.
Okay, so do you not believe in God?
Why will I tell people not to believe in God if I believe in God?
It happens.
Well, if you felt the
But
need to ask me that question, certainly no. If it
okay,
wasn't
I just
already
had to.
obvious.
I had to. And how so you know the Bible's a very old book, right? It's old, right?
No, it's not all.
What makes you say that?
Because it changes every 5 years. So the version of the Bible you're reading today is not the same thing as anyone read, even 20 years ago. They remove words. You almost have to reread the Bible every year to make sure that they didn't change it. Unless you have your same Bible that you had 50 years ago, it's probably a different book. Different words,
Thank you for calling
different
me a senior
explanations.
citizen. I appreciate that. One. And two, different words. Yeah, sure. Changes every 5 years. Yeah, sure. But everything in the Bible goes against man.
Goes against
It
what?
goes against fleshly desires. And that's your opinion,
Listen carefully.
J4,
Technically,
R2D2.
technically, you're not wrong that everything in the
You
Bible
know what
goes
I'm saying?
against man. But do you know
Zay
what?
Fire.
Do you know what part of man it goes against? It goes against man's freedom. The Bible is a book to enslave a man.
Flesh.
You are only
What was
flesh.
it saying?
Without your flesh, there is no you. You have
What does
never
it
met a
say?
human being who is not flesh. There is no such thing as a human being which is not flesh. The moment you don't have flesh, you're not a human being anymore. You don't exist anymore. Flesh is human beings.
Oh.
The desires of your flesh, that's what makes you who you are. So instead of you rejecting it, you need to learn how to control it instead. You need to accept it.
Which is a biblical teaching.
What does
And then
the
I'm
Bible
reading
teach you?
Psalms.
Does the Bible teach you
No,
to control your lust?
let me speak. Let me speak. Let
Sister,
me speak.
I'm not
And
gonna
that's
let you
so
speak.
funny. I come across.
I'm not gonna let you speak because you told me to let
But
you
the
speak.
thing is, either way,
Sister,
what comes out of your
sister,
mouth, if you
sister,
want to or not,
sister,
God exists.
sister, I muted you. You get it? I can mute you as many times as necessary. I will let you speak if you listen. It's my program, not yours. I understand that you're suffering from religious superiority complex. Somewhere in the back of your brain, you didn't figure out that this is my program, not yours. When you come into someone's house, regardless of how you feel about that person, you respect the sanctity of their own zone. This ain't your church. If I don't want to let you speak, it's within my right as the owner of my house to not let you speak. Now, it's not that I'm not letting you speak. It's just that you feel like you're supposed to do whatever you want to do in my house. No, if I came to your church, I wouldn't do that. So if you don't want to abide by my rules, you can leave. I'm not compelled to talk with you, neither are you compelled to talk with me. Now, unmute yourself and let's go back to doing it the way we were doing. If you don't, within the count of 5, I'll go on to the next guest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. You see how good that silence was for you? It's really good for you. You should stay more silent. And when your husband is talking, don't talk back. Wait until he's done.
Good morning.
Mr. Timo, I don't know where you are, but that noise is too much. If you have background noise, don't come up. I'm not going to endure background noise today. Okay?
Oh, bro, what's
Ladies
up? Good
and
morning.
gentlemen, we're almost at 100,000 likes. Why not? Why are we not there yet? Go straight to your point, bro. What's up?
I'm good, bro. I'm actually from West Africa, precisely Gambia. I've been watching your programs for a while now, learning some new stuff. I just want to know what is your take on the war in Israel,
Brother,
because it
I've said
has
it
something to
multiple
do.
times, right? It's just colonizers. You know, you have a colonizer, you have the colonized. And religion is all inside of it. It's all a mess. Truth be told, as far as I'm concerned, the Israelites are not real Jews. And they are colonizers on that land. And the Palestinians are only reacting to a problem that they did not begin. But the sad thing, though, is that at the end of the day, even the Palestinians that are there today are a group of people who conquered that land from the original owners of the land. People who look like me and you, probably. You know what I'm saying?
So they are the
But
original people, if I get you correct.
but like I said, it is what it is, brother. That's not the point of my show today. But I do appreciate the question. Thank you for your time, okay, my brother?
Yeah, bro.
Thank you. If you have background noise, don't come up. Stop believing in God, and your life will be
Hello.
transformed instantaneously. I'm telling you, your life will be transformed instantaneously. The moment you
Makanga,
realize you
sir,
don't have
good
to go to
morning.
church, oh man. The moment you have a problem and your first instinct is not to pray, you will start thinking of solutions. You will not even believe that you have the ability to be that intelligent. You have not even discovered how intelligent you are until now, because every time you have a problem, you don't even think. You just start praying. Oh Lord, help me. Lord, do this. How about you sit down and examine your problem? Do it the way you used to do in mathematics. Look at the different variables. Use addition, subtraction, and division to find solutions to your problem in your life. Think about it. My child is sick. I have 5,000 plus 1,000 that I'll get next month, plus the salary of my husband, minus rent, minus this, minus that. Use solution. If your child is sick and your first instinct is, oh, Father, help me. Lord God, help me. When are you going to use your brain to think? Eh? What's up, bro? Go straight to your point. Mr. Blaze.
Makanga, good morning.
Yes, sir. What's your point, my bro?
Yeah, there are many
You guys
things
should
that
do me a
run
favor,
on my
okay? I
mind.
understand you guys want to greet me when you come up, but
Concerning
when you come up,
religious,
I want you to go straight to your point.
okay, these things keep bugging me about people that want to know how we exist, how we came about, who is the first man. My question to them is that if they eventually know what created or who created us, what will they do with it? I think it's more preferred, as you said, to dissect a human and try to know how it is being formed or created, if that even exists. So it keep bugging me that if
It
it is going
shouldn't
to
bug
be a
you.
lot of time.
The reason why religious people need to believe in God is so that they can feel secure. If you tell them that there's no God, they begin to feel
Fear.
very unsafe. They start to feel insecure. They start feeling unsafe. Right? It's that belief in God that makes them feel secure within themselves, because if they imagine that there is somebody out there that will kill every enemy, that will punish anybody who does bad to them, then they can live their life. But if they realize that there's no God, then they realize that every time they step out of their house, somebody could just do whatever to them and that person will not be punished. So yes, it is fear. It is fear that makes people want to know where humans come from. They don't feel safe. You know, they don't feel safe. So they imagine. It's so true.
My second point is this: if they claim someone died for them or Jesus died for them, I ask myself, Jesus died for them, for who? For which God? Which means there's another superior God. Just can God utter a single word and overwrite every sin in this world? Why will people go
Obviously,
to hell?
if you've had conversation with them, they will say free will, which is just their lack of understanding of what free will is. But brother, the reason why that question cannot be answered is because it doesn't exist. None of that actually happened. Nobody dies for another person.
Yeah.
Death is something you experience by yourself. We don't even need to argue about it. It's simple as that. Thank you for your time, my bro. I appreciate you, okay? Mr. Blaze?
Anger for real. Anger
Yes,
for
sir.
life.
I am here to bacchanalize your minds. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't want to take what I'm saying seriously, how about you go about your life for one day without believing in God? Don't pray. Don't go to church. Just live. Live. Just live. Live free. Don't restrict yourself mentally. It's not a crime for you to follow the desires of your flesh. It's not a sin. It's not a sin for you to be angry. It's not a sin for you to be jealous. It's not even a sin for you to hate. All those things are natural. All those things are natural.
Hello.
I'm bringing you up again just so I'll give you a second chance.
Oh, I just wanted to say that I'm with you on the stop believing in God.
Okay. So? Listen. You notice that my approach is very direct, right? I'm not even coming to argue with you guys. I'm not even trying to have a conversation. I'm telling you to stop believing in God. I'm giving you a command. How you react to my command, that should tell you if you are a free thinker or if you're a slave in your own brain. Those who don't believe in God, when they hear my command, they have no problem with it because they have already given themselves that command. So my command is just me repeating something that they already have their own independent understanding of. But to those of you who believe in God, when you hear my command, you begin to go to war with me in your brain.
What's up, Bakanga?
What's up?
Nothing much. You blocked my other account. It's nice to see you again, you know?
Well, hopefully I have no reason to block you in this one.
Well, I think you only blocked me because I was talking about like Jesus and how he like transformed me and stuff, and it kind of like got you a little like flabbergasted. You didn't really have a response, which is rare for you because you always have a lot to say.
I mean, I don't get flabbergasted by people telling me their personal experiences. I might just have not wanted to let you say that in that moment because you probably weren't listening to me. But I don't really give a shit because I was a Christian for 25 years. There is no conversion story or Jesus encounter that I haven't listened to. I know I can almost predict what they're going to say if I even let you say for 1 minute. So if I've heard it multiple times, I don't need to hear it again. That's why I choose to speak based on facts and reality that is beyond just personal experiences.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't expect my personal experience to ever like make you a believer or anything like that. But
I
in
mean,
regards,
trying
In
to make me
regards
a
to you being a
believer.
Christian for 25 years, my grandma was in a church for 40 and she never even like knew Jesus until like right before she died. So I mean, it
Well,
doesn't matter if you were religious.
that was your grandma. The fact that you quoting your grandma and trying to imply it on me shows me that you're a little bit narrow-minded. You don't realize that people have different experiences. I was a
Oh
Christian
no.
for 25 years. Listen, me saying that I was a Christian for 25 years and you saying that you're a Christian right now is no different. It's
But I
just your
never said I was
feelings.
a Christian. I said that I had an encounter with Jesus. So there's a difference. So people think like, oh, Jesus is going to save all the Christians. That's not true. Jesus is coming back for those who die to themselves and carry their cross daily. So just because you're religious, you go to church, you put on your little suit if you want to wear a suit to church, and you stand before the pastor, or you even preach or minister or whatever, doesn't mean that you're going to be saved by Jesus. Doesn't mean that you know Jesus. It means that you
You
read
want
the
me to ask
Bible.
you a question?
Huh?
You want me to ask you a question?
I'm sure you're going to regardless.
You said Jesus is only coming for those who carry their cross daily, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's your cross?
What's my cross? Revealing the truth that I conceal and the wisdom that Jesus has revealed behind it so that others can be saved from the same things that I used to struggle with, which is like literally everything that people are struggling with.
And that's a cross?
Yeah,
Who told you that?
absolutely. Going
Who told you that that was a cross, or did you just get a one day feeling that that's your cross? Now you just imagine that it was your cross, or I'm pretty sure,
my
or
cross
this.
my cross is more than that, but you know something, I don't like really speak on like what I'm working on or what I'm doing, because not for nothing, but the enemy, it's like almost like the Matrix. You know how like the agents could work through anybody. So like when you don't have like God in your life, like you're a potential agent. I'm not about to tell you what God's plan is for me and what I'm supposed to be doing so that then I could have like trouble doing it.
So you're saying to me that you don't know what your cross is?
Oh no, I know what my cross is
Then
100%.
I have asked you a question. What is your cross? Tell us,
Literally,
because
I
you
literally
said you have to carry your cross daily, and I'm pretty sure your cross is not cut up in a bunch of little ass pieces, right? It must be something that you can
I
carry all at
literally
once.
told you, I literally told you the main thing about me carrying my cross is revealing the truth about all of the shameful things that I have done transparently, without holding anything back, without lying, and revealing the spiritual truth and the wisdom that God has given me on why those things occurred and why they even were a thing in my life, so that others who struggle with those same things can be set free. That is what me carrying my cross
So
consists of.
let me get this right. So your cross is you being a motivational speaker.
It's not me being a motivational speaker. No,
So I
it's
mean,
me.
how else are you supposed to help other people by telling them your story if you're not trying to motivate them?
Because at the end of the day, well, I mean, I guess you could say that if you want, but I
I'm
don't
not
call
saying
it a
if I want
motive.
to. I'm going based on what you said. You
I don't
said,
call it a motive. I don't call it a motivational speaker, because a motivational speaker isn't sharing the spiritual truths behind
but
what.
that's your opinion. How do you know that? Do you know everything God does?
Because what do you mean?
Can God work through anyone?
Yeah, God could absolutely work through
So
anyone.
you can't say that anyone is not doing what God wants, because if God doesn't want someone to do something, God will stop them. So if you think that your unique experience is God doing stuff through you, that means even me saying that God doesn't exist is still God from your perspective.
Wait a second. That's not. God can use you. For example, God can use you right now when you speak against him and tell people not to believe in God, because
Well, how do you
when
know that
he
I'm speaking
actually, let
against
me
God?
finish. Let me finish. God
No,
can
no.
use you right.
Hold
God
on,
can use
sister,
you.
sister.
See, you don't want me
There's
to
a
talk.
reason why I interrupted you. Okay, it's not that I don't want to let you finish. If you say many things, then I cannot bring up the specific point I want to bring. So when you're talking with me, understand that maybe you should like kind of just take it one point at a time. If you make multiple points, I'm still just gonna focus on that first point, right? So maybe just recollect your thoughts and
Oh, my
try
thoughts
to
are collected.
communicate.
So we can go
Okay,
back.
good.
So at the end of the day,
Okay,
I'm
good.
more than a motivational speaker, because I'm not just sitting here like, you can do it, champ. You can do it. Yeah. Like that's
Sister,
not me. I'm revealing the spiritual truths behind why people struggle with certain things. So I'm not going to just say, oh,
sister.
like your struggle. See, you don't want me to explain it. You don't want to hear it broken
Because
down.
I literally interrupted you earlier to say something, and then you just ignored it and then started talking again.
Well,
So
I
I
mean,
had to
that's kind of
interrupt
what
you
you did.
again. I interrupted you the first time, then I didn't even say what I was going to interrupt you for.
Okay, so
Why I
say what you
interrupted
want to
you?
say. Say what you want to say. I'm gonna mute, but just make sure after you say what you say,
You
then I
shouldn't
can
have
actually
to mute.
respond.
You shouldn't have to mute. Listen to me, okay? One thing that I want you to understand is that this is my program, so I dictate the pace of the conversation, not you. So you should just be able to kind of navigate the waters and kind of like make your boat sail with the wind because you can't stop the wind, right? So since this is my program, my influence over this program is almost like the wind, and then you're kind of like sailing. You can still go in whatever direction you want to go, but don't try to stop the wind. Go with the wind. So if I stop you, yes, you might need to readjust your sail, but it takes time, and that time is the equivalent of you just listening to what I
But
have to
that's the
say
thing. When
in
you're
that
led by the
moment,
Spirit, the wind
right?
doesn't phase you. I could walk through the wind. So that's you
Again,
being an
again,
influencer. I'm not
again,
influenced by you. I'm influenced by the
again,
Holy Spirit. But say what you want to
again.
say.
That's your delusion. And I'm cool with you saying whatever you want to say to make yourself feel good because alcoholics tell themselves all they want to say. That's why they think they're such great drivers, right? You think people get pulled up for DUIs because they're smart? No. Everybody who was driving drunk because in their head they thought that they could drive. And you couldn't convince them not to drive until they got pulled over and got taken to jail. So yeah, you might think that you don't work based on the rules of the wind until you're freaking drowning. And then, like everybody else who came before you, your religion won't mean shit when you're dead and gone. Now, this is my point to you. I asked you to tell me about you carrying your cross. You didn't tell me what your cross was. You simply tell me what you feel like you do that makes you think that that is a cross. What's the standard by which you define a cross?
Carrying your cross is literally dying to your ego, no longer living for things of the flesh, and operating in this, revealing the truth of Jesus. That's
What is
what
the
carrying your
ego?
cross is. So when I say, allow me to finish, when I say that
What is an
I
ego?
am being transparent and I'm no longer caring about what people say about my
What what
past, and see,
what
you
is
don't
an
want me
ego,
to.
my friend? What is an ego?
Ego is of that false image of self. For example, like when
Okay, hold
you
up, hold up.
see, look at you.
I like that you brought it up because I'm going to pull it up on the dictionary, right? I want to know if you're a liar because I understand that you believe in God, but that doesn't give you the right to lie. Words in English don't belong to people personally. Words in English have definition. If I ask you for the definition of a word and you just lie, I'm smart enough to tell when you're lying. So I'm going to look up
Can
the
you agree
definition
that
of the
there's
word ego.
multiple definitions to a word?
All those definitions will still be found in the dictionary. That's why you have definitions as a noun, a verb. You don't fabricate language. You don't get to make up language to suit your
Okay,
beliefs and
so
your
here,
personal ideas.
since you said that,
So
since you said that, would you say that a man can be a woman? Someone who was born a
let,
male
let,
can be a
let, let me
woman?
let me give you the
Because
definition of
according to the
ego.
definitions,
Let
that's
me
what it
go
says.
base. Let me go on the definition of ego first. What did you say ego was?
The false image of self that we project to the world. The way that you want
Okay.
people to be, when you're operating an ego, you're operating in an image that you want people to perceive you as. It's almost like
Okay.
a character that you created to be perceived a certain way by people.
So when you're trying to be perceived as a Christian who carries a cross, that's your ego, right?
I don't
Yeah,
try to.
yeah, yeah.
No,
You're
I
trying to
don't try
get
to
us to
be.
perceive you to be a
Oh
certain
no!
way.
Allow me to say something. I don't try to be perceived as anyone. I don't care how people see me.
So why are you promoting yourself then? Why would you be promoting
So
something if you don't
I
want
don't
people to
promote.
see you?
I don't promote myself. I promote Jesus. So
Yeah, but
it's actually totally different from, I don't care how people see me. A lot of people see me as delusional and crazy. So I mean, if I cared about how people saw me, then I would be working overtime in a false image of self so
sister,
people could see me another
your
way.
image of self is that you're a human being who's not
Look up the
selfish, who has died
definition of
to.
ego already, friend.
Sister, I've had it. You just kept talking.
But I was waiting for you to read it because you asked me
Okay,
another
then listen.
question.
Listen. Are you gonna listen?
A
Cause now,
person's sense
now,
of
now, now, now,
self-esteem or
now, now, now,
self-importance.
now,
Because you're
now,
taking
now,
too long.
sister, it's my program. For
A
goodness sake,
person's
are you
sense
a
of
control freak?
self-esteem.
This is my program.
Okay, so I'm gonna
You said to
go ahead and
me,
say it.
you said to me that ego is a false sense of self, right?
Yes.
Okay. The dictionary says it's a person's sense of self-esteem or self-importance. Are you telling me that you have no self-esteem or self-importance?
Not really. My
Hold
my
up, hold up,
my
hold up,
sense of
hold
self-esteem
up,
and
hold up.
self-important comes from who God says I am, not who I say I
Self-esteem.
am.
Self-esteem, okay? Let me look at the definition. Confidence in one's own worth or abilities. So you have no confidence in your worth or your abilities.
I have my confidence in my sense of worth and abilities, like with God on my side.
Sister, that's not what I asked you. Self-esteem is defined as a confidence in one's own worth or abilities. Self-respect. Literally, it says self-respect. So you don't respect yourself?
Oh no, I respect myself.
Okay, so you got ego. That's all ego is.
Mm,
That's all ego is. Listen, ego is your ability to know that you are you. In fact, let me tell you something. The Bible says, the Bible that you're trying to preach to me, it says, love your neighbor. Sister,
That's one
sister,
definition.
let me finish what I'm
Okay,
saying.
let me go ahead and mute because you talk
Your
too much.
Bible says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. If you don't think you're important, you wouldn't think your neighbor is important. If you don't have self-esteem, you wouldn't think your neighbor has self-esteem. Whatever you can't do for yourself, you can't do for another person. Literally, the Bible is telling you to have an ego. And then, based on how you treat yourself and your ego, treat other people that way. You can't do for other people what you can't do for yourself. So you telling me that you spend time killing your ego. That's why you think you're not worth anything without Jesus.
But
So you look,
Congo,
sister, you think you're not worth anything without Jesus. So when you look at other human beings, you don't think they're worth anything when they don't have your Jesus or your idea of what you think Jesus is. That's a toxic mentality.
okay, so in regards to that, if we go to vocabulary.com, the definition of ego, an inflated feeling of pride in your superiority over to others, meaning that it's an inflated feeling of pride in your superiority over others or
What?
to others.
Tell
And then
me
it goes on to
what
say,
is
let
this
me finish.
website?
See, you
No,
keep cutting me off. You
I
keep
need to
cutting me off,
look it
but
up.
this is a dialogue here.
I need to look up what it's not a dialogue. This is my program. I
Okay,
told you what the
so
rules were.
you have
Now,
so
what's
let's
the
correct it.
website that
You
you're
have
looking at?
control issues. Egotist, and then
Because
it
it's
goes
my
on to say
program.
synonyms of ego is egotism.
Sister, this is my program. I have said to you respectfully, I will do things the way I want to do. Stop fighting with me. Who should drive my
So
car?
it's vocabulary.com and ego.
Okay, vocabulary.com. If you get into my
Mm-hmm.
car, I drive the car, not you. This program is my car. I'm the driver, not you.
I'm
Not
not in
you.
your car though.
You're on my program. If you don't want to be here, step out of my car. Step out of this program. You may leave right now. If you don't want to do things the way I want to do, leave, and I'll go to the next guest. I'll go to the next human
Oh
being.
no, I'm gonna keep talking to you because I just enjoy it.
So behave yourself. I'm still the one driving.
Oh, I am behaved.
Vocabulary.com. Let's see. Vocabulary.com, and then we're gonna search up the word ego. Definition.
Mm-hmm.
Hold up. It doesn't give me a okay, dictionary. Ego. So
You could do vocabulary.com
I got it.
/dictionary
I got it.
/ego.
I got it.
Okay, just helping out.
It says your ego is your conscious mind, the part of your identity that you consider yourself. If you say someone has a big ego, then you are saying that he is too full of himself. Poor ego. It gets such a bad rap, being so often confused with megalomania and vanity and all kinds of other nasty things. But strictly speaking, it is only a psychological term popularized by Freud, meaning the conscious as opposed to the unconscious mind, or the
Mm-hmm.
awareness of one's own identity and existence. Nothing wrong in that. Is there?
Now look at definitions of ego. It's a scroll down a little bit more in the first one.
Sister, you're the one who sent me to vocabulary.com.
Yeah, and I'm
And
telling you where I'm reading from.
sister, I know that. but I can read for myself, and so I'm reading for myself and my audience, right?
Okay. So there you go.
Sister,
Oh Lord, you just
I am
something
reading for
else.
myself and my audience. Please stop trying to interrupt how I run my show. I've told you that. I don't have to do things
Okay,
the way you
go
want me to
ahead.
do it.
Go ahead.
Just because I brought you as a guest, stop trying to stop me every time I want to do something. You're not. I'm talking to 355 people.
Okay, do you?
Now, this vocabulary.com actually gives you the real definition of the word ego. It says to you, it is often confused with megalomania and vanity and all kinds of nasty things. But ego, strictly speaking, is only a psychological term popularized by Freud, meaning the conscious as opposed to the unconscious mind, or awareness of one's own identity and existence. That's the real meaning of ego. It
So
even
you're
tells you
not
who,
gonna read
sister,
where it says definitions of ego?
sister. That is the real meaning of ego.
Okay.
It says it is often confused for megalomania or vanity and all types of nasty things, but fundamentally, it's just talking about your sense of self, right?
Okay, so
Now, sister, an inflated feeling of pride in your superiority to others. Your conscious, well, that's the first definition. The second definition says your consciousness of your own identity. The third definition says the conscious mind. Now, an inflated feeling of pride in your superiority to others is not necessarily a bad thing. Do you think it's bad to think you're superior to others?
yeah, I think it's important to be humble and have humility
Why wasn't Jesus humble? Why did Jesus have the audacity to think that he can save everybody?
because Jesus is literally.
Hold up. Will you say Jesus had an overinflated sense of self, of pride?
No, I would say that Jesus
Hold up. So you're telling me that Jesus does not believe that he's God?
Bakanga.
Sister, it just
Jesus
says
knew he was
an
God.
overinflated feeling of pride in one's superiority to others. Jesus has such a big ego, he thought he was God when he was a man. And that's who you want to be like.
Jesus.
You're really the one with the ego.
Okay, I'm gonna let you talk and you let me know when you finished.
Sister.
Because I'm not sure when you want me to respond because you keep talking.
An inflated feeling of pride in your superiority to others. Let me ask you a question. Did Jesus have a sense of pride in his superiority to others?
Jesus was the most humble.
Okay,
he
so
didn't
why
think
did
he was better than anybody.
So why did he really?
No.
So why did he say that no one knows the way to the Father except him?
Because that was the truth. No one knew the way to the Father except him.
Prove it.
Well, Jesus is the Word of God, which became.
No. I did not say to tell me what Jesus is. Prove to me that Jesus is the only way to the Father. Prove it.
Who else was hearing from God? Who else?
Buddha.
Oh no, I'm talking about in that time. We're talking about Jesus here. We're talking about when Jesus was.
It's not just in that time.
So
if Jesus was so smart, he would have known about Buddha. He would have known about Krishna.
Who else was hearing from God around the time of Jesus? Who else?
All the Pharisees.
All the Pharisees.
And again, I'm going to repeat myself to you. Sister, I am not just talking.
You're so threatened by what I'm going to say that you don't have the ability to actually have me respond. It's sad. That's why you blocked me.
Sister, if you want to play the victim,
I understand.
Playing the victim. Then stop throwing accusations. I already told you that is my program. But you keep playing victim. You keep playing victim because you cannot control my program.
I'm not playing victim by being honest.
Then you talk when I give you a chance to talk.
You're a big man, but like behind all the ego,
Again,
you're just a small
now you're going to insult typical Christian.
Oh no, I'm not insulting
you. When your ideology fails you, you start throwing accusation because you're always the victim.
But
you're always being persecuted, right?
How is my ideology failing me if I'm not even able to fully respond
because I told you it's my program and I do what I want. If you don't want to be here, you can leave.
Yeah, it gives
Okay,
a little bit
leave.
of it gives a
Listen,
little bit
listen,
of
listen. I have given
narcissism.
you, listen, I would interrupt you. I would do anything I want, right? I gave you in advance. It's not like I'm acting in a way that I did not tell you before. You're the one who you keep trying to change me, even though I was honest with you who I am. I said,
Yeah.
if you don't like the way I run my show, leave. You refuse to leave. And yet you continuously keep pandering me about being myself.
Oh no,
That's
because I think
evil. That is wicked
it's
as
not.
fuck. That is
Oh
wicked as
no, but
fuck.
here's the thing. Here's the
If you
thing.
don't want to be interrupted, leave.
I'm not pandering you for being yourself, but
If you don't want me to interrupt you,
I
leave.
do have the ability to observe your behavior, and because I
Sure, but
operate
my
in truth,
behavior
I'm gonna
is
speak on it.
consistent. My
So
behavior is
if I'm
consistent with what I
seeing
said
here
I
that
would do.
if I'm seeing here that you're
My
that you are
behavior is consistent
if
with
I'm
what I
seeing
said
here
I
that
will
you're
do.
revealing that you operate in narcissistic traits, that you
Of
seem to be
course.
like
Do you know that it
narcissism
is? Did
or
you know that it's not?
narcissistic, I'm gonna
Do
let
you
you know.
do you understand that it's narcissistic to call someone narcissistic? So you couldn't call me a narcissist unless you were narcissistic.
That's a lie.
Okay, then what's a narcissist? Tell me.
A narcissist is someone who has a inflated sense of ego, pride.
You have such an inflated sense of ego, you can't even humble yourself and realize that it's my program.
Oh, really? Because you literally
Yes,
just said
your
that
ego is so
you
inflated
literally
right
were just
now.
saying how
Your
you
ego
literally.
is so inflated right
But
now.
remember,
It has
when
to
I was
listen. Your
remember
ego
when
is
you
so
were just
inflated.
talking
You
about
think you're
how I
smart
had no
enough to
sense of
call me a
self.
narcissist on my own
Remember
program.
when I literally said I don't have an ego at all because I find my worth in who Jesus says I am. So
That's
now I have an
usually what
inflated sense
people
of
that have
ego.
egos say.
Pick a
People who have
side.
egos, do you know there's something called false humility? You are falsely humbled because your behavior is not consistent with someone who is humble. If you were truly humble, you wouldn't have complained even one time. You would never have complained even a single time. Let me ask you a
Just
question.
because
When
you're humble
sister,
doesn't mean that
sister,
you're a doormat.
sister, when Jesus was taken to go and be crucified, how many times did he curse out or accuse his persecutors? Since Jesus is your example of being humble, right? How many times did Jesus say a bad thing to anyone or accuse anyone?
Oh no, he didn't accuse anyone, but he did
That's
accuse
how I
someone.
know you're full of
Not when
shit.
he was being
Listen,
persecuted, but he did accuse
if
people.
Jesus was on my
What
program,
did he
Jesus
say
would have
to the
just
Pharisees?
listen.
He
If
said,
if Jesus was on my program, Jesus would
your
have kept quiet the
father,
whole time. And no matter how many times I interrupted Jesus, Jesus won't say shit. If Jesus was on my program right now, no matter how bad I behave, Jesus would have just said quiet. And even if he only got a chance to say one word, he would say one word and he would just let it be. I've read the book. I read the book. Your behavior right now is not like the behavior of Jesus. Your behavior right now is that of someone who is full of themselves. You think you're so righteous that you think you got something to come and give us that we don't have. You think you're so special that you've discovered this new secret of righteousness that you can come and give us. You are the one who is the ego you are projecting. And you know the good thing about it? I have structured my program in such a way that I become like a mirror. So I allow people to expose themselves by bouncing off my behavior. So I can take whatever form and shape that I need to take to make my guest behave in their true nature. The fact that I have said to you multiple times, this is my program, I will interrupt you, gather your thoughts, because you know what? I'll let you go one point. I have made it extremely clear to you. But you can't get over the fact that I blocked you in your other account. So you came in this account and you feel the need to throw accusations to make yourself feel good. Why can't you just
oh no, it
accept that you're
doesn't
not
make
in
me feel
control here?
good. It's just the truth. So this is the thing. It's the truth. A lot of people run from the truth. A lot of people don't want to deal with the truth. But if I
You're
see
running away
something,
from the truth. You're running away
no,
from the
if I
truth that
see
you ain't
something,
special. You're
okay,
running away
see,
from the truth that you're not special.
but when did I ever say that I was special,
You say
Bakanga?
didn't you say you found this special relationship with Jesus that you want to share with people? Isn't
I
that your
never
cross?
said that I never said that I found
Hold
a
up.
special.
Isn't it your
Oh
cross?
wow.
Isn't that your cross? Isn't your cross to motivate people and to share what Jesus revealed to you? Because Jesus only revealed it to you. Jesus didn't reveal it to everybody else. So it's only you that Jesus revealed it to.
No,
You think you're special, right? You're
the
so
same
special
gift
that
the same gift that I received is the gift that's available to everyone, but you have to seek him with your whole heart. I seek Jesus with my whole
again,
heart. That's the only difference.
but
I
that's a
revealed the
claim that
truth
you
about
haven't
everything
proven
that I was
that.
concealing.
Prove to me that you seek Jesus with your whole heart.
The fact that I seek Jesus with my whole heart is the fact that I revealed everything about what I done in the past.
Okay. What's the last sin you committed?
The last thing that I committed, going to
The,
food instead
the
of
last sin.
God. Yeah. Going to food instead of God.
So let me get this right. What was the last sexual sin you committed?
Last sexual sin that I committed, that was probably like over a year and a half ago.
I didn't ask you when it was. I said, what was it?
What was it?
Yeah. What was the last sexual sin you committed?
It was right after it was right after I had the encounter with Jesus actually, and I tried to like use my toy, and it literally didn't even like nothing was happening down there. So I ended up like cutting it.
Oh, so you were masturbating with a
Yeah,
vibrator?
I attempted to.
How long ago was that?
Like a year and a half ago.
Were you a Christian then?
No, I wouldn't say that I was a Christian. I just had an encounter with Jesus.
When did you have the encounter with Jesus?
Probably like not too much before that. So it was like so I had the encounter with Jesus, and then I was just bored, and I decided that like the enemy was just trying to get me to do something. So I was like bored,
Hold
and I
on.
was
The
like,
enemy?
yeah, he tempts you. He gives you desires and all that
Hold
stuff.
on.
So
So you're
I was
telling me that you're telling me you're blaming somebody else for your own desires?
No, I'm not blaming someone else. Allow me to explain because you asked me and I'm willing to explain. So I was just sitting there and then I had a thought like, oh, since you're bored, why don't you do that? So then I went to do that. And when I went to do that, nothing happened down there. Like normally there would be like some type of reaction, but it's like nothing happened down there. And then that night, I just ended up going to sleep and I woke up the next day and God literally just like showed me like how much like because I was like exposed to like essay at a young age and like corn at a young age and all that stuff. So from the time that I was really young, like at a really young age, like masturbation and all that stuff, it like ruled my life. Like it was like such a big part of my life. Like it was all I used to think about. I was like obsessed with corn at a young age, like at like
So
12,
you
13.
haven't used your vibrator in a year?
So I haven't used it. I literally cut it up. Like I was so disgusted by it when God revealed to me how much power that had over me my whole life. I literally cut up all my toys and I haven't did none of that in like a year and a
Damn,
half.
you have more than one toy.
Oh yeah, I had more than one.
So you've been celibate since then? You haven't slept with nobody?
I've been celibate longer than then.
Oh. So hold on. Are you the one that had herpes?
Yup, you remember. Yup.
Damn, girl. You know what? Your behavior is actually much better than last time. Because now I remember exactly why I blocked you.
Why'd you block me?
Because
I was
I
talking about
think
something that was
hold
going on
up,
in the
hold
world.
on,
I
hold
was
on,
sharing prophecy and that's
hold
why
up,
you
hold
blocked
up.
me.
No. You were into so much of your feelings back then. You couldn't understand what I've been trying to show you right now, that this is my program, right?
No, I was sharing
You
prophecy.
notice what happens when you actually let me run my show the way I want to. It's not that I'm incapable of listening to you. It's just that I do what I want. It's my program, literally. Like I
Yeah,
do what I want. Like
dictatorship.
I'm gonna do what I want. It's not dictatorship. It's the privilege that TikTok has given
You
me
literally said
as
you
a host of
dictate.
the show, right? Listen to me. You choose to use those words because you can't tolerate another person being in charge of what has been given to them. TikTok gave me the ability to be a host of a show. So I have decided to take control of every aspect of that opportunity. I'm not here to pamper you or to satisfy you in any specific way. I'm here to do what I want to do. That's why I commit my time as a host. If you became a host today and I came on your program, you say go left, I'll say yes, ma'am. I'm a yes, sir, yes, ma'am on other people's programs. On my program, I control everything. Not out of any type of personal thing against you, but that's how I choose to run my program to get the results that I want to get and to bring out the information I want to bring out to my audience. Now, if you understand that, then naturally, like I said, you wouldn't try to stop the wind. You would rather just sail with the wind. That's how people used to sail back in the days when boats didn't have engine, right? You don't stop the storm, you go around the storm. No matter how strong the wind is, that's why you need a navigator. So if you can't deal with me being who I am, it's just because you can't navigate this storm that I have created. And usually, you know what happens in a storm? If you can't navigate it, crash. Once you crash, we see all your treasure in the sinks in this ocean. That's why religious people who come to my show and they lose their cool, they don't realize that I'm creating the storm to make you as uncomfortable as possible. And usually when you become uncomfortable, you lose your self-control. And when you lose your self-control, you expose yourself, and we see you for exactly who you are. You can't really hide yourself. That's why
Yeah, but I'm like Jesus in the boat. I'm
those
sleeping
words
in the storm.
those words that you use to describe me, that's just a reflection of who you really are in the inside. Ego, narcissistic. Think about it. All those words that you use to describe me, it's a reflection of what's in your heart. You know what I'm saying? Now,
Besides, I don't see
you've
myself as
you've
superior
you've
over anybody.
you told me that's exactly what people who are superior to other people say. Because I already told you
Okay,
that
if you say
ego.
so.
Listen. Your ego and your sense of self is your most superior thought. The highest thing that a human being can know is to know that you are you. That's what makes you a person. Like, you have to naturally be superior to everyone else to be able to differentiate that you are you and you are not them. And no one will ever know as much about you as you know about you, no matter who they are, right?
I would
In
have to
that
say I
s-
disagree.
in that sense, you are superior to everyone. You have superior knowledge of who you are, much more than anybody else does in this world. That is what ego is your sense of self. Your sense of self is not a harmful thing. There's nothing wrong with having self-respect, self-esteem, even if it's overinflated. Now,
You could
if
have
I
ego with no
listen,
knowledge.
sister. Also, it also depends on how you react with your overinflated ego, right? Some people have an ego that they can solve every problem. So when they find themselves in a situation, they go above and beyond to help people solve those problems. It's that overconfidence in their ability to solve problems that turns them into an asset. Some soldiers have an overinflated ego in their sense of pride as Marines, so they will never leave a man behind. Bro, I'll do anything for my people. I'm strong, I'm capable. I don't care how many bullets. That's what motivates him to run across the battlefield in a storm of bullets and pick up his friend who's half dead, walk right back, and his friend survives. So ego, you're trying to make it seem like it's this bad thing. That's literally that's what a firefighter uses. A firefighter would never go into that storm if he didn't think that he could survive the fire. Think about it, it's his ego that allows him to be humble,
Can you
to
look up the
care for other
definition
people.
of a narcissist?
Didn't you tell me the definition of a narcissist?
Can you look it up?
I mean, didn't you tell me that you knew what it was?
Oh, I know what it is. I just want you to look it up.
Okay, I mean, were you wrong?
No.
Okay. Let us look at it and see if it defines who God is. Because I'm pretty sure that if there's a narcissist, God is the biggest narcissist of all. A person who has an excessive interest in or admiration of themselves. Do you know anybody who has any more admiration in themselves other than God? I am God, and there is none like me. You shall have no other God but me. I am a jealous God. Tell me anyone in your existence that you know that is more narcissistic than your God. Let's be
Narcissists.
honest. Let's be honest. Why
Wait,
does
so
God need you to worship him?
you remind me kind of my dad. Do you want to know why? Because you ask a
Listen.
question and then you proceed to like answer it. Like my
Hold
dad
up.
used to always do that. He was a narcissist. He still
You
is.
know, it's called a
Asked me a
rhetorical
question
question,
and then he
right?
proceeded to answer it because he doesn't
It's
really want an answer. He's
it's
just trying to prove his point.
it's a rhetorical question. Yes. So if I ask a question and I answer it, it's because the question was a rhetorical question. That's literally English language.
But then why couldn't you just make a statement since that was the whole point?
That's the whole point. I made a question and I answered the question. That's a rhetorical question. I'm asking a
Yeah.
question that the answer is already known. I'm just restating it. You see what I'm saying? You're calling the people narcissists just because you can't speak English, my dear. Damn.
Oh no, the reason why I called you narcissist is because
You say your dad used to ask questions and answer them himself, and that's what makes him a narcissist? Are you really that pitiful?
oh no, there's more qualities. I can list a list of like traits if you would
I
like.
understand there could be more qualities,
I
but
don't make like
but,
statements.
but,
I'm not gonna make
but
a claim without being able to back it up. I could back it up. Like
sister, I just asked you a question. Do you know anyone more narcissistic than your God?
but that was a rhetorical question, remember?
No,
You
I'm
answered
asking
it.
you now directly, not as a rhetorical question, but as a direct question. I'm asking you, do you know anyone more narcissistic than your God?
Narcissists don't have the ability to show empathy. My God showed so much empathy that he literally sent his word as human to atone for our sins so that we can literally not like experience death and live eternally once
Okay,
we accept him.
you know what
That's
that
pretty
means? That
empathetic.
means that I couldn't be a narcissist because I show empathy all the time.
Really, I've literally never saw you show empathy.
I'm pretty sure you don't spend 24 hours with me every day, and you don't
Oh
even know
no,
what I do
not
for a
I'm
living.
talking to, so make
You
on
you
this.
don't you
So
don't even
would
know
you
you don't
say
even know what I do for a living. If you knew what I do for a
would you
living, you realize that you cannot do my job without being empathic.
don't you build planes or something like that?
Yes,
Okay.
and if I don't do my job, people will die, like literally.
Wow. Okay, so I get it. But that's not
Like
showing like
if I don't if
but
I
you
don't
do
put
your job,
if I don't put other people before myself, it will not take
but you're
much
so
to
you're not doing your job to make sure those people don't die. You're doing your job to get paid. That's why you're
no
doing your
ma'am,
job. If they
no
took away
ma'am.
the pay, then
Listen,
you wouldn't be doing your job.
listen. So you're saying to me that a doctor does surgery to get paid?
Yeah, a doctor will even like
So
amputate
so so
my
so
why did you ask me a question?
hold up,
Why
hold
did
up,
you
hold up,
ask me a
hold up.
question just to literally like
Because it's my
respond, like
program.
let me
Because it's
answer?
my program. Because it's my program.
Okay, so you like to ask yourself questions. This is not like a
No,
debate or anything. This is
I
just
like to run my show
Bakanga
the way I
talking.
want
Got
to.
it.
I like to
That's not
run my show
narcissistic
the
at
way I
all.
want to without having some so-called humble person consistently interrupting me, trying to tell me what I should do or what I shouldn't do.
If I don't
You're
interrupt, I
like I
wouldn't do
said, you're
that.
full of shit. You're full of shit because listen, I already told you it's my program. Don't complain about anything I do that you don't like. If you don't like it, just leave. It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't matter what I do. As long as you don't like what I'm doing, just leave. But I'm going to do things that you don't like. That's how I run my show. I said to you, the way I run my show is a storm. There's going to be a lot of things that will make you uncomfortable. If you don't like the storm, don't even get in the storm to begin with. But you're chilling here of your own free mind and then still complain about the damn storm like somebody forced you to go into it. That's really weird, man. People who are going to look for trouble just to complain about the trouble. Damn, my dear. Damn.
So how do you show empathy at your job? Like besides the fact that you build planes, like what empathy are you actually showing the individuals, like the people?
Okay, I'll give you an example. When the plane is getting ready to take off in the morning, right? At my job, I'm a lead mechanic. So every time the pilots will show up to the plane an hour before the plane actually takes off. And they will turn the plane on if we haven't already done it for them. Sometimes when we turn on the planes ourselves, we turn on some major systems. That's kind of standard practice, honestly. So when he comes, he will shut off some of those systems and then restart them again, like his GPS tracking system and the other rules that helps with geolocation. And then he starts up the APU, which is an auxiliary power unit. It's like a miniature engine in the back of the plane. He can use that engine to power the aircraft. Then they disconnect ground power. And then he sends the co-pilot outside to do a walk around the plane. The co-pilot goes and he looks at the tires, look at all the flight controls, everything is good. And they come and sit down. And then maybe they will see something that kind of makes them worry. And they'll be like, let's call the mechanics. The flight is literally about to take off in like 5 minutes. So I will get there and he will say to me, I saw this and it's making me nervous. The way I show empathy is I need to understand why he's nervous. I shouldn't just say, bro, you're stupid. Like it's supposed to be like this. Sometimes it's the simplest stuff. It's not even an issue. It's just stuff that he doesn't know because he's not a mechanic, right? And all I'm gonna do is reset. I'm gonna do is just reset one little button. I could sit down there and be mad that he called me for that. Or I could really consider the fact that he's truly nervous because, truth be told, a plane is not something you can pack in the air and then just freaking fix it. So every single thing makes pilots nervous. So my job is not just to have empathy, but to also have sympathy and be understanding and also help alleviate his mood by giving him the confidence that not only did I do my job right, but he should trust the work that I have done, right? That's just one way we show empathy. Now, another way that we show empathy is sometimes the cleaners who clean the bathroom, they won't do a good job. I could call the cleaners and yell at them, or I could go down there and clean it myself. Even though I'm not getting paid for that. Even though that's way beneath me. You see what I'm saying? That's how we work together as a team, right? If a teammate messes up, why am I going to bully you and push you and call you stupid for messing up? No, empathy is I feel your pain. Maybe there's something going on in your life. So you know what? I'm going to cover for you. Everybody that does my job has empathy. It's impossible. It's so stressful. Everyone is always under stress. Empathy is necessary. The same thing is true for a doctor. If a doctor doesn't understand that cutting into someone's stomach is a painful experience, he can't do it diligently. Empathy is simply the ability to feel other people's pain. Now, if you want, I can keep telling you my interaction with the flight attendants on my job, with my bosses, the way we solve problems, the way we do ethics, the way we do integrity, so that millions of people can fly every day. People who don't care cannot do my job. Listen. One of the biggest requirements when they're vetting out mechanics, they vet your ability to have empathy. You have to be a person who naturally cares. If you don't care, they don't care how skilled you are. If you're a person who doesn't care, you're not going to work there. You see? So by your definition, your God cannot be narcissistic because he showed empathy by giving his life for you. Well, I give my life all the time for people. There's things that I do that the company doesn't pay me for, but I have to go above and beyond just because I care extra. Even if I have to go walk around that plane just one last time just to double check. Right? So by that nature, no human being can even be narcissistic because every human being has a form of empathy. There is no human being in this world that's completely void of empathy. So you calling someone a narcissist and then saying that having empathy makes you to where you cannot be an empathy, you shot yourself in the foot because there is no single human being who doesn't have empathy. Even serial killers have empathy.
I believe they have shame, but I don't believe they have empathy.
What's empathy?
Empathy is the ability to understand and share feelings of another. So I don't believe they have empathy, which is why some serial killers... Wait, see, I don't believe they have empathy, which is why some serial killers can literally, they'll see, the person's parent crying, and they'll literally just look at them with a blank stare because they feel no empathy. They're just yeah, well, I had a desire to kill them, and I don't really know how to, So they just, or have you ever, personally, I've dated narcissists, so, if you're, crying, they'll just look at you and, look clueless. They don't even have the ability to comprehend. How would you show empathy for someone? Let me ask you this: How would you show?
No, hold on. Before you ask me that, okay, just hold that thought. Don't lose it. I think you're misunderstanding the definition of empathy. It says the ability to understand and share the feelings of others. You don't have to do anything after you understand. I can understand and share your feelings and still not do anything about it. But as long as I have the ability, sister,
the feelings means that you literally you understand and you share the feelings, meaning that you feel the way that they feel about what they're going through without even having to experience it.
Anybody can do that, but not everybody's gonna do something good because they feel that way.
So someone who has empathy, let's say a serial unaliver, they have empathy for the fact that the parent of the child that they unalived is standing right in front of them, sobbing their eyes out. They're not going to just look at them with a blank stare, emotionless, because they have empathy. You're going to have some type of emotion or reaction towards that person because you literally see them sobbing and you share the feelings of another. So, you don't even know what empathy is. So that reveals a lot right there.
Sister, I'm reading it to you, and you're just spilling a bunch of baloney that has nothing to do with it.
The fact that you have to look up a definition in order to understand what empathy is because you never had the ability to show it. How do you show empathy?
Sister,
tell me how you show empathy to someone who literally just lost a loved one or something.
Sister, stop being stupid. Come on now.
Oh, you calling names now?
No, I'm not calling you a name. I'm just telling you.
Your real character's coming out, I guess.
No, I am telling you directly. I'm not sugarcoating it. I'm not trying to misconstrue it. I'm saying it directly. Stop being stupid. Let me tell you why I'm saying you're being stupid, okay? Listen carefully. Empathy is defined as the ability to understand and share the feelings of... Sister, stop interrupting me. Let me finish what I'm saying.
I just read that definition.
I am not just talking to you. I'm talking to 525 people.
The ability to understand and share the feelings of another.
Stop interrupting me.
You're so threatened by me. It's funny.
If you think so, I will block you again. And then you're going to have to make another account. You want me
Oh no,
to?
I didn't make
Hold on,
another
hold on,
account.
hold on,
I
hold on,
already
hold on,
had
hold on.
this account.
So what makes you think that I care about talking to you so much that I can't block you? Tell me to block you right now, and I will block you.
Oh no, I know that
No,
you'll
no,
block
no.
me.
I dare you to tell me to block you, and I will block you. Or you can tell me not to block you, and I won't block you. But whatever you tell me to do, I will do. Tell me right now to block you, and
If
see if I
you
don't
if
block you.
you want to if you want to
No,
block
no.
me,
Listen,
if you
listen,
block me,
listen.
I'm not gonna shed
I
a
will
tear.
only,
I'm gonna move on with my life,
I
and
will
it's gonna
only
be the
not
end of
block
it.
you on one condition. You stop freaking complaining about how I want to do my show. If you want to keep complaining, I will block you.
Go for it. It's not gonna bother me.
You're
I'm
telling me to
still
block
gonna
you?
be alive. I'm gonna
Are
scroll
you,
on
are
to the
you, are
next
you, are
live, and
you,
I'm
are
gonna
you
hop
telling
on
me
their
to
live,
block
and I'm
you?
gonna talk to them.
Listen, that's what I'm telling you. You're just one human being that came to my
Uh-huh.
program.
And
If
you're
you
just
want to
one,
talk
and
with
you're
me,
threatened by
abide by
me,
my
which is why we're
rules.
not even talking about the topic because you don't want to talk about God with me.
Why will I feel threatened by you?
Okay, so this is the thing. You feel so
Is it
threatened by me.
possible that you feel threatened by me and that's why you keep
No, let
interrupting
me
me on my program?
wait a second. I
Are
have been
you threatened by me?
I have been sitting here
Are
quiet
you
and
threatened by me?
I have been sitting here
Are
quiet
you
and just
threatened by me? Are you threatened by me?
absolutely not.
Okay,
That's
then I
why I
told you
let
that
you
this is
talk
my
without.
program. I will do whatever I want to do, and I'm giving you the respectable courtesy of telling you to leave if you are not threatened by the fact that I am free to run my program the way I want to. If you keep trying to make me change the way I run my program, throwing accusations to try to manipulate your way in trying to change the narrative of what I'm saying, guess what? Leave. This is your time. This is your opportunity right now, right? If you're truly not threatened by my freedom of doing what I want to do on my program on TikTok, leave right now. This is your chance.
But I feel like you want me to do that, so that's why I don't. Because that's
If
why you've been doing all
I
this
want you to
talking.
leave if you're
I
threatened by me.
see
But
I
if you're
see the
not,
way
sister,
I
if you're
see the
not
way
threatened
that
by
you
me, don't stay
I
here.
see the way that you
Listen.
operate with other
If
people
you're
on
not
here.
threatened by me, you can stay here and keep talking with me, okay?
I
I
see
don't
the way
mind.
that you operate. Like I've watched your show and not came up, and
I just muted you because I can do that. Like I said, if you want me to block you, I will. If you don't want to let me run my show, you can leave. I don't really have to talk to you, Jalissa. If the conversation is benefiting my audience, I let the conversation go on. I'm only talking to you right now because you are exposing to us the inner works of the minds of excessively religious people. That's the only reason why I value talking to you. Because you are proving to all my audience how religious people behave when they cannot control the situation. They begin to play victim. They begin to throw accusation. This is my program. It's not your program. If you don't like it, please, I'm begging you, just leave. If you're not going to leave, guess what? That means you are accepting my program the way I decide to act it. Simple as that. Now, I'm going to give you the count of 5 to unmute and give me confirmation. If not, I will drop you and go to the next human being. 1, 2.
what are you looking for?
All right. So did you understand what I just said?
Yeah, you said it like 5 times.
I said I was going to count 5 times if you didn't unmute and say.
Oh no, I said
and,
you said it like 5 times. Like you've just been repeating yourself this whole time. So I've
Okay,
heard what you
good.
said loud and clear.
Good. Now, so if your behavior after this point contradicts the fact that you said you heard me and you understood me, I will just block you, okay?
Okay, yeah, that's totally fine. I'll
Okay,
move
good.
on with my life. I'll go to
Good.
another live and I'll talk
Now,
to
if
someone
you
else.
really
Yeah.
wanted to move on with your life, you would have left of your own free will.
Yeah, but you want me to do that. You literally want me to leave. That's why I'm not.
Listen. If I want you to leave, I would drop you.
Oh yeah.
I want you to stay here. Like I said, you are exposing the inner works of an excessively religious person. So talking to you gives my audience exactly what I'm selling. I'm telling people to stop believing in God. And you are why. Think about it, okay? My statement says stop believing in God. Everyone is asking me why. By talking to you, this is why, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you something about this woman that we're talking to, right? And I'm not going to try to insult her, but let me show you exactly why she's the prime example why you should stop believing in God. So she used to live a life so promiscuous and she didn't give a shit until she got herpes. When she got herpes.
Oh, even if after I caught herpes, I didn't care. Get it right. Don't mess up my story now.
Hold up. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. She used to sleep around, do all the nasty shit in the world. and she didn't give a shit until she got an STD. Once she got an STD, I bet you she couldn't enjoy life with other men, with men the way she used to want to. Because obviously now you have a venereal disease you can give anyone. No one's going to want to be with you. I don't know any man in his right mind that would want to be with a woman that he knows that has a disease. So as a woman, she got lonely. In the midst of her loneliness, like all other victims of religious indoctrination, she found religion. And her religion was all she got. That
Oh,
is the
actually,
source.
I still was sleeping around and I got a boyfriend for like a year and a half, so I wasn't lonely.
Like I said,
And then it turned out
hold
I
on,
slept
hold on.
with him. I slept with him while he with my herpes, and I didn't tell him. And then turned out he had HPV. Isn't that wild?
So you got HPV too?
Oh no, I don't have HPV, but I slept with someone who did.
Like I said, for someone with your
But
reputation, there's no need for me to even be convinced that you could ever speak the truth. But let me continue what I was saying to my audience.
well, I just
So
did.
you have to understand that this woman's life is full of trauma. So just like somebody else would have gone to alcohol to help them deal with their trauma, somebody else would have gone to marijuana
Oh, I
to
went to
help them forget
alcohol.
their
Went to marijuana.
sister,
Well, I
I'm
want you to tell the
talking.
story. I
I
want you to
am
tell the story
talking.
right.
I am
It's important.
talking. I don't give a shit
I
what you
went to
think. I'm
alcohol.
talking.
I went to marijuana. I went to
I'm talking.
shrooms. I went to Molly. Tell my story right.
Guess what? I'm gonna drop you, then I'll tell the story. She wanted to keep interrupting me, so I just dropped you so I could tell the story. And when I'm done telling the story, I will go on to the next guest. You know what I'm saying? Then I will go on to the next guest. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, so that woman, she had herpes. If you don't know what herpes is an STD. They say people who have it, they're always scratching under there, always itchy. It was only after that she had herpes. She probably went into depression, isolation, loneliness. I'm not trying to make fun of her, but I'm trying to show you how she coped with her situation. You know, some other people out there, when they have an STD or they have some type of traumatic situation in life, they become alcoholics. Some will go and do marijuana. Some will do cocaine. Some will do meth, right? Some people, if they don't do any drug, they go and believe in God. Believing in God does the same thing to your brain as alcohol. It makes you forget reality. The more you believe, the more you forget reality. The more you drink, the more you forget your problems. The more you smoke marijuana, the more you forget about your problems. The more you sniff cocaine, the more you forget about your problem. That is how it works. So me trying to convince her that there is no God is like us trying to convince an alcoholic that alcohol is bad for him. Have you ever tried to convince an alcoholic that alcohol is bad? Have you ever tried to convince a meth head that sniffing meth, smoking meth is bad? Stop believing in God. It's damaging your brain. Next guess. Next guess. Hello.
Hello, hi.
Go straight to your point.
Can you tell me why you think we should be godless?
Because being godly is useless.
Do you believe in a supernatural being?
I don't believe in anything.
So what controls this world?
Nothing. Your world is not being controlled.
Okay, so somebody had timing for the day, for the night, for rain, for winter, for summer. Who does that?
No, nobody does. Those happen naturally. That's why it's called nature. It doesn't need anyone to do it. It
Who's
just
the lead
happens.
of nature?
Nature.
So who leads the nature?
Nature.
Hmm.
That's why it's called nature. Do you even know what nature is?
I do, but who created nature? How did it
Nature,
start?
something is nature because it's not created. When you create something, it becomes artificial. You know, that's the difference between natural things and artificial things. Artificial things were created. Natural things are not created. Natural things are self-occurring. That's why I asked you if you even know the meaning of the word nature. If something is nature, that means that nobody created it.
Okay. So if you don't believe in God, okay, let's say you don't believe in anything. So what guide your morals, your values? Where do you take your guidance from?
My need to survive. So my values I do whatever I need to do to survive, and I'll help whoever helps me survive. That's how I do my values.
Okay.
So I use common sense. I don't need any book. I don't need anyone to tell me anything about values. I just do anything I need to do to survive. I do it. If my survival is not being threatened, then I do whatever I need to do for fun. When I do something, I always think about the natural reaction of the people around me based on what I did. If I don't like what they will do to me, then I don't do it. But if I don't care what they will do to me, then I do it. For example, personally for me, I will not go into my neighbor's house to go and steal because they might have a gun and I don't want to get shot, so I don't go there. That's the reason why I don't go and steal from my neighbor's house. I don't want to take my neighbor's wife because I don't want to fight with my neighbor. You know, he might be crazy. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go and rob a bank because I don't even think that I don't want to be running away, having people chasing me around. But look, if I did not care what my neighbor would do, I'll go and take his wife. If I did not care being chased by the police, I'll go and rob a bank. But personally for me, I don't want to do it because it's just too much work. I'd rather just sit in my house and enjoy a cold glass of water, you know? That's how my morals are. That's where I get my morals from. I don't get my morals from anybody. I just get it based on my need to survive. Common sense.
Okay, I'm an African, and I don't want to have a conversation about a God, but yet I don't believe about religion. That's I have a problem with because I think it's a white man thing, and there is no way a white
Religion is
man.
not a white man thing. Africans have religion too, and it's the same problem. Even our
No,
traditional
I'm saying
religions in
that,
Africa, even our traditional African religions had problems with it the same way as Christianity does. In fact, we had religion before white people. Religion
yes,
was
we
in
did.
Africa before white people.
Which kind of religion was it we were worshipping?
Traditional religions. Listen, you have to understand that religion is a form of government. Okay? Religion is a form of government where somebody will claim that there is a supernatural power and then claim that they are the ones who have a connection to that supernatural power and that everybody else must come
Ah,
to them to have access to that supernatural power.
I see.
So it doesn't matter
Yeah.
what the supernatural power is, as long as somebody calls themselves a priest and they say, look, you cannot access this unless you come through me. Now, when you come through them, they begin to tell you what you should do. They say, live this way, live this way, live this way, live this way. Do this, do this. So they start telling you how to live your life. That's why I said religion is a form of government. The King of England, the kings of Europe used to claim that they have the divine right to be the rulers. So because of that, they're the ones who own the land. They're the ones who control everything. They make the rules for everybody to follow. So as long as people believe in the God of the king, people will believe that the king is the king. But if you say that God made you the king and I don't believe in God, I will not give a shit what you say. If you tell me what to do, I'll fight back. But if I believe in God and you convince me that God is the one who told you to be king, then whatever you tell me to do, I will do. Even if you tell me to give you my wife, I might even give you my wife. That's what kings used to do. So anywhere that you believe in God, any type of God, it is toxic. That's why in 2023, in fact, when the American people started their country, they knew it. They knew what I was telling you right now. So they created this thing called separation of church and state. So they took away the most powerful weapon of religion, which is government. Religion is almost useless when it cannot tell people what to do. God is useless when God cannot be used to tell you what to do. The Americans were like, we want to build a country where those who are in charge are not people who are bowing to God. No. We just want to use our own brains to govern ourselves. If you want to still go do religion, go and do it over there. Go to your church, your different churches. But the priest is no longer the one who will be telling us how to control our country. We're not going to go and fight wars because God told you that we should go and fight the crusades. No, we're not going to do that bullshit no more. So religion has lost its power. And it's losing more
So
power
who gives, right?
until it becomes completely irrelevant.
Who gives soul power for a person to be born? Who create people?
Nobody creates people.
Okay. How are children born? And Chinese have tried to create a human being and they are not able to.
Sister,
Does
if you
that
want to
that
know
tell
how
us?
children are born, come to my hotel room. I will show you real action. Tell me where you are right now, and I will book a hotel. Me and you will enter that hotel. And 9 months later, in
Yeah.
fact, after 2 hours, you will be sweating. After 2 hours, you will
Oh
realize
my
that
God.
creating children is hard work.
Mm.
You need to have you need to have flexibility around your waist. You know, for a man.
Oh,
For a woman, you need to be able to. For a woman to be able to create children, you have to be able to not make too much noise, especially when you're dealing with the rock.
African lock.
The divine rock, the power, Mbolalogy.
There's a lot of people. You guys are waking up. There's a lot of waking up. So I don't know who is right and who is wrong, and therefore that's the reason. For me, I would just want to listen, understand,
Begin to
and
use
hear.
your own brain. Look, you're already sweating. You are already sweating, and I'm not even in your hotel room. Come on.
This thing is pepper. Can you imagine what you've learned for 30 years? Now it's not true.
It is. Let me tell you, okay? Thinking is a skill. There is a basic level of thinking that every human being has just by living life every day. But there is another level of thinking when you begin to think about thinking. So it's almost like double think. You know, somebody says you're double thinking yourself. Double thinking is the best thing because when you're double thinking, that means you are making sure, you're double checking, you're inspecting, you will catch every mistake. So if you triple think, then you catch even mistakes that you could not catch when you double think. When you quadruple think, that means you can catch mistakes that you did not do when you thought the first time, thought the second time. So you need to be able to think about one problem as many times and as many ways as possible. That's why they always say when you have a problem, look at that problem from multiple perspectives. The more perspectives you look, the more solutions you will have. But religious people, let me tell you, people who believe in God, as soon as their child is sick, they just blame the devil. They don't even think. Maybe it's because your child was playing in the rain and drinking dirty water. That's why your child is sick. Now you're blaming the devil. So instead of taking the child to the hospital, you are praying for the child. 2 weeks later, the child is almost dying. That is when you're taking him to the hospital. Your brain is slow. It happens to us Africans all the time. People become sick. Instead of going to the doctor, instead of doing first aid, because they're ignorant, right? They go to church. So somebody can begin to shout over you, in the name of Jesus, I cast out malaria. You cannot cast out malaria in the name of Jesus. Nobody has ever been casted out for malaria in the name of Jesus. You cannot even cast out HIV/AIDS in the name of Jesus. You know.
We have more churches than bars.
It's sad. You have anything else for me, my sister?
No, that's fine. You continue with what you're doing. Let's keep on learning. Asante.
Thank you. Stop believing in God. You don't need to believe in God to live. I know that my words are making you uncomfortable, but this is the truth that nobody has told you, because you are born in a world where most people are sheep. Your belief in God, that's what's causing you all your problems, because it's not allowing you to see the world outside of your religion. The moment you stop believing in God, your brain will activate 50 more percent. Do you know how America became the #1 country in the world? By removing God. They distanced themselves from God. That is why when they wanted to go and bomb Japan, you think that they were asking God for God's opinion? Do you think the Americans were asking for the opinion of God before they dropped the bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Do you think that those Americans, remember, the bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, those bombs, that was what ended World War II. Those atomic bombs. Do you think the Americans believed in God? You think that those Americans did not know that there were women, children, and innocent people in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? And yet they did it. Now today, America is a great country. You Africans, you're praying to God every day. Look at Nigeria. What's up, man? Go straight to your point. Straight to your point. Bro, I said go straight to your point.
Okay. Me, I am from Ivory Coast. My English is not so perfect, but I have just one question. Do you think that we can act on ourselves for healing without use medicines, pharmaceutical medicines, and
Yes,
using also our?
it's called placebo.
Mhm.
It's placebo. But placebo is dangerous because if you're not actually receiving real treatment, placebo cannot save you from dying from a disease. So placebo is when somebody has maybe HIV/AIDS. If you can convince them to forget or to think that they don't have the disease, then that person will have more energy because they will ignore their problem. So yes, placebo is like belief, right? Most people are scared to die. Most people are afraid to die. So you can convince them that don't be worried about dying. When you die, you will go to a good place. So when you tell them that lie, it will now make them not afraid of dying. But the only way you could have done that was to lie to them. That's how placebo works.
Okay, because we know today that there is a secondary effects, bad secondary effects on the medicine, traditional medicine from pharmaceutical industries. You see, so even if we take such medicines, we can be hurt also.
Of course,
On peut tomber.
everything in today's generation has to be precise. That's true. So we need to do more research. It doesn't matter what type of medicine there is. We need to do more research. But thank you for your time, my sister. I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
I want you to go straight to your point. God does not exist. God is not real. There is no God. God is the figment of the imagination of men. Hello.
What's up?
Please, straight to your point.
Have you managed to convince anyone in your family that God doesn't exist?
I'm not trying to convince people.
Was you born into religion?
Of course.
So you got yourself out of it?
You know what, bro? Every once in a while, one rat escapes the laboratory. Yes, I did. I am the rat that made it out of the lab. You see, all the rats in the lab, they knew that life was better in the laboratory than in the sewers. But why they didn't notice that the reason why a lab is good in the laboratory is because they're being used as test subjects. The laboratory is religion.
But of everybody in the world that stopped believing, do you don't think the world be like the Book of Eli?
No, it ain't gonna be like that. In fact, the world's gonna be like the book of Eli if people had kept believing in the same way they used to believe all those years ago.
You think so?
Bruh, you realize that people used to fight crusades. You see Palestine right now? It's just Israel and Palestine, bro. If this was 200 years ago, England, France, all the white countries and the Christian countries would have sent their armies there. And then all the Muslim countries would have sent their armies there. They wouldn't give a fuck. They'll just go fight. That's why they fought so many crusades. But right now, there's something we call the United Nations. There's international law. So you can't just really go and do that shit. And then we do a lot of business with each other. So nobody wants to fuck up the system, right? So we still find a way, though, to get it done by giving Israel better weapons. But that's called the Holy Land. And it's not strange to anyone that more than 7 crusades were fought. The Ottoman Empire and the British Empire. Kings used to leave from England and take armies with them to come fight over Jerusalem, bro. Over some bullshit beliefs, bro. Bro, can you imagine those people armed with AK-47s rather than swords and shields? Can you imagine those people armed with atomic bombs and intercontinental ballistic missiles? Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Do the majority of people from China is not religious, and the
China
majority
is officially an atheist state. Yes, sir. So the Chinese government does not recognize any gods, but China does allow certain religions as long as those religions are registered under the state. But yeah, there's no freedom of religion in China.
Why you think they just smarter than us? I'm not saying I don't
The
think they're
Chinese
smart.
right now, among all the human groups, the Chinese are the smartest on earth right now. They're the next big empire.
So you think
I don't think they're gonna overthrow America because America is more diverse. But if China can find a way to make Africa great and working with Russia and everybody else, then yeah, then for sure America will not survive. But if Chinese people don't kind of like learn how to embrace other races, they won't survive. America's got the beauty of that. America is the only country in this world that could put a spy in every city and every state of every country in the world. There is somebody from everywhere in the world who is a US citizen. Like, bro, like if you know where I'm from, let's say the CIA wanted to take over my tribe, bro, they could buy me with enough money. And I'm not the only one. And I come from this place all the way in the middle of Cameroon, like middle of nowhere. You ain't never heard of that shit, bro. Like, there's North Koreans here. There is nobody on earth from anywhere that you can't find in America. So they built a country made up of the entire rainbow. But China is just this one group of people, right? So China doesn't have inclusivity, but they're working on it. Look at what they've accomplished just by themselves. Imagine if China was diverse. Holy shit. If you had black Chinese who had equal rights in China, bro, China could invade the US overnight, bro. They'll send spies. Right now, a Chinese spy in America is easy to catch because they all look the same. What if Chinese were black, white, brown, green? You wouldn't even know. Right now, if America wants to invade China or infiltrate, they could just take my black ass and send me over there. As long as I talk with an accent, the Chinese will think I'm from Africa.
Congo, do you think the majority of African people and black people are the most religious in the world?
Bro, you don't even got to ask me that, bro. We also the brokest.
I know that. Why is it so hard for us to let it go? Well, for them, I'm a Bakongian.
Bro, let me tell you something, bro. Black people only got 2 modes. They're either scared as shit and boneless and spineless, or they're vicious like lions. So when a black man have his confidence, can't nobody stop him. But when a black man lose his confidence, bro, even a dog without no teeth has more courage than a black man who has no confidence, bro. And black people are scared of what will happen to them if they stop believing in God. Because they believed in that shit for so long, bro. They can't get over the fact that they might go to hell. Do you know how I overcame the idea of God? I just became okay with going to hell. Like I was no longer scared of going to hell. And then the more I thought about it, I realized, holy shit, it's actually impossible to go to hell. Like there's no reason why God would want to send me to hell, no matter what I do in this life. There's no reason, there's no good logical reason why God would send me to hell. Because if hell was real and there was a chance that I was going to go there and God was the smartest person ever, God would just come down from heaven in person and just come let me know. God would never send somebody to come and tell me something that important. He would come himself, like in person, not like in spirit or none of that bullshit. No. If hell was real, I'm telling you, bro, like Jesus is going to knock on your door tomorrow and come tell you. He wouldn't just tell you. He'd take you there. And he wouldn't just take you alone. He would take a whole group of y'all. So y'all don't think y'all's crazy. That's what a person that has common sense would do. You're not going to write a freaking book from 2,000 years ago and have that motherfucker change like 1,000 times and expect people to read and then figure out that hell is real. That sounds like you want people to go to hell.
So do you think the elite actually do not believe? They know there's no God? The elite?
Everybody on earth knows that there's no God. Some people cannot live, though, without knowledge. Those who know are rich and powerful, free and autonomous. Those who understand and accept that there is no God. But the elite of this world, I think they're already mostly superhuman. The true elite. They have the best medicines. They have the best of everything. Like they're literally superhuman. The real elite of this world are human beings, bro. But they can live for really long. Some of them, bro, they straight up on human diet, bro. Let me stop talking about this, though. Thank you for your time, bro. I appreciate you.
All right, now.
They're not reptilians. More like vampires, if anything.
My English is not that good, but like I just wanted to ask you, has believing in God destroyed or harmed someone in any way?
Yes. Yes. Hello?
It has?
Hello?
Like, damn, bro, who the hell was snoring like that? What's up?
Yeah, yeah, you hear me?
Go straight to your point.
Oh, yeah.
If you're a slow thinker and a slow speaker, please don't send your request. Come up, go straight to your point. Hello? Listen, Don't say hello. As soon as I bring you up, just start saying your point.
Yeah, what part of Africa you from, dog?
Doesn't matter where I'm from, bro. I'm West African.
Yeah, it do matter.
I'm West African.
West Africa, Ghana.
Nah.
Hey, why your people sold the slaves to the white people, the Europeans?
We're no more enslaved to the Europeans than the black man in America is.
No, I say why your people sold slaves to the Europeans, made the Atlantic trade slave.
We didn't sell slaves to the Europeans.
And why y'all captured slaves for the Europeans?
We didn't capture slaves for the Europeans.
How y'all didn't? I mean, y'all, the history repeating itself right now. The same thing y'all did back then, Ghana president doing the same thing right now. Y'all tried to join hands with Russia.
Do you
Y'all tried to,
realize
hold on,
that?
let me finish talking.
No. You hold up. Do you realize that Africa back then was like tribal, right? It was like not nationalistic the way it is today. So you can't really combine everybody in the same group in terms of what was happening back then, because there's not a single person who didn't lose family members. So it's not like why y'all. There's no y'all. It's like everyone. And some of the people who went into slavery, they were oppressing other Africans, right? And when they lost the war, guess what? The white man says, I need workers to help me work, right? And so you were giving the white man workers. You weren't giving him slaves.
So do you know who the white man is out there?
Out where?
In this world. You know who run the world? The white man, huh? So you know who the devil is, huh?
So if the white man run the world, do you know it's because he outsmarted everybody else? So it's not the white man's fault that we're a bunch of dumbasses who don't know how to fight, unite, and build strong armies. You don't blame the white man for being weak, my friend. If we were strong,
But no,
the white man wouldn't do shit to us.
Yeah, because they go back to what I was asking you the first question. Why your people sold our people to the white man?
Our people didn't sell your people. We are the same people.
I say your people from Africa. Why did your people sell our people to help the white people capture us?
There's no your people and our people. That's the dumbest shit and the most uneducated shit I ever hear from my
How
black
is
African
that dumb
American
and
brothers.
uneducated? I'm calling you out on what your forefathers did. How
Listen
is that
again.
dumb and uneducated?
Because the people who were sent to the Americas came from every tribe and every family. Everybody lost somebody, bro. The fuck are you talking about?
Man,
there's no you. There's no you. There's no you and them.
Even accept us from America, man. What are you talking about?
Listen. There is no
people from
you.
Africa do not accept us from America. We
But
don't even look the same as
bro,
people in Africa.
Because there were people that were brought from every tribe together, mixed together, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm trying to educate you, bro. If you went to Asia, right, and you took people from every tribe and every family in Asia, you have some Chinese, you have some Indians, you have some Russians, and then you put them all on a plantation and make them fuck each other, bro. You think the babies will all come out looking the same, like the original Chinese, original Indians?
Brother, what I'm saying is like what you were saying earlier.
The black Americans were taken from every tribe. Most tribes back in the day would not even intermarry. But when they were brought into the Americas, you could have been half Fulani and half Yoruba. When Yorubas and Fulanis didn't even used to intermarry on the continent. But when they came to America, because they came from all tribes, you had people that were 6 foot tall marrying people that were 4 feet tall. Then they'll have these babies that have small legs but big tops, or big tops, small legs. The reason why black African Americans look the way they look, slightly different, is because you're a mixture of different African tribes. And among us Africans, we can tell when we see you. Based on your hair, your nose, we can tell what tribe you're from or how many tribes you got just by looking at you. Your lips, your nose, the shape of your legs. Some brothers can't build legs for shit because you have Fulani. Fulani's are skinny as hell. But you can see, but the brother got arms like looking like the Hulk. Yeah, because you have Fulani and you have Yoruba or you have Igbo or you have something else. That is how we know the difference. You see,
I know about the Igbo tribes and all that. I know about all that.
In your mind, you over here thinking that there's a group called Africans and there's a group called African Americans. Nah.
Man, no, I know what's going on. I know what's going on in the world.
Then don't ever in your mind come to an African and say, why did y'all's ancestors sell our ancestors? Bro, do you know how many Africans were fleeing away because you didn't know who was going to turn on you because it was big business to give workers to the white man, the
Big
Europeans.
brother, what I'm trying to get you to understand is your people don't accept our people over here. As of today, y'all
Listen
do
to
not
me.
accept us.
Listen to me.
Y'all do not accept us at all. So
Again,
that's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Again, that is a really narrow-minded view. But let me
That
educate
is
you,
not
okay?
narrow-minded. I can show you multiple videos
Bruh,
of people
just
from
keep quiet.
your
Just,
section
brother,
from
just
Africa
keep
that don't
quiet. Let me
accept us,
educate you,
man.
man. Stop talking, bro. If you're talking, I'm talking. My audience can't hear nobody, bro. I have to drop you. Come on.
Man, my brother, when I was talking earlier, you cut me off so you could say what you had
Bro,
to say.
it's my program,
I
right?
know it's your program,
All
it's your
right, so check
platform,
this
all
out.
that.
So
But
check this out. So
at
check
the end
this
of
out.
the day, I'm trying to have a dialogue with you.
Brother, I know you're trying to have a dialogue. I ain't trying to have a dialogue. This ain't no dialogue. This is the Tezok show. This ain't the Tezok and guest show. No, this is my
Well,
show.
look, Tazok, you wrong.
Alright,
You leading people
alright,
to the ditch. That's what you're
alright.
doing.
Let me,
That's what you're doing.
bro. Are
God
you
is
so
real.
now you're gonna get
God
mad at
is
me?
real.
You gonna get mad? You're gonna start causing trouble just because I told you that it's my program?
No, I'm not trying to call on trouble. I'm
So,
letting you know
bro,
how
I kept
what's
telling
real
you,
and what's not
bro.
real.
I keep telling you to just let me finish what I'm saying. Your ass over here trying to
That's
bulldog
why
me
you
like
couldn't tell me where
it's
you
a world
from. 'Cause
ego, bro. I'm trying to explain to you that we Africans are still tribal till today. So as a black African American, if you don't understand our tribal differences and what the significance of being from a tribe is, then you might think that Africans don't accept you. The thing though is that Africans value their cultures and their traditions still. We have our own monarchies, our old kings, we have our tribal languages. It's very strange for an African, a real African, to run into another black man who don't got a tribe, who don't got a tribal language, and who don't got a people. You get it? Because back home, we like the hyenas and the lions. If you see a lion in the wild and you're a hyena, you should never assume that there's not other lions around there. So if I see a Yoruba man, I know he got family, bro. So if I'm fucking with him, I'm fucking with his whole tribe. If I see an Igbo man, it's like that. So based on the image of the media has misinformed African Americans. And the media has also misinformed Africans about African Americans.
Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that.
Bro, let me finish what I'm saying. So the African, he doesn't really know the African American that well. We know better today than we did 10 years ago. The African American doesn't know the African that well. And even when the African American try to go be with the African, you approach the African like he's just another regular ninja in the street in America. The African ain't you got to think about it, bro. Unfortunately, some of the shit that was done to the black Americans on the plantation was never done to the African. So
I know that's why we the chosen people on this earth. That's why we the chosen ones.
Bro, there is no we-is. You're not separate from us.
No, that's why the people from America, the black people, we the chosen ones. Y'all from the tribe of Ham.
Bro.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all worship animals and stuff. That's why you don't believe in God.
Let me repeat
myself. Come on, man. That's why you didn't want to tell me where you was from. You can cut me off now, though.
Let me repeat myself to you,
you can bring me down, though, now. That's what you going to do.
Let me repeat myself to you, right, bro? One thing that pains me the heck, bro, is how ignorant some African American men are, bro. The worst ones. Let me finish what I'm saying, bro. So you can respond, bro. Come on.
Go ahead.
Damn. Y'all just be following whoever the fuck come and tell you whatever makes you feel freaking good. How many times have I told you, bro, that the African Americans are Africans from every African tribe? There's no specific African American that comes from any unique tribe. In the last 200 years, African Americans, you can trace, go do your genealogy. You come from every tribe, whether it is Ham or Shem. You don't come from one single tribe. African American people, African American men and women as a group only have the fact that you are the descendants of those who were put on plantations. That's what you guys have in common as a group. But as far as your relationship to other black people, we have the same DNA, the same genetics. You guys are just more mixed than we are on the continent. Because even on the continent right now, you will never see a Zulu who goes up to Nigeria to go marry a Hausa. But if a Zulu was taken on the plantation and a Hausa was taken on the plantation, the white man used to do eugenics. He'd take the best black man that he could see, the best black woman. He didn't give a shit what tribe you came from in Africa. He made y'all sleep together and have babies. So there is no distinctive identities in terms of Ham and Shem. That's some racist bullshit that you inherited from your slave master, bro. Like,
So
if
you
you're
think
smart,
by us going through slavery, we not the chosen ones like the Bible say?
bro, because you going through slavery was us going through slavery because you guys came from everywhere in Africa. You came from all of us. You didn't come from a specific group. It's not like you went to one location in Africa and only got a specific group of people. No. You took people from every family. The reason why we survived on the continent, bro, is because we were polygamous. So the average man back in the day, bro, when the white man came and was taking slaves, the average man had like 4 or 5 wives. A really wealthy man could have had 50, 60, 70 kids. So if you had 5 of your kids taken up as slaves, of course you will mourn them. But you still had a big ass family. You know what I'm saying? And if you went down the road and you took the same thing from somebody else, bruh, it was really hard to get rid of families. Because the way African tribes are formed, there is only strength in unity. And if you're going to fight against another tribe, you want to fight with your own blood because you can trust your own blood more than everybody else. They got the same shit to protect as you. So it was our survival tactic for millions of years. A man shouldn't only have one wife, and women understood that. Rather than be with one broke man, it's better to go be with a wealthy rich man. Let me tell you, bro, you ever notice that there is something in America called the absentee father? You ever notice that black men get accused of cheating a whole lot in America? You ever notice that?
Oh yeah.
Do you know why? Because you're like us. We black men in Africa, we're polygamous. We're not designed genetically, we can't stick with one woman. We naturally get more than one woman. And for us in Africa, we still can, but you can't in America. So the white man made a law in America saying you can only have one wife because he knows your history. He knows that the black man is at his greatest strength when he can have more than one woman. But the European, he can be at his strength with his one wife. So the American system is designed against you. And because you're over here calling yourself a Shemite, Hamite, you don't even know this shit.
You think I don't?
You don't know it because you believe in the Hamite Shemite bullshit that was made up by the white man.
That wasn't made up by the white man. The white man just took the scriptures.
Bro, there is no such thing among any African tribe in Africa, bro. We don't call ourselves Hamites or Shemites. It don't work that way. That's why you actually gotta go to the continent. No, bro. There is more than 1.5 billion black people on the continent.
What they call Ethiopians, they not Hamites.
There is more than, because the Ethiopians have Caucasian blood in them. The Caucasians have.
They're not Hamites.
Bro, are you an Ethiopian?
Who, me?
Ethiopians.
I'm from America. I don't know what the fuck I am. I'm a fucking gumbo. I'm mixed with all kinds of shit.
Ethiopians have some Caucasian genes because when white folks began to interact with black folks, those were one of the first civilizations that interacted with each other, right? So what you call a mulatto. Many Ethiopians are mulattoes, right? But not just Ethiopians alone. Most of the East Africans. If you even go down to South Africa, you will see half Chinese-looking Africans over there. Like Mongolian, they got them eyes, right? Because the east coast of Africa interacted with all the civilizations that were in the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Meanwhile, when you go to the west, the reason why the Moors and some black people were already in the Caribbean way before Christopher Columbus is because the Africans on the west coast of Africa, they used to sail into the Atlantic. Meanwhile, the Africans on the east coast, they used to sail into the Pacific. When you sail into the Pacific, you're going to run into the Polynesians, like the Samoans, right? That's why you go to South Africa, some of them are big as a motherfucker. They're mixed. And you go to Hawaii, some of them got African blood in them too. You go to India, bro, you see some black people who look you go to Papua New Guinea. Do you know that there's a tribe called the Pygmies? You ever heard about the Pygmies?
Nah.
Okay. The Pygmies is a tribe of really small black people. They don't grow taller than 5 foot tall, bro.
Oh yeah, I seen about them on Discovery Channel.
There's only two places in this world that you can find Pygmies. In the middle of the jungle of the Congo in Africa, south of Cameroon, and on an island in the middle of the Pacific, all the way almost next to China, called Papua New Guinea. They're the exact same people. But one of them is in the middle of freaking Africa, and the other one is all the way in the Pacific, bro. You ever wonder how that shit happened? There is a tribe in in Cameroon. That tribe, there's about 75,000 of them. They speak a language that is spoken by more than 300 million people in India. So their tribal language is actually the old official language of India. It's called Tamil. How does a tribe in Africa end up speaking the language of India? It's because the history was deleted. That's why some of you African Americans, I'm telling you, bro, your lack of education, bro, about what Africa really is so mind-boggling. Y'all can't really understand the riches in reconnecting yourself with the Africans instead of creating the whole Hamite, Shemite bullshit. I'm telling you, we as Africans, we're very diverse in of ourselves. We're not just diverse into two groups. We're diverse into millions of groups. And we identify ourselves based on our tribal languages, our cultures, and our traditions. And even some different tribes have relationships, right? Some tribes are just neighbors or brothers that split up. You know, let's say me and you were brothers, bro, and you got 5 wives, and I got 6 wives. And we live, you move down to South Dakota, and I move up to North Dakota. Bro, after 100 years, bro, you and your 5 wives, you would have became almost 10,000 people in 100 years. Because your son's going to have as many wives as possible. Your grandchildren going to have as many wives as possible. We was multiplying as a motherfucker, bro. If you make polygamy legal in America, bro, it wouldn't even take 50 years for black people. Bro, can't nobody have a sex drive like black people, bro.
Hey, you worry about that?
That's why you got to put this abortion clinic out there. You got to put abortion clinics to make sure, bro, despite the abortion clinics, that's why you got to lock them boys up in jail. Turn them into, you know what I'm saying, how men doing stuff with men. Because like that, they can please and satisfy their sex drive, but they're not going to impregnate nobody. You got to understand psychological warfare. What you think of the African, bro, if your mentality of the Africa does not help you get closer to the African, bro, that means that you've been brainwashed. The truth about who you are as a black man, your roots are in Africa with everybody else in Africa. So if somebody is showing you something about Africa which does not make you go closer to Africa, they're lying to you. If you knew the truth about who the Africans were, you would naturally want to be with them. That's your people. That is your people. All of them. In fact, you as an African American, you're the only black man that can go to any tribe and claim to be from there. You, as you're talking to me, bro, you probably got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tribes inside your blood, bro. You can go anywhere in Africa right now and claim relationship with anybody. Be like, I want a piece of land right here. That Hamite bullshit and Shemite bullshit is all BS. Just like the whole Esau and Jacob bullshit. White people is Esau. Bro, you realize that it takes 2 white people to make a white person, right? So even if Esau was a white man, he would have needed a white wife for white people to be white people. If Esau was a white man and he married a black woman, white people wouldn't exist. You get like mulattoes. Stop using the Bible to describe black people. That shit don't belong to us. We are an oral traditional people. Our traditional languages, bro, is so advanced. I'm telling you. We can store information in our speech, in our tradition. We don't need to write shit down because our brains can remember it based on what we say. The only thing you need to write down is when you're building machines. When you're building machines, you need to do blueprints. But language and history, you don't need to write it down. Because no matter, if you write down history, bro, let me tell you the bad thing about writing history. If somebody fuck around and put down a lie, you fucked up an entire race of people forever. But if you simply bring 100 men in the room and you tell them the story, and you tell those 100 men, go home and say the same story to your sons, you can't really fuck up that history, bro. Because you're going to have to fuck up them 100 men and fuck up their 100 sons and their 100 grandsons. But if I write a fucking book and I'm like, everybody in this world, this is the real history. So people don't want to remember shit anymore, right? Because you wrote it in a book. But guess what? You wrote a lie in the book. Now there's nobody else that can come and say, hey, he lying. Because my father was there when the story was said. My father was there. 100 men will pull up and be like, He lying. My father was there. My father said, so and so, this, so and so. So my father gave me this. This was the rock of agreement on that day. This was the jar. This is the tradition that we practice because our ancestors were there. That is how we Africans transmit information orally. Oral tradition in terms of history. History that is spoken is better than written history. It's kind of like checks and balances, bro. Do you know how come you think that you're thinking about the Hamite bullshit and the Shamite bullshit, but I don't? Because I can go to all the African tribes right now and ask them, are you a Hamite? Are you a Shamite? And they'll be like, what bullshit is that? If we were Hamites and Shemites, you could go to any African tribe and they will tell you which one they are. And we're not ashamed of who we are. If we were Hamites, we would simply say we're Hamites. We don't need to lie. We love our culture and our tradition. But you trying to call us something that we don't call ourselves is like you trying to tell us that we don't know who we are. That's the same racist bullshit that the Europeans were pulling. You trying to tell me that as an African, I don't know that I'm a Hamite if I was a Hamite? There's no such thing as a Hamite among us. Not even a single African tribe. They created the whole Hamite and Semitic shit, bro, so they could put those white Jews in Israel. That's why they are called Semites. Last time I checked, nobody considers your black ass to be a Jew, bro. Definitely not the United States of America.
I mean, as I can consider, you know what I'm saying, the Jewish people that's in Israel right now, that the Hamas people fighting, that's the fake Jews, and we the real ones.
Brother, listen to me. The reason why they put Ham is because Ham is the black man. Ham is the ancestor of all black people. Shem is the white man and the Jew. And then Japheth is the Chinese man. That was the original intention of that writing that they wrote. That is why they were able to justify the enslavement of black people. That's why black people were enslaved by all these groups I'm telling you. They did not see all of us as the same. So it's amazing to me that some black people don't even realize that. That when the writers of the Bible put Ham is the ancestors of all black Africans. Shem is the ancestors of the white man and the Jew. Japheth is the ancestor of the Chinese, the Mongolian. That's why they are unique. The three sons of Noah, right? Those are the three major ethnic groups. You have dark-skinned people.
Yeah.
You have white people. And then you have the Mongolians. They have unique features. Now, everybody else is like a mixture of all of those. So you have to think, when you over here calling me a Hamite, like that ain't what you are from the perspective of your former slave master. It's racist. They made it that way so they could justify our enslavement. Your enslavement. That's why your ass ended on the plantation. Because they came over there to collect Ham's descendants. They didn't even collect no Shemites. You see how they conned you, bro? They literally gave you the same shit that they used to enslave you, to make you feel good about yourself.
Well, look, check this out then. You think Africa gonna be blessed by y'all helping them enslave us?
Bro.
Do you think your country gonna prosper, grow bigger than what it is now?
Let me ask you a question. If Africa wasn't blessed, how come the African people are the only people who were never kicked out of their land by the colonizers? The colonizer took the land of the Indian, Native American Indian.
If Africa was blessed, y'all wouldn't need help from the Europeans and China and Russia.
Hold up.
Y'all wouldn't have signed with BRIC.
Brother, listen. If Africa wasn't blessed, bro, let me finish. Bro, let me say this to you. Check this out, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
If Africa wasn't blessed, how come, though we were colonized, we're the only ones who were strong enough to protect our land and to take that shit back? The Native American Indian, his ass is on reservation. He lost a whole goddamn continent of North and South America. You ain't going nowhere right now.
You know there were black people, huh?
Hold up, bro,
you know there were black people, huh?
Bro, just hold up. You can't go nowhere right now in the entire continent of North and South America where the Indians are the ones who are in charge and they got their own country. No, they live in reservations, bro. If you go to
That's
Australia,
not the real Indians.
brother, those are real Indians, bro. Like I said to you, now you're miseducated
Brother, my
again.
great grandmother, my grandfather, they full blooded Indians. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They not the
Brother,
real Indians.
brother, if you don't want to educate yourself, bro, and you just goes
I'm
based on
trying to
what
tell you
people
about
who
my
are
history though.
vindictive, bro, you are from Africa, bro.
Brother,
Some
my
of
great
your
grandmother,
ancestors,
my
bro,
grandfather, they
hold up,
was
bro,
raised over here on this land already. They didn't
bro,
come from Africa.
bro. Some of your ancestors might have been here maybe 100, 200, 300 years before, because West Africans were navigators. Okay, a lot of West African nations were sending ships and boats into the Atlantic Ocean way before the Europeans. So yes, some Africans got here, but when we got here, we already met the Polynesian-looking Indian, the one that you're talking about. The ones that you're saying are fake Indians. No, they were here first. They've been here thousands of years. But this is not even the first time that we black people were on this side of the continent. Some black people might have come thousands of years ago, true. But the majority of the people on this continent were the ones who live in reservation. That's a fact. They are Polynesians. You have to understand the history of the Atlantic Ocean. You see, when you go to Hawaii, you see the native Hawaiians. The native Hawaiians were Polynesians.
Yeah, down there Asians.
Brother, they were professional sailors. They navigated the whole world. It is them who came to the Americas and populated the Americans before anybody else. From south to, that's why they look the same. They even genetically, their DNA, they are the ones who have the least African DNA. Among all human groups, the Native Americans, some of them don't even have they have no relationship to us as Africans. Meanwhile, even the Europeans got some African in them. But the Native Americans, they're like their own brand of human beings, some of them. That's a mystery. Some of them cannot reproduce with black people at all, because that's how unique they are. But they got their land taken, despite how great and mighty their civilization was. Same thing with the people in Australia. But you know what happened to us in Africa, bro? They came, they used us against each other, because they weren't a white soul, bro, who could walk his ass into any African place and tell nobody what the fuck to do, bro. So when they came, they saw the kings who were powerful. They saw the people who were willing to do fucked up shit, and they made friends with them. Then they brought their religion. If you could convince influential people among the Africans to convert to your religion, then you can now use your religious beliefs to make them do shit for you. So they infiltrated Africa. Africa was not even colonized. It was more like infiltration. They made friends with the right people, until slowly they began to change the culture. But guess what? They were never able to uproot, to remove us from the land. We were too many. We were too diverse. It was almost impossible to get rid of any family. And we had too many skills on how to survive in the jungle. Go and look this up, bro. There's an article that was written back in the day. It's called The White Man's Grave. 70% of the white men who went to Africa died there. 70%, bro. 70%. Whether you were an explorer, a missionary, whatever you was, you went down to the river, you drank the same water that the Africans drank. The next day, you were rolling over your belly. But the Africans, they were going right back to drink that water because it didn't do shit to them. So yeah, you want to talk about being blessed? Africans are still here today because we're blessed above everybody else. If what was done to us was done to any other group, those groups usually went extinct. They say Christopher Columbus brought syphilis, tuberculosis, and wiped out entire Indian tribes. You couldn't do that shit to us Africans. We got the fucking immunity. We got immunity, bro. You talking about blessed? You know anybody that got all their shit stolen, but is still hanging around? Why do you think the world is so scared of Africans? Why do you think the Europeans work so hard to make sure the Africans don't control themselves? Because then freaking Wakanda will become real. You saw the attitude of the Wakandans? That was the attitude of the old African kings, bro. We didn't give a fuck. That cost us, though. That cost us. Because we were so confident in our physical strength that we didn't realize that technology had improved. So the white man got gunpowder and got cannons. So the white man put his brain to work and he invented a bunch of amazing things. That's why the white man is on top today. Because the white man figured it out. If you get rid of religion, people become more creative. So the white man created a country called America. And the white man said separation of church and state. The white man was like, well, you see these black people that were keeping here as slaves? We need to create a system where they can become free one day. Let me tell you the secret, okay, of the American founding fathers. The American founding fathers were not sure what Africa would become. They were not sure if Africa was going to become a great empire as well. Because the history of Africa, literally, bro, is just mighty nations and mighty kings, vicious fighters. So they did not feel safe enslaving black Americans. Because if Africans ever got power at the same level of Europe, they were afraid that now their descendants will have to fight a war against a very powerful empire, right? So what they did was, within their system of government, they created a document that can change with time. We need the black people to work for us for free. But they're not always going to work for us for free. But let's use the free labor until we don't need it anymore. Then we will set them free. Because if we keep them as slaves, surely their brothers will come and rescue them one day. And that will destroy everything that we build. That's just, listen, bro, that is how you build a nation. That's why the American founding fathers were geniuses, all of them. They were men who could think 100, 200 years, 400 years, 500 years into the future. America is not today like this by mistake. They took the freaking land of the Indian, make it theirs. They took the slaves from Europe, gave them rights. They took the African kings and lords, used them as labor. When they were done using everybody, then they set everybody free. Because by that time, they control all the money, they control all the system. And that's where we are today, right? No, nobody's stopping me from going to Harvard. I can become any doctor in America. I can go to school in America right now and learn all the knowledge that I need to invent new shit. There is, as a black man in America, nobody is stopping you right now from using your brain. If me and you got together right now that we want to invent a technology that can help black communities build houses to help people, and we just think about it, bro. Bro, we can live. Let me not even talk about non-religious. We can go to every church and pitch them that idea, every black church, and they will fund it. The problem is that we're not using our brains to think about what we can do to make ourselves great. But white people always think like that. And let me tell you something that the white man got. It doesn't matter how much white people fight each other. It doesn't matter how much white people kill each other. The moment that they find an enemy who doesn't look like them, they will kiss each other's toes. They will unite like they never had beef. Explain to me how the fuck Germany was completely destroyed after World War II. France was completely destroyed after World War II. And yet, this is 2023. There are 5 great nations in this world. Germany and France are one of them. How the fuck do you think that happened? You know what America did? America gave, the white folks in America, they gave the French all the loans they needed. They went to France and rebuilt France. They went to Germany, they rebuilt that shit and made that shit strong because that's their people. You see what's happening in Ukraine? You see how these white folks are jumping to go save their own people?
Oh, yeah.
But y'all black folks over here, y'all always looking for a reason to hate on each other. Can't get along for shit. Every time a black man fall, other black people be happy.
Hey, but you know why though? That's from 400 years being on a plantation, being beat to death.
And
you know what I'm saying?
And miseducated too. Like I said, that ideology of Hamites and
Yeah,
Shemites.
we couldn't learn to read and write for 400 years. We're gonna get killed,
brother. That is why you need to stop spilling the whole Hamite Shemite bullshit and understand that shit don't apply to us. You my brother. I'm your brother. We might not be able to get along because we're not seen on the same page. But we don't need to be doing shit that makes us to be hating each other. I'm not saying that you have something against me. I'm just saying that we should not teach that shit to our kids. We shouldn't even suggest to our kids that they're not the same. Every black kid in America should be raised thinking that Africa belongs to him. That he needs to take whatever technology he got here and go and take what belongs to him. He can't do it alone. So he can't afford to kill his fellow black brother in the street because that's who he need if he's going to go conquer Africa. You got to teach that to a black kid. Now, if he wants to conquer Africa, he can do it in two ways. He can build weapons and bombs. Or he can go back and see his old African brother over there and say, hey, bro, you see, I got the quantum mechanics knowledge. I got superior engineering. I got all these medical sciences. I just need land. It looks to me like your kids don't even have water to drink. Listen, me and my brothers, we gonna dig wells for y'all. We're gonna build some houses for you. We're gonna help y'all do this. How about y'all just give us some land? We can build a city from scratch, a sanctuary for our people. But your people are welcome here too. Look, your son can marry my daughter. Your daughter can marry my son. You go back to your African brother, and the African brother is like, well, you have technology. I have the land. How about you bring your technology on my land, and together we can build ourselves up. If we do that, then there's hope for us black people. Just like the white folks, America. Bro, do you know how much money the US has given Ukraine?
Oh yeah, trillions of dollars.
So if you as a black African American, you go to Africa, you're like, I'm an investor. But I'm not just invested in your land, I'm also invested in your genetics. When the white man go do business in Africa, he ain't coming to offer his daughter to the African tribes. He ain't saying, marry me. He ain't saying, I'm trying to be part of your tribe. He ain't trying to say, look, I got a story to tell you about what happened to us for 400 years. Come on, let's drink some palm wine. You know what we do in Africa when we got beef and we want to fix that beef? Everybody brings some palm wine, some traditionally made wine from your farm and from my farm. And they'll be like, you will sit down and I will sit down and you'll be like, my brother Tezak, I need to tell you a sad story. A long time ago, your direct forefathers captured my direct forefathers and took them to the strange man. The strange man took us to a strange land. This is what they did to us. Brother, when you are done saying your story, bro, all these African women and children and men gonna be crying like it's a funeral. Because if there's one thing that we black people can do, we African, we can cry as a motherfucker when shit hurt us, bro. Bro, if you ever been to an African funeral, bro, don't ever go to an African funeral, bro. Bro, if you think funerals are sad, don't go to Africa. Bro, I don't care who you is, you gonna cry over there, bro. We cry like it's a sport. Because when shit hurt you, shit really do hurt you. That's all we need to do. We need to communicate, me and you. You know,
Yeah, you right about that.
most Africans see the black African American as a gangster, as a dangerous wild animal who's gonna try to rob your ass. So if you got dreads, the African thinking your ass dangerous, but they don't know that you have that dreads because that was your message. You were telling your old slave master that, look, I got roots. You see, my roots go back. The very thing that the black African American does to stay connected to Africa is the very thing that makes Africans think that you full of shit. Because somebody told us, as Christians, that we're supposed to cut our hair. But our ancestors never used to cut their hair. So now you see another black man who didn't cut his hair, you thinking that he's some type of gangster. Bro, that shit was so bad in Nigeria, bro. They were killing motherfuckers, bro, just for having dreads. Yeah, it was so bad. They had to protest. If you were a black Nigerian man and you had dreads, they just assumed you were gangsters. A lot of young men were being confused for criminals. But this will change. This will change. You know what I'm saying? But me and you, we need to quit the whole stepping on each other shit. I'm not saying that you can't say, hey man, how come some brothers and sisters were sold? Because it's not like we're denying the fact that people were sent away. But don't try to make it as a point of separation, like a reason why we need to be having beef. No. If we're going to talk about what happened in the past, it's so that me and you can find a solution. Not because you're a Hamite and I'm a Shemite. Nah, that's some racist bullshit. Not because you're my brother and I'm your brother. Long lost brothers. And our survival literally depend on each other. I got the land, you got the knowledge. I got the history, and you got the new story. The new story is the knowledge of technology and science. The history is the knowledge of our language and tradition. The African got the history, the African American and the African Caribbean got the new story. Put the new story and the history together, and you get the everlasting story. The moment we stop believing in God, we're going to realize that all we got is each other. And when we try to build ourselves as black people, it's not so that we can treat white people like shit. Hell no. If we do good, white folks gonna do good. Because we ain't finna do that animalistic shit. We don't need to when we're strong. We sing, we dance, we make rap music. That's the type of folks we is. When we feel safe, all we do is sing and dance, bro. We're not going around colonizing and taking other people's shit. We don't do that shit. When we feel safe, everybody gonna be laughing and dancing. Even the Chinese gonna be dancing. You got anything to say before you go, bro?
Nah, man. You know, just wanted to know that, bro. Cause they don't teach us about that or tell us about that or nothing. And over here, it's
brother,
like
even if you can't do it, bro, take your children on a pilgrimage. Take your children to the Holy Land of Africa. To a black man, there is no land in this world that's more holy than Africa. That is your inheritance. Bro, your inheritance ain't no little piece of shit in the Middle East. They made the Middle East, the little piece of land Israel, they made it holy. So black people won't figure out that the Holy Land is actually the whole goddamn Africa, bro. That's your fucking land.
Yeah.
Bro, the Holy Land is a million times. Bro, Africa used to be called Al-Kebulan. Africa used to be called Al-Kebulan, which means the mother of humanity. It also used to be called the Garden of Eden. When the Europeans first discovered Africa, bro, that's where all the animals were, bro. Think about it, bro. If Noah had an ark, how the fuck did all the animals end up in Africa, bro? That shit must have happened in Africa. That's where you got all the monkeys, the gorillas, all the great apes. You ain't got no freaking monkeys and gorillas up in Europe. That's where you got the elephants, the zebras. And 99% of all the animal species in this world are on the continent of Africa. So how the hell are you going to have any Garden of Eden, which was not in Africa? But if they convince you to go fight over a piece of land that's dry like a motherfucker, then your attention will turn away from the whole ass continent that you got. Green as a motherfucker. And then you're going to be fighting over a little piece of sand when you could have the whole freaking continent. Bro, why do you think you got white folks in South Africa? The Europeans really wanted to take Africa. They wanted to. They tried. It's not that they didn't try. They wanted to take it like they did with the 13 colonies. So they went to Africa and they fought against the Zulu. Yeah, they defeated the Zulu, but they didn't get rid of the Zulu like the Native Americans. They didn't fucking put the Zulus on plantations. Fuck no. They couldn't do it. They couldn't. So now, the white folks were only able to, they went to the South. They didn't make it past the South. They didn't make it past the South, bro. Bro, you know what you need to do to make it past the South of Africa? You got to go through the Kalahari Desert, bro. If your ass have not been in that desert for millions of years, you're going to die before you even make it one way out of it. Then when you're done going through the Kalahari Desert, you got to go through the goddamn Congo. Bro, the Congo's so deep, bro. Bro, you could walk down the road in the Congo, bro, and you come back 12 hours later, grass already grew on that path that you walked. It rains that much.
Yeah.
It rains so much, shit grow overnight. So it's very common for people who don't know the jungle to get lost. Africa is rich and blessed for all humanity, but it's our land. And if we don't value it as black people, I'm saying black people, not just black Africans, as black people, if we don't value our land, the Chinese and the Europeans and the Americans will take that shit from us.
Oh yeah, they trying to fight World War III on y'all land.
It's all about Africa. Thank you for your time, my bro. I appreciate you, okay?
Same to you, bro.
Let me bring up Lekete. Lekete. Your ass be sitting over there so patient as a motherfucker.
Man, you already know, man. Shit, I wake up and I was like, damn, Bakanga's on, man. I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and holler at my brother.
Of course, man. We gotta keep the peace, man.
Yeah, you already know, man. Some people don't get it, Bakanga.
Yeah, man. That's why I was saying to that last brother, but I like his attitude at the end. You know what's amazing though? How the hell that dude just sat down and let me talk for like 15 minutes? He didn't even say nothing. But religious people can't even let me talk for like 2 minutes.
Shit, man. You the
Well,
truth, Bakanga. You feel me? Hey, my son is sleeping right now. He waited for you to say.
Hey,
He
man,
waited
it's
for
all good.
Bakanga.
Yeah, it's okay, man. He probably sending his dreams right now, man. Thank you for your time, my bro. I appreciate you.
Hey, all right, man. Keep it up, Bakanga.
For
One
sure.
love. All right, peace.
For sure.
Bye.
Remember, black excellence does not mean hatred against white people. If you hate white people, if you think that they're the devil, something is wrong with you. White people are people. It doesn't matter what white people did in the past or what they're doing today. They are human beings. They do what they got to do to survive. You don't need to hate any other race.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's the program going, sir? Can you hear me?
Unfortunately, yes. If you don't like white people, something's wrong with you. So you just need to examine yourself, and I'm pretty sure you'll be able to fix it.
Okay. Yeah.
I
really
was
appreciate
talking to
the
you. I was
program.
talking to my friend Sunshine. What's up? Go ahead.
Okay. I say I really appreciate the program and what the topic was all about. Very great thing. Keep it up.
Thank you, man.
May
I
God help you.
appreciate you, brother. I appreciate
Hello?
you. Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what I said.
Mhm. God never said to seek. God would never say to seek. If God is real, God is like the sun in the desert. A man does not need to seek for the sun in the desert. The sun would always come to you. You get it? You don't even have to move. If you stand still in one place, go to anywhere on earth right now and just stand still in one place. The sun will come to you. If God can't do that, it's because your God is not real. If you have to go seeking for God, it's because your God is not real. Like I said, use the analogy of the sunlight. Nobody goes seeking the sun. Only people who live underground go seeking the sun. If God was real, you wouldn't have to look for God. You're only looking for God because you imagined it in your head. If there was a God in this world, just like you don't need to convince another human being that the sun is real, You don't have to convince anyone that God is real if God was real. What's your God doing? Playing hide and seek? Is your God so miserable that your God is playing hide and seek with humanity? Your God is probably sick. Your God has mental issues. Your God has mental issues. Beware of men who make you promises in the name of God. They are lying to you. They have no power. Beware of men who make you promises in the names of God. They are lying to you.
Hello.
Go straight to your point.
Hello.
Go straight to your point.
My point is straight to my point. My point is, when were you born? You know nothing about the Creator. You know nothing about the Creator. You are just there confusing people. You know nothing in this world. You claim you know something, you know nothing. You know nothing. Let me tell you, there is a Creator. Eh? Do you know the Creator? You.
I don't
When
know
were
the
you born?
Creator.
Let me listen to me.
Creator. Creator.
Listen to me.
Creator.
When were you born?
Which
When
Creator?
were you born?
Which Creator?
When were you born? You.
Which Creator?
When were you born? You. When were you born?
I don't
You
know
know
the
nothing.
Creator.
If you don't listen to me, if you don't believe in God, shut up. Don't confuse people. If you don't believe in God,
There
stay
is no God.
put.
There is no God.
There is. Listen to
In
me.
the
If you do
only
not believe
God
in
that
God,
there is the
listen to
one who
me.
lives in the back of your head.
Listen to me. If you do not believe in God, just shut up. Shut
Why?
up.
Why should I shut up?
Because you know nothing.
Why should I
You
shut
know
up?
nothing. You know nothing. I'm
And do
telling
you?
you,
And what do you know? What
let
do
me
you
tell you
know?
something. I'm telling you something. Eh?
What do you know?
Just shut up.
What do you know?
You know nothing.
How about
You
you?
know
What do you know?
nothing.
What do you know?
You listen to me. You are confusing yourself, and you are confusing those. You are confusing
What do
those who
you
already
know?
don't believe in God.
What do you know?
Huh?
What do you know?
You are just talking. You just don't know what you're talking about.
What
You
do
just
you
listen to me.
know?
You just don't know
What?
what you're talking about.
What
You
do you
don't know.
know?
Listen to me. If you do not understand
Brother,
what the word means,
behave yourself and
you
answer
are
my
just there
question.
talking.
Behave yourself and answer my
Listen to
question.
me. Let me tell you something.
What do you know?
Listen to me. Let me tell you
Brother,
something. Let
brother,
me tell you something.
behave
Let me tell you
yourself.
something.
I have muted you because you are acting like an animal. You see, this is my power. That's why your God has no power, because I can make your God to shut up with one finger. Yes, it is the power of fingering. Hmm? Hmm? I use my finger to make you and your God to shut up, because I have more power in the tip of my finger than you have in all of your imagination. I have more power in the tip of my finger to shut you up. The amazing thing right now is that you're probably still talking. You don't know that nobody can hear you. He's still talking. I promise y'all, he's still talking. He doesn't know that we cannot hear him. Oh man, now he left on his own. Listen, if you're going to come to my show, I have the power to mute you. This is tautology. You know? Tautology. Yes, he has been manipulated. You cannot manipulate me. He has been manipulated. I have manipulated him in the mighty name of manipulation.
Hi,
Hello? Go straight to
how
your
are
point.
you?
Just go straight to your point, sister. I'm doing fine.
Who do you believe in?
I believe in nobody.
So, do you think you're just breathing from nobody?
Yes.
Do you believe that?
Yes.
You know what? I don't want to saying believe this or believe this. No. You are right the way you are, but try something else to believe somewhere. If you are believing Satan, just go straight and believe in Satan. If you believe in God, you don't believe in God.
Who believes in
Wherever you
Satan?
believe is that.
Do you believe in Satan?
I don't believe in Satan, but I know that
So,
Satan have his own powers.
sister, do you
Right?
believe in Satan?
I don't believe in Satan. I believe in God. I'm a Christian.
Okay, good. So now, does that mean that Satan does not exist?
Okay, it's fine if it doesn't exist. But you know, the more you preach,
If Satan exists,
yeah,
why don't you believe in Satan?
I don't believe in Satan, but I know that Satan can exist. I read the Bible.
Have you
I
read the
read the
Bible?
Bible. I'm a Christian, and I know everything.
You read the Bible from beginning to the end?
I can't say from the beginning at the end, but I know that I read the Bible, and I know this one is good or this one is bad. I
If you
know
have
that.
not, have you read the whole Bible?
I never do that.
Okay, then you haven't read the Bible. If you've only read part of the book,
I
then you don't know
read.
the whole book. You need to first read the whole book so you can know what's inside of it. If you only read
No,
part of the
do you
book,
know
you
that?
cannot claim that you've read it.
Okay. Do you know if you read the Bible, the important things, it can cover everything that is in your Bible in a one verse. Do you know that? Do you believe that? One verse, if you
No,
read one verse,
no,
it can cover the
no.
book from the start to the end. You know which verse?
You cannot read one verse and it will cover the whole book, because the books of the Bible were written by different men at different points in time. You cannot read somebody else's book and then it covers what's in the Bible. That's stupid. That's foolish. You're only saying that because you haven't read the
Okay.
whole Bible.
But do you know that all those people that they were writing the Bible, they were writing the same thing.
No, they were not.
They were writing the same thing. I'm telling you, it
No,
looks like you don't know because you don't believe in God.
sister.
Yeah.
If they were
Yes.
writing the same thing, then you
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't need to. So you're saying God was just repeating himself over and over. It's
Over
different
and
books for a
over.
reason. It's different books for a
Over.
reason. And also,
No, there's not. It's not. The word of God is not different. It's the same.
sister,
Yeah.
you only think that they wrote the same thing because you haven't read the whole Bible. Now, check this
You know
out. Check
what?
this out. Check this out. When God created Adam and Eve,
Yes.
what did He tell them they could eat?
They could eat or they could not eat. What are you saying? I don't understand you.
Did God say they could eat from every tree?
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you. Let me make you
Sister,
understand a little bit.
when God created
Yeah.
Adam and Eve, did God tell them that they could eat from every tree in the garden?
Yeah. But only one they were not supposed to eat.
Where does it say that in the Bible?
Where?
Where?
Of course, in Genesis.
Genesis what?
You start to read Genesis 1. That's where God started to create the earth and heaven. and telling the Adam and
Yes,
everything.
Genesis 1, but God did not tell them not to eat anything in Genesis 1.
Okay. Let's not go straight to the verse because I don't even
Yeah,
know
we're
the
going to go
verse,
straight to
but
the
I
verse.
know what.
Listen, I was just trying to test
Yeah.
your knowledge to see if you can back up your claims by proving to me you have read the Bible. But now I'm seeing that you are biblically illiterate. Sister, you are biblically illiterate. So
And you too can read the Bible too. And you don't believe in God to read the Bible, you know the verses.
I used to be a
Wow.
Christian. I used to be a Christian for 25 years. Then I discovered that it's all fake.
Oh, I think this thing you're doing for content, you can't change a person who grow up in a Christianity. You will never, ever change that person.
Sister, how old are you?
No, don't tell me, don't ask me that.
You see, now you're
Don't ask
lying.
me that.
The spirit of lies is manifesting itself now in you.
No, we are
How
not
old are
supposed to
you?
ask me that.
How old are you?
No, there's no need to ask me. No. Don't ask me about my
Where
age.
in the Bible does it say you're not supposed to ask a woman her age? How old are you?
Where is the Bible that said you have to ask me
How old are
my
you?
age?
Okay,
No,
sister,
you're not
wait.
supposed to. Okay.
Sister.
I'm
Okay,
22.
wait.
I'm 22.
For a 70-year-old woman like you, okay. How can you have lived in this world for 70 years and you haven't even read the whole Bible?
I'm telling you that the Bible is the same. It's the same. Either I read the whole Bible or what,
Sister,
but the Bible is the
how
same.
can you know that it's the same if you haven't read it? You're a professional
You know
liar.
what?
You are a
Even if I
professional
read,
liar. How can you know that all the books in the
may I
Bible
ask
are
you
the
one
same
thing?
if you haven't read it?
Do you know that the Bible, that the Holy Spirit was writing that Bible?
Sister,
Yes.
stop speaking bullshit. You cannot know that two things are the same if you haven't seen those two things. The only way you can tell me that everything in the Bible is the same is if you have read everything in it. Then I can take confidence that, okay, she knows what she's saying. But you haven't even read the whole book. How can you know it's the same?
It means you have been reading the book, the whole book, everything. You know everything, right?
I know everything in the Bible
You
now. I
know.
read the whole Bible. Yeah.
And then
I
you
read
decided that you can't believe anything. You just believe in yourself. And you read the whole Bible.
because my great grandfathers did not believe in it. My ancestors did not believe in the Bible before the white man came. So there's really no need for me to keep believing in the Bible as an African. So I had to investigate. When I investigated, I now realized that, wow, this story that the white man brought to us was a lie. But most of my brothers and sisters will not be able to discover it because most of them are uneducated, very uneducated,
Then
like you.
it's not okay. It's lie. Okay, it's a lie. Well, then what is the truth? Tell us the truth. We want to know the truth. We don't believe in God.
Thank you.
Then what is the truth?
Thank you. The truth is that there is no God. The truth is that there is no
What? Okay,
supernatural.
there's what?
Sister,
There's
let me finish
what?
talking. If you look for God, you will not find God in the real world. So if you look in the
Do you
real
believe that?
world, sister, if you look for God in the real world, God has never been found in the real world. God is described as a spirit, and spirits are imaginary things that people imagine in their brain. That's what a spirit is. A spirit is something someone imagines. So that tells you that God is not real. Now, why is it important to know that God is not real? Because once you realize that God is not real, you will never depend on God for help. You will depend on real things for help. Science and technology is real. So instead of you going to church, sister, instead of you going to church to pray because you are sick, you will go to the hospital and you will do research and you will find the medicine. Instead of you hoping that God will make the rain to fall, you will go to the river and you will dig an irrigation. You will start using your brain. The reason why Africa is poor is because Africans don't know how to solve problems. Because many of us have believed in God. So every time we have a problem, we go and ask God to do it for us. But God doesn't do it because God is not real. Meanwhile, the white man.
So those who are not in Africa.
Of course, when the white man has a problem, he doesn't go to God. He builds a bomb. He builds a bomb and he goes and blows up his enemies. He doesn't pray that Jesus should go and fight his battles for him. No. Hell no. There is no white man in this world who would pray for Jesus to go and fight his battle. If a white man has a battle, he would take his gun He does. It doesn't matter what the white man believes. He will finish you. Only useless Africans. When war comes, you begin to carry things on your head and begin to run away. You know what happens if you attack the country of a white man? The white man and his brothers, they will take their guns. They will fight until they die. But if you attack Africa today, women like you, you will drag your children, you will take loads on your head, and you will start walking like they were doing in DRC, like they were doing in Somalia. You will start running because your God makes you, your brain is useless. People are dying of hunger, sickness in Africa. The white man, sister, do you know why the white man builds hospital? Do you know why the best hospitals in this world are in the white man country? Because the white man does not believe that Jesus can heal. If the white man believed that Jesus could heal, he would just take his sick people to church. The white man knows that if he wants to heal himself, he needs to do it himself. You know what I'm saying? But you useless Africans, my fellow people, you think that Jesus can heal you. So instead of sending your children to school, you are taking them to Sunday school. What is a child going to learn in Sunday school? In China, little children who are 6, 7, they can even build a robot. Your own children, they are there praying in tongues. African children are praying in tongues. Chinese children are building machines. And you think you can compete with them?
We're not supposed to mix. We are not supposed to mix things, right? There's a things that we are mixing with God that doesn't work. Okay, it's not work. In the end, we have what you call heaven, and then that's where we will see if God is there or not.
Sister.
Now,
sister,
can keep.
Sister.
On doing.
Sister. Hello. Sister. Hello. Your network is disturbing.
Right, and I'm 100% sure that everyone in this world will.
Sister, stop talking and hold
and
up.
we will see.
Sister, where's she gone? She's gone. I bring Mrs. Jules. The white man does not believe in heaven. Hi, Jules. The white man doesn't believe in heaven. That's why the white man has built his heaven on earth. The white man has built his heaven on earth, and you Africans, you are leaving your country and coming to America because life is better in America, right? So instead of building your heaven on earth, you are going to go and live in another person's heaven while hoping that when you die, you will go to another heaven.
Okay, I do have a question for you, bro, because many people, they want to go to heaven, right? So here, especially in Africa, people are suffering so much. You said in heaven, there is no famine, there's no drought, everything is there. So why are you struggling here on earth? Why can't you just die and go to heaven?
They're struggling here on earth because they have given up on the world. So they want to go to heaven where there is many mansions. That's called New York City. That's called Los Angeles. If you go to Los Angeles, there are many mansions. Just like Jesus said, in my Father's house, there are many mansions. So and
the other thing, you see, many people, they're not even planning about their children, right? They will have 15 kids, and you ask that person, you're having so many kids, you're not working, you're not financially stable. So how are you going to take care of these kids? They say God will provide. And when you look at developed countries, they are busy with quantum physics. We are busy with the Bible. And if you go to the churches of the poor people.
Listen, sister. The white man has quantum physics. Africans have quantum spirits.
Kind of weird. It's kind of, and if you wanna see the beautiful structures, well-functioning structures in Africa, are the churches. Go to the hospitals. The hospitals are in shambles. The schools, we don't have to talk about it. People, they're investing in churches.
Like I said, we have quantum spirits. So we don't need hospitals because we can just use spirits to do quantum prayers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All of our
Yeah.
prayers is in the quantum realm. Maybe one day the prayers would enter this realm, but for now, we Africans, everything is quantum spiritually. That is why I had a
Okay,
guest on here.
when you look at these developed countries, they don't spend so much time in church. 30 minutes, boom, they're going home. You see us Africans, Monday to Monday, 24/7, we are in church. Maybe God, if God exists, is not even understanding what you're saying because the language you speaking, himself, he doesn't even understand that. Even and also you're shouting too much, you're doing too much. If you go to the location, the radius of 500 meters, there is a church. The radius of 500 meters, there is a church. And you see people, they contribute money, say, let's build a church, right? But if they go into that church crying for a job in that church, but you contributed money to build that building, but you're going into the same building and then you're crying for a job in there. Why can't you just contribute money and do something, build something like a company? And if you check most of the industrial areas, they are now churches. They destroyed the industries, they're now churches. And if you want to check, the richest people in Africa right now are the politicians and the pastors. Why?
We already know why. We don't need to repeat ourselves. Everybody knows why. You know what I'm saying, Jules? It is quite unfortunate. Thank you for your time, Jules. I appreciate you, okay, my dear.
Okay. Today I didn't manipulate you, right?
Ha! No manipulation, no.
No manipulation today.
No, in the name of Jesus,
Okay, yeah,
you
but
shall not. I shall not manipulate you.
oh yeah.
She was good. She was good. Queen Bella, 1 second, Queen Bella. Ladies and gentlemen, I need everybody to hurry to the point. I'm only going to give you 1 minute each. Go straight to your point.
Hey, how you going?
I'm doing good. Straight to your point.
So my point is, I don't know why people are so obsessed with religion in the 21st century. I don't understand why, someone believing in this and someone believing in that has caused such a, like a divide in this world. Like, it's just, it's like the thing is,
I think
right?
you know why.
No,
What you don't know is how do people transition from it. You know why, sister? It's because religion was really ruling the world, right? Until recently. So
I
it's
just think that, like, honestly, like, Africa, right? Which has, the world literally lives off of Africa and its actual natural resources and its wealth, right? So it's like what's happening is that people are so focused on, religion today when, a few years ago it wasn't the case, but they're so focused on religion today because they're trying to, manipulate the situation and saying like, hey, it's God that did this or God did that, when it's like, it's actually man that did that, So it's like, it's our free will that have orchestrated the problems that we face today. And honestly, like for me, like I don't care if someone believes in God, if someone doesn't believe in God. I don't care if someone, worships trees or nature or whatever. Like honestly, I do not care. I would never go and preach my religion to anybody because I'm just like, at the end of the day, if God wants to lead them to the right path, God will lead them to the right path. Like I don't, I don't care as much. Like I don't care about anybody like that, I'm not. It's not that deep for me, right? My thing is
let me
like,
give you
how
an
are we
example,
going
right?
to?
I
Yeah,
don't
sure.
care if my neighbor wipes his ass when he shits, after he shits. I don't care if all the other 8.1 billion human beings in the world would wipe their ass after they shit or clean their ass. When I shit, I clean my ass, then I go about my day. I don't go and advertise to everybody how I do it when I did it. That is kind of how the whole idea of religion should be.
No, but the thing is also
Everybody
like,
doesn't need to
when
know what's going on in your
we are
head in terms of
I
your
know, but we're like
delusions.
connected with each other, yeah. When it comes to like physically, yeah, like if someone goes and doesn't fucking wipe, like clean themselves, and then shakes your hand, their germs are literally touching you. You know what I'm
Let me
saying?
ask
So
you
we're
a
all
question.
connected to each
Let
other,
me
right?
ask you a question.
So it's like we're all got this like connection. So it's like let's. What's the root of the problem? The root of the problem is okay. So we have this thing
Check this out.
called.
Check this out. This is the root of the problem.
Hmm.
One man washes his ass with river water, and one man washes his ass with river from a well. So the guy who washes his ass from the river says, anyone who doesn't wash their ass in the river is dirty. And the guy who washes his ass in the well says, well, anyone who doesn't use well water to wash his ass is dirty. And then you got another man in Africa, he uses the rain to wash his ass. So he only shits when it rains. He hold his shit onto the rain, right? Then the guy who wipes his ass from the well water and from the river water is like, look, those are pagans, because they use many drops of water to wipe their ass. That's how religion is. That's literally as religion is. You have to think like I think. You have to walk like I walk. You have to talk like I talk. Why? Because people feel safe when those who are around them do things the way they are doing it. So inherently, it's not necessarily a bad thing. But you will see that a sheep is really comfortable when there are other sheep around it. When the sheep finds himself alone, he becomes insecure. So yeah, my dear, it's the insecurity of human beings. That's the problem. The solution is we simply need to have the ability to tolerate each other or eradicate the belief systems that separate us. I don't think it's any more complicated than that.
Honestly, I think that it doesn't matter if you believe in God or if you don't believe in God. I don't think that is the. I think that's just like, the poison that people are now spreading, like this misinformation of like, because you follow
I
a
think it
certain
matters. I think it matters if you believe in God.
that it's going to do A or Z. No, I think that at the end of the day, people need to really focus on like, modern day slavery. I feel like fuck, man. Honestly, like I feel like we're literally modern day. We're in this time where, back in the days, slavery, they actually used to get, treated better than you get treated today in the Western, like modern day slavery,
No,
where
no,
you have to
sister.
pay for your food, you have to pay for your
No,
water, you
sister.
have to pay, you get rented for your labor.
No,
You know what I mean?
no, sister.
You get
No,
rented for your labor, and then you go home
I disagree
and
with you on
try
that.
to pay for something that you will
I
never
dis-
be able to afford.
I disagree. I disagree with you on that. The world is much better today than it's ever been. The
Sorry, the
reason why,
world is
the
better today.
yes, the reason why you and I see today as modern slavery is because we didn't have to endure the struggles of those in the past. But I want you to think of some of the resources that we have, right? Think of electricity. In most developed cities, when you go out at night, you can see. 50 years ago, that's not true. Pitch black, nighttime. Nighttime, there's no nightlife. So the economy wasn't that well. So you can only make money during the day. Only criminals went out at night. Only people who were willing to do devious things would go out to make money during the darkness. And if you went out at night and you were not willing to do what they were doing, you usually end up suffering negative consequences. So weak people will usually stay at home during the day, stay at home during the night, right? Look at roads. Today we have road systems that are much connected. Look at transportation. You can leave from London and come to New York City in the blink of an eye, right? Now look at communication. You and I are talking to TikTok right now. If you
But
found a
that's worth,
secret,
okay, that's worth, yeah, in order to get that, that's worth, 40 hours of your, week. That's basically you're paying for that because you pay with the 40 hours that you endure every single
sister,
week to
sister,
have
check this out.
those
Check this out.
free, to have electricity, to have, a roof over
Check
your
this out.
head,
No,
to have,
no, you do
to not
not.
be homeless.
You do not. You
You
do
know what I
not pay.
mean?
You do not pay
Yeah,
with
but
40 hours a week. Let me explain
yeah,
something to
yeah,
you.
that's how
Hold
modern,
up.
like,
Hold up.
the
Just
day
check
that
this out,
you
okay?
hit
I got
retirement
you.
in your 70s, yeah,
No, hold up,
that
hold
is
up.
when you will be able to enjoy your
Sister,
life.
Sister, hold up, okay? Hold up. When I say hold up, please do me a favor and just hold up. I know you want to finish your statement, and I apologize that the interruption. You might not like it, but
Yeah, it's all good.
just
It's all good.
just
Go on.
just hold up, right? Check this out. It's not that working 40 hours a week is modern day slavery. It's that most people are so lazy and gullible. They don't pick things that they are passionate about. For example, if I had all the money in the world, I would still want to work on airplanes. I'll still want to fly airplanes. So, since I don't have all the money in the world, why not go work on airplanes? Do what I love to do what I'm gonna do anyways, and then somebody pays me. You see what I'm saying? If I go and do a job that I have absolutely no passion for, then it becomes slavery. Because slavery is when you do involuntary work, involuntary labor because you have to. You know what I'm saying, right? If I want to, if you're a car mechanic and if you had a mansion, you put a garage in your house, but you don't have the money to buy a garage. So you decide to go and work in somebody else's garage and they pay you for it. So 40 hours a week, you do what you love doing and you get paid for it. So you use that money to buy the stuff that you want. That is how this system was designed to work. But it works both ways. Your employer will provide the opportunity, and then you would find within that opportunity your passion. But do you know why people don't find their passion? Because of greed. Greed. If you did what you love doing anyway, if you're a nurse, right? Think about it. You're a nurse. You like helping people. You just like helping people. Why do it for free? You can go to the hospital and help people who really need your help. And guess what? Most people are willing to pay for it. So you help them and you get paid 40 hours a week. It's an amazing system. It's the best
Here's
form of
the
trade and
thing.
barter.
Okay,
It's
okay,
the
but
best form of trade
during
and barter ever.
okay, can I just say something? Yeah.
Check this out.
Back in the
100,
days, yeah,
800
the
years.
Great Depression, yeah, before when it was the Great Depression, right? People were able to afford their homes. It costed $5,000, right?
Those homes didn't have
And that was
electricity.
during the Great Depression, right?
Those
It
homes
cost
didn't have electricity, and the US dollar had not inflated. You understand? You have to consider inflation. $5,000 for them, it took them the same amount of effort that it takes you to earn $100,000 today. So yeah, you can afford your home for $5,000, not because $5,000
No,
was
well,
easy
people
to
are
get.
calling this the silent depression because back then it was actually easier to obtain $5,000 today than
No,
it is for
hell no,
people today to
hell
obtain.
no,
Yeah,
hell
it is
no,
to even
no,
attain the 100,000.
no,
Absolutely,
sister,
because you have to
sister,
take it. You have to take
sister,
into account, right?
sister. I
With
don't know what you do
inflation,
for a living. I don't know
everything
what you
goes.
do for a living, my sister, but if there's something that I spend my time researching, I've looked at the history of money. What you just said right now is so wrong. That's not true. What $5,000 today is the equivalent, could be the equivalent of maybe $50,000 today. For example, right? Just take for example, could be the equivalent of $5,000 back in the day. But that was your yearly salary. So it took you 1 year to make 5,000 because you were getting paid 2 cents an hour compared to today. So I think you're looking at it and you're misconstruing.
No, I just think that people are so focused on, bashing what other people like their God and everything like that nobody's really talking about the actual root of the problems of the 21st century.
The
At the
root
end
of
of
the
the day,
problem in the
like
21st
that's
century is religion.
my thing is, yeah. My thing is, yeah, you say, oh, okay, inflation, like because the American, the US dollars or anything like that. But that's the thing though, it's like how can you like humanly possible that you could go to Africa, subjugate everybody into like different colonies, like you belong to the Italians, you belong to the French, you belong to the US, you belong to, you know what I mean, and then take their resources, bring it back to the Western countries, and then later on, like, you know what I mean, use,
Because the world,
use
let
those
me,
dollar signs
sister,
as like,
sister,
okay, we are better than this, or
sister,
this person's
I
better than
know
us.
there's one thing that I hope that you are. I hope you're a realistic person, right? Do you consider yourself a realistic person?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, you realize that if you leave your car open and you leave your phone on your car seat, you've pretty much invited anyone who passes by and sees that phone to be tempted to take it, right?
So that
You've ex-
doesn't so what
sister,
so what you
sister,
saying so are you
sister,
saying
hold up,
so are you
sister,
saying
hold
that
up.
does Africa have the right to
Sister, that's
protect
not
itself?
that's not what I'm saying. That's
Is
not what
that
I'm
what you're
saying.
saying?
Like,
Because if they want to leave something,
don't go off my ideology. Don't go off my analogy, okay? I said, okay, let me use another example. You're walking that you step out of your house and there's $100 bill in the front of your house. You look left, you look right. You're the only one who lives in that house. Will you pick up that $100 bill or will you just ignore it and go about your day?
I wouldn't go to another country and pick up their $100 bill. No, I
Sister,
wouldn't.
that's not how I'm trying to
I
put my
wouldn't go to
analogy.
another continent and
That is
take
not my
their
that is not
resources
my analogy.
and
That's not
reclaim
my
it as my
analogy.
own and sell it
Sister,
and resell it and
sister,
rebrand
I
it.
don't want to keep arguing with you, right? Let's not argue. Come on.
No, I'm just saying that I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, look,
Okay, so I
me
have asked you a
personally,
question. I have asked you a question. Answer my question so we
that
can
has
flow
nothing to do
coherently in
with what we're
thought.
talking about because I wouldn't go to
Sister,
someone
but
else's
that is what
continent
I have posed to you in this moment,
and
right? I have asked you this simple question. If you step out of your house and you see $100 bill, there is nobody else that lives in that house, and there is nobody else within a 2-mile ratio. Would you pick up that $100 bill or would you ignore it? That's all I asked you. You don't need to escape my question. Then my show cannot flow, right? Because I'm trying to make a point. I'm not trying to be smart, a smart ass.
I feel like you are trying to be a smartass a little bit though.
Okay, but that's your feelings. I get it, but that's not what I'm trying to do.
Because you're posing like a
Sister,
theory that has nothing to do with what I said.
Sister,
If I saw $100 bill that was on the ground, no one was around.
Sister, please do me a favor, right? I don't know if this is the first time on my program. I don't like exchanges like this because then the conversation gets nowhere, right? The conversation doesn't get anywhere. I need for you, sister, all you had to say is literally a yes or a no, but we just spent 2 minutes. Like, I don't have that type of time, with all due respect. If that's the case, then I will run my program differently. Like, I choose to run my program to have direct conversations. I'm not trying to be tricky with you. I'm asking you a simple questions. I don't think that there's any legitimate reason why you shouldn't want to just tell me what you would do if you saw that $100 bill. There is 452 people listening to us. You have to understand there's an audience here, right? So what would you do? I'm asking you a legitimate question. And I'm trying not to be rude to you because typically I would take people down. But I just feel like you haven't been on my program long before.
Okay, if I find a $100 bill that's on the ground, I will pick it up.
Okay,
I will
good.
see if it belongs to anybody, and if not, I will.
But think about it. There's no one that it could possibly belong to.
Yeah. So you're saying that so Africa doesn't belong to anyone?
What I'm saying doesn't have anything to do directly with Africa. It's a generic, and my argument is generic.
Okay. Tell me where you're. Okay, I'm really genuinely interested, like where you're getting.
Okay, so but if you don't answer my question the way I'm asking you, how will I ever get to my point?
I just answered it though.
What will make you pick it up? What will make you pick it up?
What would make me pick it up?
Yeah.
This $100 bill. The fact that it has worth.
Okay, good. Hold on right there. Now let's say that somebody else lived in your house with you and you asked them if it was their money and they said yeah, but they left it right there. They didn't do anything about it. And you walk past it every day for 1 year. Would you just leave it there?
If sorry, can you repeat that? If someone that lived with me,
someone else lives with you,
yeah, and that person belonged to that person.
Yes, they say it was theirs.
I will walk past that dollar bill like it ain't mine.
Sister.
What it belongs to that person.
Have some self-control, please, and listen to what I'm asking. Right? They say it belongs to them, but they don't do anything to prove it, including picking it up. They just leave it there for 1 year. Every day you come in and out of that door and you see that $100 bill right there. And you keep asking them, I thought it was yours. They say, yeah.
I would encourage them to do something.
Are you not going to pick up your money? Are you not going to pick up your money? And they say, and they don't go and pick it up. So my question to you is, in that situation, will you just leave it there?
honestly, I will tell them, like, you should do something with your money. I would not pick up something else that does not belong to me. Like, that's not mine. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't know what you want me to say, because
Okay,
if
check this
this
out.
guy literally
Check
said
this
that this
out.
money belongs to me, and he decided to choose to put it on that ground, and he wants it to be left there, even if he's dead tomorrow, and that's what he wants to do. That's him.
Okay,
Like,
good, good,
that's
good,
what
good,
that's his
good,
choice. Like,
good,
you
good.
know, I don't
You need
worship
it.
money like
Hold
that.
up, hold
Like,
up, hold up, hold up. So let's say now you need $100 bill. You need $100 exactly to go and pay for your child's hospital bill. Like, you are literally missing $100, and there is no other way that you can get that $100. And then one day you step out of your house. On that same day that you need that money, there's $100 bill in front of your house. There is nobody that lives there with you. There is nobody within a 2-mile radius. Will you pick that $100 bill and go and pay for your child's hospital bill?
so what? Sorry, did you say if no one claimed this money, this $100, you found it?
We'll go
I'll
back
be
to the
like,
original. We go back to the original scenario, right? Where I said to you, the money belongs to no one because there's no one else there. It's just you. Will you pick it up? You said, yeah, you pick it up. Now, there's a scenario where there's somebody else there. They say the money is theirs. They don't do anything with it. Will you pick it up? That's different. Now I'm asking you, let's go back to the original scenario, but except this time, you need the money. So it's not like you need exactly $100. You step out of your house and there is a $100 bill right in front of the door, and there's nobody else there to claim it. Not within 2 miles, right? There's no way logically that it will even end up there. It's just there. You have no clue how you got there, right? And that's what you need that morning to pay for your child's surgery.
Okay, sorry.
Let's say. Would you
Okay,
take it?
before, like, because we went into this rabbit hole of like hypotheticals, right? But my thing was like,
sister, would you take it to pay for
what
your
if
child's
if I
hospital
had a
bill?
child that child needed, like, for their surgery to use that $100?
Yes.
Yeah, but I would tell them, like,
Sister,
yeah,
sister, would you take it?
I would take it, but I'll also know that
All
I'm
right,
in the
good.
wrong.
Let me
Like,
show you something,
I'm
okay?
not
Let me show you
taking it
something,
without
okay?
like
Let
saying,
me
oh,
sh-
I took it because of
let me
this
sh-
and
let me
this.
show you something, okay? The resources in Africa are not just resources that are good for human beings in Africa. Those are resources that human beings need all across the world. For electricity, for their basic needs. Things without which people don't survive. One of the most important pioneering that the Europeans have been able to accomplish through their science and their civilization is that the lifespan of the average human being has gone up. People live much longer today because of the sciences and the researches that came out of Europe. No matter how fucked up they accomplished it. You literally could have easily died of the flu. But something as easy as penicillin, right? Antibiotics. The Europeans, in as much as they were colonizers, they still allowed the knowledge of science and technology to grow among them. All these new machines that they were building, they needed resources to fuel it. So you go to this land, there's these people here, they have as much pride. They're kind of quarreling with each other. They're not making anything out of it. So you exploit them and you take it for dead cheap. Guess what? Any human being in this world who doesn't know that they need to do what they need to do to survive will go extinct. And having a false sense of morality doesn't save anybody. That's why I don't see anything wrong with what the Europeans did. I personally don't think there's anything wrong with the
It's not
Europeans
what
being
they did, it's
colonizers.
what they're doing. It
Sister,
still exists. It
sister,
never went away.
sister, like I said to you, France as a country today, France cannot produce, they don't have any gold mines. Look at what Hitler did to them, right? If they don't build their country up and use their resources to protect themselves, guess what? Somebody else will come having superior weapons from them and will exploit them. So what does France do? France look at everybody else in the world and France exploits whoever is there to be exploited. It is not my responsibility to stop the scammer from being a scammer. It's my responsibility to be smart enough that when the scammer comes, I can recognize that he's a scammer. It is not the fault of the scammer of being smarter than you. It's your fault for not being smart enough to counter the scammer. That's why when you look at a country like China and the USA, the reason why they don't go to war is not because China is weak and the USA is strong, or that the USA is weak and China is strong. It's because they're both strong. If they go to war, they both lose. So the problem is weak people, poor people, people who refuse to better themselves, even when they have the resources. The reason why Africa was colonized is not because of the Europeans, it's because of the Africans. My people, we are the ones who allow ourselves to be colonized by being complacent, by being hateful, by being separated. We cannot relinquish that blame on somebody else. The European was an opportunist. In Europe, it gets cold. In Africa, it doesn't. Life is much tougher in Europe, physically, because the weather is bad. They had to do what they had to do to survive, including exploiting and colonizing if necessary. That is why they rule the world today. They rule the world today. That is wisdom. That is strength. We can complain about it. It still doesn't change the fact that, guess what? America has the biggest bombs. I can cry about it as an African, but if I go and poke Uncle Sam will blast me into oblivion. If I mess around with England, England will blow me up into oblivion because they are strong. So you know what? Every English child is safe. Every English child has wealth, health. They did it for their children. And when their children in turn grow up, they do it for their children. It's called survival of the species, survival of the smartest and the fittest. So yeah, there's no need to blame the Europeans. If we ever say the Europeans did anything bad, we're not saying it because they are less human than us or that they are worse than us. It's because we are saying it so we can empower ourselves.
But you're saying that, right? When New Zealand got colonized, and literally, there's not one full-blooded Maori in New Zealand today. Like their
They were
whole
weak
species have
because
been
they were weak.
because they were weak.
Yes. If they were strong, there
They
is
were
no
weak.
way that even the armies of heaven would have defeated them. You cannot defeat a strong person. You can only conquer a weak person. Weakness is disgusting. You should not be weak. We should not tolerate weakness. We should not justify weakness. Every human being needs to be strong enough to defend themselves. Then nobody will ever be able to exploit you. If you put a lock on your door, no one will break into your house. If you leave your house open, somebody else will break into it. They won't even have to break it. They'll just walk in and take whatever they want to. You know whose
Yeah, but
fault
then
it
that's
is?
the
It's
thing.
your
Like,
fault.
I think that Maori people are actually really sweet people. I don't think they're actually, I don't think that they wanted to lock their doors per se. I think that the Maori people always had this like custom where it was like, hare mai, meaning like, come visit, come, welcome, like. And I think that there's obviously the forces of good and evil, and if you're going to protect your children by any means necessary, whether it is being like evil to the point where like you're destroying another nation or another group of people, then honestly, it's like what's the point then? What's the
The
point of like
point is
life?
that somebody's going to survive at the end and it will be me. And I can just say, I'm sorry. When it's all said and done, those who survive can just be like, we're sorry. They can build memorials, right? But guess what? You who went extinct, you're extinct. And your kindness and your nice culture fucked you up. Because now you're extinct. If you did what was fucked up to survive, at least you can live to tell the tale. It's all about survival. Those who don't survive don't tell no tales. It said dead men tell no tales. I don't care how good your culture is. If your culture makes you weak, you should change that culture. You need to be able to go and take what you need when you need it. If you're not willing to, you will go extinct. You go hungry. That's why there is a father out there who realizes that unless he goes and steal, his children will not eat. So he goes and steal. For 99 days, he's able to steal and feed his family. On the 100th day, he gets caught and he goes to jail. But by then, his children are grown. Now they can go take care of themselves. That's the analogy. That's how it works. Sacrifice. The white people's ancestors did that fucked up shit so their children could live in a world where they control things. So guess what? When the white man today says, I had nothing to do with something in the past, they're technically right. Because if we're going to blame the white man for his ancestors' strength and brutality, then we should also blame the black man for your ancestors' gullibility and weakness. Should we not? Why should we blame the lion for being a predator and not blame the antelope for not being smart enough to know not to go and eat grass where the lions live? You know, lions feed on antelopes. They eat meat. That's their diet. Because the lion's gonna eat whatever he needs to eat to survive. You think the lion is evil because it's a predator? No. If you're a squirrel and you like to get up every day and sing kumbaya, guess what? When the wolf comes, the wolf is gonna eat you for dinner. That is one of the most important lessons in nature. Any human group who doesn't learn that goes extinct. Nobody's gonna feel sorry for you. White people should be strong. Black people should be strong. Chinese people should be strong. When we are all strong, that is why you never see a lion attacking a gorilla. You will never see a lion attack a cheetah. You will never see a leopard and a lion fighting in the jungle. Those are apex predators. You never see an eagle attacking a lion. Very rarely do you find a crocodile attacking a lion. When you are strong, when two people are strong, they have respect for each other. But it's very difficult for a strong person to respect a weak person, especially a person who is weak by choice. Now, I'm not saying if you're disabled, we shouldn't take care of you. No. If a group of human beings are disabled and they clearly can't take care of themselves, then in that moment, they become like your wife and children, right? You don't need necessarily to harm them. You don't need to harm them. They can't even help themselves. But if you're a fully functioning human being and you have what I need, I will come take it. Especially if you're not doing anything with it. If you kill me, so be it. But if I can take it and spare your life, that's not the worst thing that could happen. Because guess what? If white people were so bad, black people would not be here today. At least we're still here. So we need to learn from our mistakes. If you are listening to me right now and you're black, stop blaming other people for your problem. You don't need to make other people evil. We are responsible for what happens to us. It is the decisions and the choices of those who came before us, our ancestors, that have led us down this path. If we don't make better choices than them, our children will end up being like us, crying victim. Don't misconstrue me, my sister. I'm not misjudging your intentions. That is why I've been very tolerant with you, because I know that you're coming from a sympathetic perspective. Am I right?
There's things obviously that I disagree with, but
Of course,
yeah.
I mean, you can disagree with what I'm saying, but I prefer to be a realist. For me, I don't need to make the world look bad or make the world look good just to make myself look smart or make myself look good or make myself sound good and honest. No, I see the world as it is. I don't need to make anybody to be the bad guy or make anyone to be the good guy. I like to look at situations and give a good, honest, fair judgment. I need to be a man that can rule over all men. I need to be, if I want to be a king, I need to be a king that can rule over my kingdom without discriminating based on who is strong and who is weak. Those who are weak are weak. Those who are strong. The white man is not evil for what he did. The white man was an opportunist. Those who were exploited because they lack unity, they lack strength, they lack wisdom. A wise man will always see his enemy coming, even when his enemy masquerades himself. If our African ancestors were paying attention, they would have seen the intentions of the white man. In fact, they did see it. They saw the intentions of the white man. There were many among our people who were telling them, this new religion, these new people, they are going to enslave your children. You know what our ancestors did? Some of them chose to convert to Christianity. Many of them, they were seduced. We killed those who were warning us. We called them witches and wizards. You think, let me ask you, my sister, do you think the white man walked into Africa and just took black people by force? No, there were some among us that were giving each other away. That's fucked up. You think I'm going to point a finger at a white man before I point a finger at my own self for being a descendant of a man who gave away his own brother? We Africans, We don't have anything with the white man. White man was there at the right time, at the right place to take advantage of our selfishness towards each other. That's why we did it. We did it to ourselves. And that is good news, because that means we can also fix it by ourselves. If this was not our fault, then we are really fucked, because we wouldn't even know how to fix it. We can fix this problem because we are the ones who caused the problem. If we were not the one who caused this problem, what will we do? Every human group in this world does what they need to survive. There are no bad people in the world. Everybody is a victim of their own circumstances, both the strong and the weak. Do you have anything else to say?
No, that's all. Thank you.
You're welcome. Listen, the white man did what the white man had to do. How many times do I have to tell y'all? The black man didn't do what he had to do. He did what he had to do to last to this generation. Don't get me wrong now. Right? Even though we fucked up, our ancestors still made sure that they survived. And they gave birth to our parents. And our parents gave birth to us. So now we have a chance to fix this. We have the opportunity to fix this. But we need to be smart about it. We cannot fix it by doing the same thing that got us in the problem. It was converting to Christianity and believing in the gods of the white man that allow us to be exploited. We need to get rid of all religions and start using our brains. Some of you don't like hearing what I'm saying, but I'm saying the absolute truth.
Okay. I'm talking from Georgia, and I live in Georgia. And I'm an American, and I'm saying, if you're born into slavery, what can you do? I mean, these people are so powerful over here in America. I mean, we're still living in slavery over here. I mean, we're they're building prisons left and right. They spend all our black tax dollars to build prisons and send it over to Israel. We can't control where our money goes. These people have all this power over us. That's what makes them safe.
Brother, do you want me to tell you what you can do?
Go ahead.
From this day on, don't ever go to and buy from a store that's not owned by a black man. If you can do that, then you've already defeated the system. Don't do business with anyone who isn't black. If you can do that, right? Listen. Don't go to Walmart no more. You live in Georgia. I'm pretty sure there's black folks in Georgia, right? Don't go to AutoZone anymore. Go to the old black man down the street. Let him give you parts. Black people need to start taking care of each other. Yes, if you were born a slave, you might not be able to do much, but you can still take care of your brother. We're not taking care of ourselves. We are here being Bloods and Crips, bro.
That's not true, man.
Brothers are here shooting each other in the streets.
I mean, the way that's not true. They took all our land. We can't grow our own food. There's all the stores are owned by like Arabs, Chinese. We don't have no land to grow food. We black Americans, we don't have any land. We don't have no land. We need land.
Brother, hold on, man. Do you know why the Arabs and the Chinese? Do you know why the Arabs and the Chinese own the stores?
Because the white man just gives them. Indians, they own all the hotels.
No, sir. You want to know who owns stores too? Nigerians, Caribbeans, black people. There's many wealthy black people in America. Don't get me wrong, okay? Let's not even play that bullshit like this, that every black person is broke.
Yeah, they sang and danced and got it. They sang and danced and got it. Told jokes.
Brother.
Run real fast and got the money.
There is black lawyers. For me, I'm a black aircraft mechanic. There is black politicians.
I'm a certified welder. Don't get me wrong. I'm a certified welder.
Okay. So let's not be crying victim now. We have enough expertise to take care of each other. We only have one problem. We are selfish as a motherfucker. Greedy as a. I live in California now. Don't get me wrong. I've been in the United States for the last 15 years. I
But
know
you
what I'm
ain't
talking
speaking
about.
about all black people. All black people aren't like that.
Bruh,
You're trying
bruh,
to stereotype us. We got a
bruh,
lot of good brothers out there, bro.
brother. Even the good ones among us are still greedy and
And they
selfish.
kill them. Was Malcolm X greedy and selfish?
Yes,
Was Martin Luther King greedy and selfish?
yes.
You're just putting black people down. How about Clarence Thomas? Was Clarence Thomas selfish?
You see.
Is
So
Judge Clarence Thomas selfish?
hold up. Check this out, bro. So you're telling me that I'm putting black people down because I am telling you the mistakes that we made that we need to fix? How the fuck is that putting black people down, bro? If Martin Luther King and Malcolm X were not greedy, why didn't they work with each other? Why did Malcolm X
They
and
didn't
Martin
have a
Luther King,
chance because they was killed by Satan. Both of them was killed by Satan.
brother,
If you try to unite people in this country, you will come up against Satan.
brother, I
You
am
will come
asking
up
you a
against
question.
him.
Brother, I'm asking you a question. Why
Go
did
ahead.
Malcolm X and Martin Luther King not hold hands and sing Kumbaya? Why did they not hold hands together?
They probably would have, but they got shot. Shot by Satan.
Bro,
They
one was
probably
a
would. They got shot. They got shot.
brother, listen to me.
I'm telling you.
Brother.
Okay, go ahead.
One was a Christian and one was a Muslim.
They were both black.
Brother,
it ain't
listen to me.
It ain't about religion. It's about the skull of your skin.
Brother, please listen.
Go ahead.
One was a Muslim. One was a Christian. One worshipped his old slave master, the white man, and the other one went to his former slave master, the Arab. Psychologically, that's not what makes us black, bro. You realize that we as black people, we don't need to borrow culture, right? We don't need to borrow religion and to use it to free ourselves. You can't free yourself from the very system that enslaved you, using that very system as your master.
Bro, let me say something. That's why I'm a brother from the Nation of Islam. And that's totally, their Islam is totally different. It's about black and white. And Malcolm X said it. They kill us because we're black. They don't kill us because we're Christian. They don't kill us because you're African. They'll kill an African just as fast as they kill a black American. It ain't about religion, bro. It ain't about religion.
Brother,
It's about the culture.
let me tell you something about black America and why white folks did what they did, even through the 50s. When your ancestors spent a good part of 250 years enslaving a specific group of people, and then some of your other ancestors decided that, oh, let's stop treating these people like that. And then these people who was on the plantation give birth to children. And then they tell these children all the fucked up shit they used to do to them. And now these children are educated. Now these children got their own system. Bro, you think you're going to be able to sleep
We don't
at
have
night?
our own system. We don't have our own country.
Brother, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
It is extremely difficult for white people to trust black people because we become violent in revenge. It's difficult for them to listen.
Somebody rape you. You ain't gonna be nice to the rapists. Come on, man. Come on.
That's
All right,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
saying to you. It's part of the same problem. They're not gonna fold just because you ask them to. And if they give you the power you're asking for, like you said, you just call them devils. The fuck are you gonna do with that power? You're gonna go harm their kids and their husbands and their wives. You're gonna go do fucked up shit to them. And they are smart. They're not gonna fucking give you that power.
It ain't about that. It's about having.
Listen, bro. That's what I'm telling you, bro. I am not empowering someone who's threatening me.
We're not. We don't got no weapons. We don't make guns or nothing. What are they so scared of? What are they so scared of, bro?
Listen, they're scared of the fact that you're acting this way, and brothers and sisters acted the way you're acting. Listen, don't get me wrong, bro. It's not like we don't have a good reason to be that way. But because we were the ones who were slaves, bro, we have to be smarter than them. We need to be unpredictable. We don't need to be predictable. Like, violence is predictable.
Be a good slave.
Brother, listen.
That's what you're saying, though. Be a good slave. But let me ask you a question. Give me the year they freed black people in America. Give me a good year they freed us.
Brother, let me finish what I'm saying, bro. Come on. This is important conversation, bro. This ain't about feelings. It's 498 people here, man. Please, reason with your mind. Let's not speak with our feelings. Because we actually trying to make a real difference. It's about who's right and who looks good, who's strong. Nah. I am telling you that for 1 minute in your life, put yourself in a white man's shoe. Let's just pretend that slavery was the other way around. You telling me you're gonna freaking empower them when you can't trust the fact that they might want to seek revenge?
First of all, black people, we don't have the heart that they do. We can't take a baby and feed it to alligators and cut people's genitals off. You know, you gotta be evil to do that. How you gonna feed somebody, or they do it at the border? They're taking babies from women's titties at the border. How can you be? I'm talking about wickedness. How can you make a nuclear weapon kill everybody? Come on now. How can you build this big old prison like this, man? They're building big old gigantic prisons here, and they're putting us in it.
Brother.
Ain't no slave ships. This is like big old prison. They don't move neither, and they fill us up. And
brother, listen to me.
They bring crack in the neighborhoods. They got police all over, terrorizing black people every day over here. Every day.
Now, let's not vent now, bro. Brother, I'm sorry to say, but I suspect your mind has been overcome with delusion. I don't think that you are any better than those people who fed black babies to alligators. When you turn around and look at another human being and call them a devil, you know what we do to devils? We kill devils, bro. The moment you call them a devil, you're saying that they're not worth living. You have become the same exact thing that you are condemning. I'm just a black man who can see that. If you were so much better than them, you wouldn't talk the way you talk. You will forgive, but you wouldn't forget. I'm not saying to forget, but you would forgive. Because you understand that the way is not backwards, the way is forward. And if you're not ready to go exterminate them, you would then have to coexist with them. But you can't coexist with them while threatening them. And yet they're the ones who hold power. What foolish...
I understand what you're saying, though. I hear what you're saying. But I'm not the one threatening them. They're the one threatening us every day.
No, they don't need to threaten you. They don't need to threaten you.
I'm not saying they're all evil. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying all of them are evil and put them all down like that. But it's the government. When they get together and they unite like this, and they shoot us just because we're black. I mean, come on, man. I mean, you got to say what it is, man. The stuff they do. I mean, how can you explain it?
Brother, there's
they
nobody
make
out there.
If they ain't the devil, they'll do a good job to the. I mean, come on,
bro. There's nobody out there threatening black people. There's nobody out there threatening black people, bro. And like I said, bro, let's not monologue. Let's not monologue, okay? I listen. Let me say something to you. I am an African American. Literally, right? So I don't mean like entitled. I'm 30 years old. I lived the first 15 years of my life in Africa. I have now lived the last 15 years of my life in America. And I did not live in one place. I've lived in Charleston, Detroit, Oscoda, Kansas City, San Antonio, Texas, Houston, Texas, Dallas, Texas. Now I'm in Oakland, California. I live in Honolulu. I've had a bunch of places. I've been in many places temporarily, right? I understand black communities. I've even lived in white communities. I've lived in Chinese communities. I've lived in Mexican communities. If you go to Southside San Antonio, bro, you ain't seeing nobody who ain't Mexican, who ain't Hispanic, bro. You should see the way they take care of themselves, bro. It's the hood, but you should see the way they take care of themselves, bro. When they start speaking their Spanish, you're like a stranger in their midst. It's like they're speaking a code language. It's like a divine language because they know what they're saying, but you don't. Our problem as black people in America, it ain't what anybody did to us. The shit that other people did to us, we can fix. It's easy to fix. What's wrong with black people in America is what we do to ourselves. If we fix what we do to ourselves, bro, ain't nothing the white man could do to us. They can blow us up 100 times. We'll just fucking multiply. Rule number one in America. Hold up. Shit, what just happened? Rule number... Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Now let me say something. I'm 59. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
59 years old. Okay, when I first went, I went in the military in 1982. But when Louisiana, I remember back in the days were places where black people couldn't even go. If they catch you going to Pickaninny, Louisiana, they will kill you. Even in places in Georgia, in Forsyth, because I'm the last of the baby boomers, and you're a young man. But I'm telling you, I lived it, and I
Bro,
have friends of mine. I have seen black people get
it's
killed
called,
by the police. And see, young people, they don't experience what the older generation experience,
bro,
especially the ones in the 60s and the
Echo,
70s.
Echo, Echo. Can
Go
you
ahead,
hear
bro.
me?
Go ahead.
Can you
Go
hear me?
ahead. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you good.
You
I hear
sure?
you good.
God damn, what happened to my mic all of a sudden?
Now you got turned off. That's shit.
Echo, Echo,
Yeah, I'm still here.
Echo, Echo. Okay, there you go. Now I can hear you.
All right, I'm still here. You hear me?
Bro,
Go
you
ahead.
were lying, bro. Those are called sundown towns, right?
Yes.
Bro, I don't know, bro.
Louisiana.
Bro, when I lived in Texas, bro, especially in Houston, I don't know no black man who didn't have a story about how, yeah, he ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time of the day. That shit is real. You're not lying. But that's a minority. That's a minority. Okay. And you have to understand that among white people themselves, it's not like they are one huge group and they're united. Different groups of them feel differently about certain things. You got the real animals among
I
them. And
agree. I
if
agree. I agree.
listen, you got the real animals among them, and even those among them who have common sense, they don't like those animals. They will fuck them up if they get a chance. The good white
I agree.
folks,
I agree.
yeah.
I agree.
So those animals, in time we can deal with them, right? But bro, check this out. This is my solution to helping the black African American. Rule number one: the first person who can initiate this change is the black woman. The black woman is more powerful than the black man in America.
No, man, I disagree. I disagree.
Let me tell you
I
why, bro.
want to start too fast, but I don't. Okay.
Brother,
A man can do too much. I can't let a woman rule over me.
brother, just listen. You
I
see,
mean,
if you listen to my words,
okay.
you would find within my words the substance and the truth, which is in front of us, which you already know, because obviously you've lived longer than me. So just listen to my words. Men do better. Men are at their best when they have something to protect. When what a man is protecting acknowledges that man's ability to protect, that man is nearly invincible. It is the white woman that makes the white man strong. She is his glory. The sight of her makes him do anything. He fuck up anybody for her. He'll destroy entire kingdoms. He will wipe out entire races for her. The black woman needs to understand that she is strong, like a lioness, but she doesn't have to go do battle.
Because she got the male line to do her battle. She got the male line to do her battle. The male line does the fighting for the female line.
Check this out, my brother. Check this out.
That's why.
Check this out, my brother. You
That's
got
why
it. Like I
black
said, bro.
women.
Like I said, bro. You understand what I'm saying. But
Yeah,
I
I
don't want to
understand.
put. I want to put it in my words. And if you disagree with anything I say, point it out later. But let the audience hear it from my words. Check this out. The lioness is strong, but she's stronger when she is in numbers. So one lioness by herself is not really that much stronger than a leopard or a hyena. But the problem with one lioness is that you never see just one lioness. There's always at least 4 or 5 or 6 or 7, at most up to 30 of them. So a black woman's strength is when she has teammates. When black women work together.
I agree with that.
But check this out, bro. Now, what is the best work that a black woman can do? Go to any African tribe and ask them. It is family building. When women actually work together to build a family, bro, that is why we black people have survived this long. Because our system of family, women were the family builders. She cooked food, she ran the finances, And if she needed help, you got a second wife. It was not about love and emotions. It was not about looks. It didn't matter if your husband was good looking. If he was wealthy and responsible, you wanted his kids. And even when you couldn't have sex with him anymore, you went and got him a younger wife. And when that younger wife came, you found a way to work together. Obviously, it didn't always work out perfect, but most of the time it did. So in America, the black woman got to realize that the black man is not a monogamous man. The black man is not at his best when he only got one woman. The black man is not emotionally vulnerable like the other men. So if you're trying to build a relationship with a black man because you fell in love with him, that love is not going to keep him with you. It's not the love. You cannot use love to attract a black man.
It's about respect. But
Yes.
Winnie Mandela,
Yes.
Winnie Mandela, he's a strong woman.
You have to command the respect of a black man such a way that he will now use his critical thinking to control his sexual urges. If you approach a man emotionally, he will start valuing those emotions more than even the pleasure of sex that you give him. So he will now naturally have to go and find sex somewhere else.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Even though he loves you.
You have to respect a man.
Even though he loves you, right? So for black people in America, black women got to make peace with black women. So black women need to start being able to share one man. So teamwork, hypothetically, right? Because obviously it's not going to happen overnight.
But
Black woman got to realize that the black man is not her competition. He is her complementation. So he's not there to compete with you. He's there to complete you. That's the black woman's job. Now, once the black woman has done that, the black man now got to realize that the only way to repay the sacrifice that the black woman has done, she sacrificed her desire to want to be with just one man, is to earn her respect. You cannot get the woman's respect by just expecting it. You have to earn her respect. You have to be the image of masculinity that she has submitted to. She's not going to submit to you if you're a broke-ass, lazy, uneducated prick. You don't deserve her respect for shit. She should go be with a different man. Yes. So, as a young black man,
I agree. You got to hold it down. You got to hold it down.
Yes.
I pay my own bills because I pay everything. You know what I'm saying? I ask you.
Oh no. Listen.
But it's about land. What I'm trying to say is, it's still about land. Black people in America, we need land to grow food. We've been domesticated.
Listen, brother. Okay, you know what? Let me not lose my train of thought. Okay, brother, that black woman deserves the respect of a black man, not because you can pay your bills. A black woman will never respect you if the only bills you pay is yours. When a black woman comes into your life, you better be paying your mom's bills, paying your brother's bills, paying everybody's bills that you can. If you got that
working on the house, fixing the car, all that, cook, I do all that.
If you got that extra, those are the qualities in the man that commands the respect of women. It allows them to be at their best. It doesn't matter if it's a black woman or a white woman, because honestly, I'm not racist. So I'm not saying to you that you cannot fall in love with a Hispanic woman, an Indian woman, a Chinese woman, any woman. You as a black man, you're not limited even just only to the black woman. That's one thing the black woman got to know. In a peaceful world, she has to compete for the black man's attention. This is a man who physically, you are a prime species. Not to say other men are not prime species. Other men are prime species, but we have a different type of glory.
I'm not in the mixing myself. I'm not in the mixing. But I don't, you know, that people can do what they want to do.
Again,
it's not free will.
It's not mixing.
I mean, if you're like you want to keep your athletes, all your attributes, you're gonna get somebody who looks like your mother and your father. That's respect, honoring your mother and your father. And if my daughter was married white, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't want my daughter to go out married white.
Okay? Let me tell you something, okay?
I'm just being honest.
There are so many mixed people in this life. to even suggest that there's anything remotely wrong for a black man and a white woman is to be racist against all those who have already been born from those types of relationships in the past. There are human beings in this world whose fathers is white and their mother is black. You're not going to sit over here and say to me, I'm not about mixing. That is you dehumanizing that person, telling that somehow something's wrong with them because their parents are different. No. You can be whoever you want to. But economically, politically, physically, we identify in certain racial groups. So yeah, if you're half black and half white, you can help out the white community and you can help out the black community. In fact, whichever one you choose to identify with, you can. It's up to you. If you have Chinese, half white, you can choose which one you want to be part of. And
I
you
disagree with that because once you mix with a white person, the baby come out, the baby's black. If a person have sex with a Chinese person, baby's black. The person have sex with a Mexican, the baby come out, it's gonna be black.
No, sir.
You know, that's a big difference. That baby ain't white no more. If a person sleep with a white person over here, that baby come out, it's gonna be black. Obama's black.
Brother, let me ask you a question. Brother, let me ask you a question. What is the white man's greatest quality?
United.
But can you unite without using your mind?
No, united with you. Might makes right. They're united under might makes right.
Listen.
They make guns. That's what they good at.
Listen.
They good at making guns.
The white man's greatest quality is his ability to think. A white man is naturally a critical thinker, bro. So he has better control over his emotions.
I disagree.
Listen, you can disagree all you want to. I'm pretty sure that they're the ones who colonized us and put us on plantations. You cannot be a dumbass doing that shit, bro. You literally cannot be a dumbass. And if you can't acknowledge that just because you don't like it, bro, if you cannot acknowledge that just because you don't like it, I get it. But I'm a realist, bro. I'm not here to make myself feel good by lying to myself about what history is. A dumbass cannot colonize you, cannot defeat you. A smart person is invincible. You cannot break the barriers and the boundaries of a smart person unless he makes a mistake. White folks are not dumbasses. They are thinkers. They have a very strange curiosity. We even laugh about it. If a white man hears gunshots, he doesn't go run away from the gunshots. He runs towards the gunshots. It's almost like they don't even be scared they don't be scared of shit. It's in their nature. Just like me and you, we're black. And
I agree.
Listen, bro. That's why I was telling you. If a black man has a baby with a white man, yes, it is true that that baby will inherit the physical looks of his black parents, but his mind would work like his white parents. So yes, the part of the inheritance that you get from your white side of the family, it might not be visible to the eye, but it is expressible through your behaviors.
It sounds like you trying to say white people are smarter than black people. But you know who got the highest IQ?
Listen again.
Math and science. It's China now. White people ain't smart, man. They're not smart. They're wicked. You're getting smart with messed up with wickedness, bro.
Listen, bro. Please don't be emotional, bro. There's a difference.
I'm not being emotional. You're trying to put white people like smarter than black people. That's not true, bro.
Brother, I did not say that. You're the one who said that.
I'm saying this. I'm saying black people are smarter than white people.
Brother, I just gave you the truth of the situation.
I'm telling you, I know the truth. I think black people are smart enough. That's why we don't let us educate ourselves.
And you turned it into competition, bro.
That's why they come with critical race theory and stuff.
Brother, I'm not trying to come here and make anyone look good or look bad. I'm telling you the world as it is. I'm a realist. Why can't you listen to my words? I'm a realist. I'm not taking sides. In this situation, the way my brain is looking at it, I'm not looking at it as a white man or as a black man or as someone who likes white people or someone who hates white people or someone who likes black people or someone who hates black people. I'm just a thinker. I'm looking at this picture in front of me and I am judging every detail of it. And I'm telling you how it is. White people are more naturally inclined to critically think than us, especially us black people. As the black man, in most situations, we react with our emotions first. Once the emotion is gone, That's when our critical thinking kicks in. The white man is the opposite. He thinks, then his emotions come later. That gives him a slight advantage on the battlefield. The advantage that me and you have is that we are physically resilient. We have natural immunity to so many things that he can, even the sunlight, we're immune to the sunlight. He's not. So you see that even as a species, there is a balance there. One person is good at one thing, the other one is better at the other thing. Vice versa. The white man was so smart, he outsmarted our ancestors and colonized them. But our ancestors were so genetically gifted, they survived all the suffering that was put on them. That is a testament to the species. One was very, very mentally capable of exploitation and deception. And the other one, though he chose not to use his mind, is just naturally resilient. So hence, we both survived. We've both made it to 2023. So how do we move forward? Bro, we're not going to move forward by you planting seeds of war. Because you can't guarantee that you're going to
I'm
win the
not
next
planting no
war.
seeds. They are. Joe Biden is. I'm not planting no seeds.
Bro, Joe Biden didn't do shit to you.
I'm not cutting people off of water and electricity, the women and children. That's proof of wickedness. That's proof of
Bro,
that's pure wickedness, bro. To make
bro,
a nuclear weapon is pure wickedness, bro. That's all I'm saying. They shouldn't even make stuff like that.
bro, if your ass could make a nuclear weapon, but let me tell you something. If you were smart enough to make a nuclear weapon, you would have made one already.
Thank God black people don't have it. They probably would be killing each other off like crazy. But that's good they don't have it.
Brother, if you had the power and the knowledge to make nuclear weapons right now, you would have made it already. Bro, you know how many African presidents would have made nuclear bombs if we had that knowledge? And use that shit?
You can do it because you got the minerals. You got all the minerals. All you got to do is say you can't have none until you make me one or show me how to do it.
Bro, we
Shoot,
have
it's
the
easy.
mineral. We have the
They don't
minerals,
need
but
to
we
make
don't
that
have the
stuff.
knowledge.
But that's wickedness. That's why they don't have it, because that's pure
To
wickedness.
those of you who think that I'm glorifying white people by telling you the truth, you are the reason why black people are not going to succeed, because you spend your time blaming your problems on other people. I am telling you that our problems as black people can only be solved when we hold each other responsible and we love and care for each other. And
You gotta be free first, though. You gotta be free first.
brother, nobody is stopping you and I from talking to each other on TikTok right now, is there?
That don't make you free. Free is having land.
Brother, is anybody stopping you and I from talking
Free
on
is
TikTok
having your
right
own
now?
black house, your own flag.
Brother,
Free is growing your own food. Put what you want in your
is
food.
anyone
Freedom is
stopping
making your
you
own
and I
laws.
from talking on TikTok right now?
No, thank you for TikTok, though. Thank you for TikTok.
Brother, communication is the first step. So the fact that you are here on TikTok and you still don't yet know that you're free, it shows me that you have been suffering for so long, you no longer possess the ability to appreciate the good things you have. You see everything as a negative. So
I
you might
work for
need to have a
myself, though.
wake-up call.
I work for this, though, bro. I work for my house, my family, my kids, my dog, and everything.
A free man cannot do that. A slave man cannot do that. Only a free man can work from home and do what he wants when he wants to do and be his own boss. So you your own boss, right?
Yeah, I work for it.
Yeah.
I work for it.
It don't matter. That's what I'm saying. We need to work for it. We need to
Yeah.
work for it. We can't be expecting a handout from white folks as reparations. We need to take what we need to take.
Okay, after this,
Bro,
why do I have to?
listen
Why
to
do
me.
we have
Listen
to
to me.
pay taxes?
Because in this world, those who survive are those who go and take and then apologize later, rather than those who
They
ask
never
for
apologize.
permission. Listen, if we want something, we should go and take it first. Then we can apologize later. Didn't you learn anything from the colonizer? You think if the colonizer would have gone to Africa and said, please, can you give us your resources? We would have given it to them? No. They came and took that shit and then they said, I'm sorry. And if you can't learn from that, that means you ain't smart enough.
I agree with that.
But as a black man, as a black man, I'm smart enough.
I agree with that one.
And let me tell you something about you, bro. You say you're 69, right?
I'm 59.
Yeah, you old. Sit down. Let us run the show now. Let young folks like me,
But
when
I
we need
look good
advice,
though. I look good
hold
and
on,
I'm still
hold on.
working. I'm
It's,
still
it's not.
working.
It's, I'm pretty sure you look good, bro. Black
And
don't
I'm
crack,
still strong. I'm still strong,
bro.
bro. But
I bet you're strong, bro. We got the same genes. I have no doubt. Check this out, bro. Check this out, bro. You are now a living ancestor. In Africa, your ass so old at 59, your ass is now considered an ancestor, bro. Like you getting close to dying sometime in the next 20, 50 years. So you know what? You become like a library. So you don't run shit no more. Those who run shit come to you for advice. You know what I'm saying? So y'all need to, your ideology and your generation, if y'all did a good job raising us as your kids, you should now be confident that we can now take up the mantle because we got a different perspective than you. You see me? I'm not a victim. This whole conversation between me and you is just me trying to tell you that I'm 30 years old, so I'm old enough to be your son. You're old enough to be my dad. My
I got
generation of
something.
Africans, hold up, bro. My generation of black people, we don't see ourselves as victims. We're not thinking like people who were colonized, who were killed and murdered. We're thinking like we want to go take some shit. But the problem is that our parents don't want to go let us take some shit because they're still traumatized. Because all you want to do is blame the white man. Like, bro, I'm telling you, like, look, I don't need to blame the white man. If the white man got something that I want, I just go take it. If I want his daughter, shit, I go take his daughter. If I want his land, I can take the land. Whatever I need to, I can take it. Right? Even if I have to just ask him or negotiate
It ain't
or
that
scam
easy,
him.
bro. It ain't that
Listen,
easy.
bro, if it was not easy, Nigerians would not be known as scammers.
Well,
Bro,
you know,
if
Nigerians, you know, they
it
speak
wasn't
English.
easy, if
They
it
had a
wasn't
civil
easy,
war.
if
Nigeria had a civil war. That's why they
if
speak English. They wanted,
if
they
it
wanted to
wasn't
be like the
easy,
colonizers.
if it wasn't easy, you wouldn't have Nigerian scammers, bro. You know
They
who
should have stayed
Nigerian
kept their culture. They should be speaking Afrikaner. They should be speaking African. They shouldn't be speaking English in Nigeria. That's why Nigeria got messed up.
brother. Do you know why Nigerians are considered scammers? Because they can
Chinese speak
outsmart,
Chinese.
brother. Let me tell you the type of Nigerians who are actually pulling these scams, okay, bro? The Nigerians who are pulling these scams are not the ones who even went to school. These are kids who didn't even go to school, bro. And they're scamming people for millions of dollars a year out of their retirement. You can tell, bro, if you pick up one of the emails and the phones and you speak to one of these Nigerian scammers, we Africans, we can know that these are the guys who didn't go to school. They can't even speak English, bro. But they have such a high level of intelligence. They can still scam you despite the language barrier. Bro, you see these Indian scammers, the Indian scammers that call your phone all the time? Hello. How are
Yeah,
you
go
doing
ahead.
today?
Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead. And you know,
We
in
are
America,
not
that's the only language that
victims.
black people can speak
We
is
are
English.
not victims.
We don't
We
have
are
another
not
language like that.
victims. We are not victims. As a black man, I am not a victim. You are not a victim. Considering ourselves victims is spitting on the face of our ancestors who suffered, who actually suffered, who were actually victims. I am as free in America today as any white man. The only thing I don't got is what the
That's
white
not
man
true.
got.
No, bro, that is not true, bro. Come on now. Come on, man. Come on.
Brother, that is as true as truth can get. Let me tell you something, okay? There's only one thing
Come
that I
on,
don't
bro.
got.
Come on.
There is only one thing that I don't have that a white man got. The white man got his brother, his cousin, his sisters, his uncle.
He's on
And
the
guess
face
what?
of money. That's why they call it the
Brother,
White House.
brother,
Why do you think they call it the White House?
brother,
He's on all the money, the chains.
brother, all that petty shit doesn't
And
stop
you
me
think
from,
who makes the laws, bro? Who make all the laws?
all that petty shit doesn't stop me. That shit don't even slow me down. It's like you being like, well, the white man built the basketball court, so now he can dunk better than me. The fuck is that, bro? I don't give a shit who built the damn system. If I'm black and I'm 6 foot tall, if I'm 6'10", I can still dunk. Your ass can't dunk. You 5 foot. You build the stadium. Who gives a fuck? Bro, you're complaining about who built the basketball court and who built the stadium, when literally you and I are the only ones who can freaking dunk. We don't even have to try to dunk. Bro, I can play the system. I don't care who built the car. I can drive it better than you if I put my mind to it. That's why I said I am as free as any white man. And who's stopping me from building my own system? My freaking brothers. Because I got brothers and sisters out here. Everyone's just chasing their own shit. We don't want to work together. If we work together, we can build our own system. But until we do that, let's work this system. Yeah, it's true. It's fine that we got a disadvantage. But we're not a bunch of weaklings. We can we'll take a nerf. We'll take a disadvantage. We can handle it. But we ain't no fucking victims. We ain't no fucking descendants of slaves. We are the descendants of kings and warriors, great sages, wise men and women. I'm talking to you as an African. I know my history passed before the white man ever came to Africa.
And you know, it's something that says this: to honor your mothers and your fathers, and your days will be long before you. That's what it says. And so we should honor our blackness. And the only thing when it comes to white people,
you honor your
I'm
father and your mothers.
white people, all they can teach is how to be white, and that's not our ancestors. My ancestors were black.
Brother,
we need to honor our ancestors first. We need to honor
Brother.
black people. We should have our
Brother.
own black county, our own black house, our own black flag.
Brother, let me
And
ask you a
you
question.
need land first. First, you need land before you anything.
Brother,
You
let
got
me
to
ask
grow
you a
your own
question.
food. You can't
How
have the
does
enemy grow your own food.
how
And
does
so you
honoring
can't have that can't be possible.
brother, how does honoring your father and your mother make your life longer? Realistically. Because
I'm
I
gonna tell you, 'cause
understand bro, hold up. I understand poetry, okay? That's why I tell you the Bible is full of so much shit, bro. People don't get it. I don't care how good it sounds. If you can actually put it to practice, what fucking use is it? When you put it to practice, if it doesn't actually give you what you want, what use is it? Bro, how the hell does honoring your father and your mother make you live long? Give me in practice. Give me the practical example.
Okay,
How
put it
you
like
do it
this.
and how it make you
Put
live
it like
long.
this. When you go buy an animal, you know it's dog. You buy a pure breed. I got a raw. I buy pure blood. You know what you buying, and if that's when you know the effect. You know if he has a bad hip. You know he has this because that's the problem of our people, and that's why you marry your own same kind. They got to see if you're like Michael Jordan, you marry another athlete so you have the same attributes, and you know what's wrong. You can tell when you have
Brother,
the
but that's
right
not what I
person.
asked
You
you.
know when
Brother,
you get the right person.
brother, that's not what I asked you. I said, how does honoring your father and your mother make you live long?
And I just explained it to you. Because you know if you get somebody like, because you know your attributes. And you
The
can keep
fuck is
doing the
that?
same thing, the same
What do
pattern.
you mean? What do you mean?
You got the same attributes. That's how
Bro,
you can live long. Honoring your
bro,
mother and your father. And
you're
that's why
talking about,
that's why
hold up.
parents marry their kids off.
So you're talking about genetics?
Yes. Yes. I mean that's what it's all about.
So you're saying if you don't honor your father and your mother, you won't live long?
I'm saying it's you know, it says that. You need to honor your mother and your father.
Bro, I know that it
And
says that,
a
but it's
baby does when a baby comes out, he honors his parents. You don't need to keep doing that.
Brother, how does honoring your father and your mother make you live long? And are you saying that if someone doesn't honor their father and mother, they won't live long?
No, they won't. I don't believe they will.
Okay. By
If
you
don't honor
by you quoting a book that was written by your colonizers, you're not honoring your father and your mother and your ancestors. You're honoring the enslavers of your people. Because if you were honoring your father and your mother, you'd be quoting to me African proverbs and not proverbs that were written by a bunch of Europeans, right? The very people that you don't like. If you guys were honoring, if Christians,
they got that out of Egypt, bro. They got that out of Kemet.
Brother,
They got
no, they
that out of
didn't.
Kemet,
They
bro.
did not. No, they did not.
The first Bible came out from Egypt.
Bro,
It's
no,
out
they
of
did not.
Kemet.
No,
It's
they
out of
did not.
Kemet.
No, they did not, bro. Again, okay? Let's educate ourselves.
That's where God came from, Kemet.
If Christianity,
when white people, let me say something. When white people went into Europe and see that big old thing, that's where God came from.
Come on now, brother. Don't talk
Oh,
about I'm
go ahead,
talking
go
about. Let's not do that stuff now. If African people were truly honoring their fathers and their mothers, we will return to the traditions that we had before the gods of the Arabs and the Christians came to us. Every time you worship Jesus, you are spitting on the face of all your ancestors who never believed in Jesus. Every time you follow Muhammad, you are spitting on the face of all your ancestors. You get it? You get it? If you truly want to honor your ancestors, worship the same thing they worshipped, and they did not worship gods. All these new gods that you guys are defending were brought to you by the very people you are condemning. That's why you are still backwards today as black people. You still don't get it. You're eating the same poison that fucked you up. And then while claiming that the person who gave you the poison is evil. Bro, that person is not even forcing you to eat that poison anymore. You're eating it on your own now. God, 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 bro. God is the ideology that was used to make us submit.
You know, God
Our
came from high
ancestors,
intelligence.
our
When
ancestors
you see
never,
a pyramid,
our
that's what
ancestors,
God. If you look at
our
that pyramid,
ancestors,
you're gonna say
bro,
God. If you come to
bro,
Africa, you go to Egypt, Kemet, you
bro,
see all that artifact, you're gonna say God. You're
brother,
gonna say
our
God.
ancestors never believed in any gods. If you've never studied Hinduism, go and study Hinduism. Everything was personification for us. So it is okay for you to give human qualities to trees, animals, and water in order to teach lessons to your children. So, for example, if I'm trying to explain to my kids not to go to the river during the rainy season, I will tell my kids that the river gets hungry every rainy season, and any children who go swimming into the river by themselves, the river will eat them. So now my kids will be afraid to go to the river during the rainy season because they believe that the river is going to eat them like a person, right? But what they don't know is that I'm just teaching them not to go to the river because it rains and the waters increase and the currents are strong. If you go into the river during the rainy season, you might drown. That's how we Africans used to do it. The way we personify the universe, we say the universe is the combination of all things. If you bring everything that has ever existed and everything that would ever exist in one place, there you will have the most supreme thing that you can imagine. But that is an impossibility because nobody knows how far back the world goes, and nobody knows how far into the future the world will go. It is literally infinite. So God is the imagination of what would never be. But what could be if you imagine it? God is only possible, or the supreme is only possible within our imagination. As Africans, we understood it. And that understanding allowed us to be realistic. So we didn't worship anything. One of the most important reasons why we understood not to worship is because we knew that the difference between us and animals is the fact that we stand up straight. Every time you worship, you have to bow. Every time you bow, you make yourself less than human. You turn yourself into an animal. Because if we were meant to bow, we will be given 4 legs like a dog. We'll be given hands that walk on the ground like gorillas and monkeys.
They try to put me off or something. I'm just some of this back talk. But go ahead. But I know we said a lot, bro. I think these
It's
people
okay.
we said a lot. But anyway.
It's okay the way the conversation went because ultimately, like I said, me and you talking to each other, we allow those who are listening to us to think for themselves, right? So they
Yes. Go
don't have to agree or disagree with us, and me and you don't even have to agree or disagree.
ahead. Okay. But I'm just saying, when you said about God and the Bible, I can agree with some of that, but it's still when they went to Egypt, that's where they came up with all the religion and stuff like
No,
that. And then they
no,
burned up it came from Ethiopia first. It
no,
came from
it did
Ethiopia.
not. No, it did not, bro.
Well,
You
I'm
go
saying
and
when they see
study,
the pyramids, they didn't see God. You don't
go
see
and
God when you see the pyramids.
brother, go and study the history of the world, okay? This is not the first civilization. Ethiopia, Egypt, they are civilizations that were older than that. Far older than that. Far older than that. Even the pyramids were not built by Egyptians, not even by the people you see in Kemet. Pyramids are older than that. Pyramids are a relic from an old civilization, older than recent memory can tell you. And that world, bro, that world was an intermixed world like this one. All races were there It wasn't just black. It was a place where anyone from any part of the world could come. There was a different type of science that used to rule the world. We call it sorcery and witchcraft now, but that used to be the most universal science. Alchemy.
But you know, when it comes to building something, you got to use mathematics and science. I mean,
No,
wizardry.
you don't have to always use only mathematics. There's other algorithms of calculation. You know, mathematics is just one algorithm of calculation, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I can tell you what mathematics is. Listen, I'm going to tell you what mathematics is. Then I'm going to
I'm
let
an
you go.
artist now, bro. I'm a good artist. So I draw. And you know, drawing is math. That's all drawing is. I draw very well. And you use math to draw people.
No, you don't use math to draw.
That's why I use math to draw. I'm a very good artist, bro. And I can draw you exactly. I can blow you up. I multiply everything by 10. I make you 10 times bigger. I do use math, but I can draw freehanded too also.
It's called
But
scaling,
I do
bro.
use math to draw.
It's called scaling. Listen, bro. Mathematics is the abstract science of numbers, quantity, and space. Mathematics may be studied in its own right as pure mathematics or as it applies to other disciplines such as physics and engineering. You see, bro, mathematics is the abstract science of numbers, quantity, and space. So that tells you that if you can have an abstract science, you can also have a precise science. Do you know that quantum mechanics
True.
quantum
Universal language. Mathematics is like a universal language. I agree. And they should use mathematics for a language. Because that way you can make people equal. You can make all the races, or you use math, you can come out with a conclusion. You know, mathematics is very powerful. And so is science. Because science, you deal with colors.
Mathematics
and that's hard. Science is because you deal with colors.
Mathematics is a science, bro. That's what I'm saying. Mathematics is not different from a science. It's just a type of science. But there are other sciences that you can use to calculate things, not just mathematics.
Let me tell you something. With science, you got to mix colors. You got to mix. With math, you use numbers. In science, you got to know how to mix colors to get to that right complexion or get to what you want. And that's what makes science different than mathematics. And there's a difference between science and mathematics, bro. I'm telling you from an artist's point of view.
Mathematics is defined as the abstract science of numbers. So mathematics is a science, but not every science is mathematics. So you cannot compare science and mathematics because mathematics is a science. I get what you're saying, though. You're just putting it in a type of way.
Once you put it together, once you put math with science together, you make art. That's when art comes in. If you use math and then you use science, you can build. That's what they use to make things.
You cannot use math. You cannot use math and then use science because math is science.
No. Math is drawing.
Math is just the abstract science of numbers.
Use math to draw, bro.
Bro, math is the abstract science of numbers, right? Calculating. It's a way of calculating things. So in short, mathematics is a way of calculating things. Now, let me see what the definition of arithmetic is. Arithmetic is a branch of mathematics dealing with the properties and manipulation of numbers. So you see, mathematics is a science of numbers.
That's drawing. That's drawing. That's exactly what drawing is.
No, sir. Come on now.
You say it again. Say what you just said.
Arithmetic is the branch of mathematics dealing with the properties and manipulation of numbers. That's not drawing, bro.
Exactly.
I understand that you have to measure scale. You have to do scaling, right? Scaling.
And that's how you draw. That's what drawing is.
Brother, I'm an artist too. I actually like photorealistic. Everything you just said that you do, I do. I draw pretty good and I paint pretty good. And I also play piano. play guitar and I play drums, meaning instruments. It's a different form of computation. You cannot just say it is this if you cannot translate it. That's what I'm saying to you. I get what you're saying, but you should use the right language. Mathematics is not art. Art is different. I'll tell you what art is. This is the definition. It's English, bro. Definitions are really important. You have to use them within the context.
Yeah,
Art
but
is
when
the
you do,
art is the expression or application of human creative skills and imagination, typically
yep.
in a visual form such as painting or sculpture, producing works to be appreciated primarily for their beauties or emotional power. So you see, art is mostly emotional and beauty, right? Art, but mathematics has nothing to do with emotions and beauty. Mathematics is you're looking for precise answers. You're trying to figure stuff out. Now, could you use mathematics in the production of art? Yes, but you don't need to. You don't need to use mathematics.
You do a freehand. I could draw a good
You
freehand.
you need to use mathematics to do art, right?
Freehand. You do freehand. You do freehand.
Art is making things which are not real look like they are real. But mathematics is you understanding things which are already real. For example, Superman is art, but Superman ain't real. Santa Claus is art, but it ain't real, right? But 1 plus 1 is real. That's math. 1 apple plus another apple equals to 2 apples. That's math. So with us young folks, bro, you have to be careful what you say because if you just give us information as though it might sound good, it might sound good, but it ain't really practical.
It does sound good, bro. Just try it. Try using math and draw yourself. You can make yourself 10 times bigger. Just measure every portion of your face.
Bro, come
And
on
I'm telling you,
now,
science when
brother,
you mix, science is
brother,
mixing with when you put them
brother.
together.
It's
That's
called
art.
brother.
That's what
It's
I'm
called
saying. That's all
scaling.
I said.
It's called
That's what
scaling.
I said.
It's called scaling.
Scaling.
Yeah,
When you get,
scaling. Bro, let
I'm
me
saying
show
it's
you. Let me
wrong.
show you. Let me show you what it is, bro. Scaling is like the difference between a penny and and a and a quarter. So let's say the picture that I'm looking at is this small, but I need to take the image on this picture and blow it up while I draw it and make it bigger. So all I have to do is measure the dimensions of this, multiply it by 5. If a person's eye is 3 inches wide on the drawing, I could make that eye to be maybe 6 inches wide. Then I would blow it up times 2 on the big canvas. That's how it works. It's called scaling. You
I
know,
call it drawing. I call it drawing.
brother, it's
I
called
mean,
scaling.
come on, man. That's drawing. That's drawing.
Brother, it's
When you
called
make a
scaling.
blueprint, it's all a blueprint, front, top, right side. You can make a blueprint out of a bam. You're gonna say that's what they do, bro. And when I said science is when you start mixing colors. If you're gonna put gasoline, it's science. Science is different than math. And I'm saying you put science and math together, you get art. You get the pyramid. You get the Sphinx. You get all that.
Brother, math is a science.
And you put them together, math
You
and
can
science, you
you
get art.
no you
Music.
cannot put together math and
Music has
science
a beat.
because
Music even has a beat.
putting together
And
math and science is like putting together science and science. There's no math is a science. There's no science. There's no science without math. Math is science. It is the abstract science of numbers. So anything that numbers is involved with is science. So that's why I'm wondering what you're trying to say, bro. Like, but thank you for your time, bro.
all right, bro. Thank you
I
for your
appreciate
time. It's
you.
been a good show, man. It's been a good show.
This brother couldn't get off the whole math is science thing. I don't get that part of it. It's just, all right. You know what? I'm gonna bring you guys up, but I need you guys to run. Run, okay? Everybody run. Go straight to your point. Please don't waste time. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go quickly to your point.
Okay.
What's up? What's up?
I'm old. I just wanted to start off. I should be one to be sitting down. But I wanted to agree with you about when you were saying that um I always have thought that our ancestors that came over here from Africa didn't have Islam or Christianity. I don't believe that our ancestors had things written down. I believe that's something that was taught from generation to generation. And listening to what you're saying, it all makes sense.
All right, man. You say you came to agree, so there's no argument between me and you. I appreciate that input.
I just wanted to say that, and that was it.
Thank you. Stop believing in God. You would find enlightenment. The moment you stop believing in God, my friends, your life will become better. T-Talk, bro. You got too much noise in your background, bro.
I mopulate you. I mopulate you in the name of Jesus Christ.
Hi, bro. Can you
I'm sorry,
manipulate to your
bro. I'm
point?
sorry.
Can you manipulate to your point?
Yeah, Bakanga, look, bro. I don't agree with everything you say, but I respect it, and I love. For some reason, I love watching you, bro. I don't agree with most of the things that you talk about, and uh, it's fine. I can't change that. I don't want to change that even, but I wish that you can have a little more respect for people who believe in God. And
Brother, I have respect for people who believe in God. I have respect that they are human beings and I respect their humanity. But I have zero respect for their beliefs. I have no respect for the belief of a person who believes in God. But I respect their intelligence as human beings. I respect their ability to function in the real world. So outside of their humanity, I have zero respect. But I'll always respect you as a human being. I will never look down on you. I'll never step on you. It is your belief in something irrational that, because I don't think that you need to believe what you believe to live, to survive. If a person who believes in God stop believing in God, me and them, we can still have the same job as co-workers. We can still live just fine.
for
So
sure,
so beliefs are not something that I have to like lie to you about how I really feel about your beliefs. Like you said, we disagree, but you don't have to hate me. You don't hate me like some people do. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So exactly. So naturally, that means that if tomorrow I became a Muslim, you'll be like, oh, okay. If I became a Buddhist, you'll be like, oh, okay. Nothing will really change because you can see that at least this guy is a human being, and I can see that you're a human being because obviously you came up here and you started talking to me with your own brain. You didn't come to talk to me with your religion. So that tells me, oh
yeah,
shit, this guy actually controls his brain. So whatever
yeah. But
religion he
Bakanga,
got,
it's still there, my brother. It's still, even though I'm smart enough to not talk to you that way. That's still there. If I wanted to talk
oh
to you
no,
that
I
way,
know
I
it's still
can.
there. Let me tell you something. If it's still there and you had the chance to talk about it and you chose not to, it's because you understand that sometimes what's most important is to just talk to someone as people rather than try to shove shit.
Sure.
Because if you don't tell me what your religion is, I'm not gonna hate on it because I don't know it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Exactly. Bro, I can talk shit about God right now and it wouldn't even bother you because I don't even know which one you believe in. But the moment you tell me your shit, bro, you fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's best to be anonymous. Your God should be like your bank account. Don't tell people how much is in it.
Yeah. For
Don't tell
sure.
people
That.
where you keep your money. Don't tell people how much money you got, bro. They'll freaking rob your ass. Even your
It's
best friend, will stab you in the back.
brother. You said it best. You said it. Like you said, oh, the Bible's filled with stuff that if you don't know what it means, it's useless to you. So you even acknowledge the fact that there's gems inside of this book, whether it's literal, not literal, whatever it is. But I quite
Bro,
frankly find
The Bible becomes a complete different book when you realize that it's all fiction. You will enjoy the same way you enjoy Superman, bro. I'm telling you.
But a
Listen,
little
bro. Yeah, you will enjoy it. Think about it, bro. You know what
yeah,
Spider Man's uncle said to him? Do you know what Uncle Ben said to Spider Man?
mhm,
With great power comes great responsibility.
yeah. But
That
bro,
shit is, bro. That shit,
Superman
that
gets
shit is
old.
motivational as hell. But that was Spider Man. That shit ain't
Yeah.
real.
Yeah, but Superman, Spider-Man, superheroes, Harry Potter, all those things get old and wither and die, and we long for the next song. We never stay with one thing. But for
Bro,
some
that's why the
reason,
Bible has to keep changing from generation to generation. That's why they take out books and add books. Because the Bible that was the original scrolls were not written for for everyday people. It was written for kings and queens. And those kings and queens will usually have somebody open the scroll and stand there and read it for them. They didn't even read themselves. They knew how to read, but they wouldn't read themselves. Then eventually, somebody had to repackage that information for the everyday person. But the everyday person was not a master in language. Most people know how to read and write, but they're not really that great at it. They don't understand the differences between different forms of punctuation and grammar, right? So guess
right?
what? They read it, they don't really get it. So over the years, they have been trying to make it different, make it simpler, make it easier. That's why they always say, oh, there's a new version of the Bible, the new international version. Oh, it's easy to read. It's always easy to read. Why? What do you mean by easy to read? That means that they took out some shit out of it and put
No,
other
for
shit in
sure,
it.
bro.
Yeah.
It's not an easy book to read. Like when I was a child reading it, that when my family makes okay, this is Bible study day or whatever, bro. I'm reading it. It's impossible for a child to I couldn't understand a damn thing.
I did.
Impossible, bro.
I
But you
did.
know what? But no. If it was explained to me, if somebody told me about it, I would understand. But the word itself, the type of words and the grammar and the old school lingo, as a child, I could not understand that.
Bro,
Somebody
I
has
learned
to
English
explain.
really young, bro, because of the Bible. I used to read the shit out of that book, bro.
Oh,
I used to
you
read the
read the
shit out
whole
of that
thing?
book. By the time I was 15, bro, there was nothing in the Bible I didn't know.
But Kanga, can I ask you some questions, bro?
Sure.
Do you love white people?
I don't hate anybody and I don't love anybody. I don't even love myself. I don't even hate myself. I don't love my father or my mother. I don't do love.
Okay, so you don't believe in love. You don't.
It's not that I don't believe in love. I don't do love. I think that love is an emotion that tricks you into becoming a hater. So I sacrifice my love in order to avoid hate. But I have kindness and I have patience. I have gentleness and I have goodness. I have all other virtues that I need. Virtues that don't produce. Virtues whose opposite is not toxic. The opposite of kindness is not toxic, like the opposite of love. Love is fundamentally selfish. You don't love someone because of who they are, you love someone because of what they make you feel. It's all about you. So, once the reason why you love someone changes, that love also changes. That's why the world is fucked up, bro. Think about it, bro. If you love a woman, you will hate her twice as much when she cheats on you.
Oh yeah.
So you should be careful with loving. If you love your mother, your life will be twice as bad when she dies because you're gonna miss her.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
So
That's something I
so that is
dwell
why I
in.
personally I don't do love. Now, there's some affections that I feel towards my mother that I can't even use love to put on it because those affections don't even depend on who my mother is. It's so much more about what she is, right? There's also some affection, so there's no words that I can put. That's what some people don't know, bro. There are some emotions which cannot be put into words. Not every emotion that a human being experiences has been discovered and put into words. In fact, there are some emotions that specific individuals experience, which is not into word. So I'm not gonna take my emotions and my feelings towards my mother and use a word that everybody out here is dragging in the mud to describe it. No, what I feel towards my mother is not love. If it's far beyond love. Love is too pitiful because the way I feel towards my mother would never produce hatred in my heart. So it can't be love.
But it can produce hatred if you think about it. If someone were to harm your mother, it would instantly turn into hatred in your heart, and
Nope.
you would not hate her, but you would hate
Nope.
whatever would try to harm her.
Nope.
No?
Listen, you can RAPE my mom. You can do whatever you want to do to her. If I can't stop you in that moment, once it's happened, it is what it is. I don't need to feel any type of way. I don't need to even seek revenge because that's not how I feel towards my mom. I have already accepted the fact that anything can happen to my mom. So it doesn't matter what happens to her, I wouldn't be surprised.
That's wise. That's wise.
It's not wise. That's the feeling that I'm telling you. That feeling has allowed me to come to a certain level of understanding. I don't care if my mom poisoned my food tomorrow. It won't change how I feel towards her. I won't suddenly get angry. Like, same thing with my dad. I still see my dad the way I saw my dad when I was 5 years old. My dad can't do wrong.
Okay, so
So,
therefore it should be that's why your outlook on when I asked you if you love white people was that. Then your outlook is exactly the same way towards them too.
of course, because the
They could
people,
they could enslave your ancestors, but today you clearly don't have any resentment, any anger towards anybody or anything. It's
bro,
so clear.
how I feel about white people is because I understand the principle of root cause. To every situation, there is a root cause. There is no serial killer who was born a serial killer, bro. Circumstances lead you down the path to where someone who is just and fair would always consider the fact that, damn, life dealt him a bad hand. Bro, if you are raised in a country where everybody teaches you that black people are less than human, the fuck are you gonna do? You don't know better. Now, I could be angry because guess what? My ancestors were the ones suffering, but technically, my ancestors' suffering is not me suffering. So if my
Yeah.
ancestors suffered, they didn't suffer so I could be a dumbass. They suffered so I could get a chance to think clearly. If I hold on to it in anger, I will just end up another man's slave. But if I
Right,
let go
but it
and I
seems
don't
deeper than that. It seems like you're taking this wisdom you're using knowledge for what it should be used for, to make sure you prevent it from ever happening again because you
that's
love
the
it.
whole point. There you go. That
I
is
see
how
that.
that
I
is
see
how the
that clearly in your
termite,
message, man.
that is why the termite and the bees don't attack each other, even though they
Huh.
both form colonies. That's why the ant, the red ant and the black ants, they don't really attack each other. It's all about coexisting. That is why Islam and Christianity would only be able to coexist once they compromise the aspects of their religion that teach them to hate the other religion. It's all about coexisting. We have to coexist, man. Like, we don't have to exterminate each other. And those mistakes that we made, we can all learn from our mistakes. I'm not trying to be free from a white man so I could become a colonizer. Now, if I got to be a colonizer, I will go to the white man to learn how to be one. That's how I
Facts.
see it.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Now, if the white man wants to learn what it's like to be a slave, he probably should come to me. I will tell him. I'll show him the consequences of being that. I will show him how it can create anger among a people, how it can make a people strong, how it can give a people a reason to keep going. You know, if you want to learn that being small and slender is not a weakness, when there is 100 million of us, go to the Chinese and ask them if there's anything they cannot do when they're doing it together. I don't care how small a Chinese is, he will fuck you up when 50 of them show up.
That is true.
You know what I'm saying? But by himself, I'm black, I'm strong, right? But chances is, as a black man, if I pull up to a fight against a Chinese man, he's not going to be alone. I might be alone, but he's not going to be alone.
Yeah.
We have different qualities as human beings. We have different tragedies. We have different strength. We have different stories to tell, and we can all improve. That's where the world is going, bro. The world is not going into that place where we hate each other. No, the world is going. There is a one world order that is forming. But it shouldn't just form in terms of someone forcing it on us. We should accept each other anyways. Now, am I saying that white people should not be white and black shouldn't be white? No. By white people being white and being the best version of themselves, black people being black, being the best version of themselves. Man, I feel sorry for whoever ever attacks, for any alien group that ever attacks humanity, bro. We will fuck them up.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, I think
That's
that the
true.
diversity of the human race is the defense mechanism of the species of this realm. Our defense mechanism is the fact that there's different versions of us. So if an alien attacks the world and black people are strong, Asian people are strong, Arabs are strong, whites are strong, Native Americans are strong, the more human groups there are, the more difficult it will be to conquer humanity because we will be difficult to predict.
That is true. That is true. Um, but again, this is why certain okay, for example, that against an alien threat, if we all united, of course, we'll be unstoppable. Therefore, why do we need an alien threat to unite? Um, Greed, my brother. The fact that we all want the same thing, and some people don't draw the line at the same places other people draw that line. Oh, here's the line of morality I'll never pass to get to what I want, and here's the line that I draw as
It's
I
not good
go.
to draw a line. I don't think it's good to draw a line. I think that it's good when somebody else draws that line for you by becoming an obstacle that you cannot overcome. It's
But
checks and balances, right? So the only person who can check the power of the president is not the president himself. The president needs to be able to understand that he needs to be able to do whatever he needs to do his job. But Congress knows that part of their job is to make sure that the president doesn't cross the line that they have drawn for him. Same thing with the Justice Department. So they have the ability to check each other. But you don't need to draw a line in your head. You need to be the type of person who will do whatever you need to do to survive. If you're not thinking like that, bro, that line that you draw, that's where you're going to go extinct. Because as long as you don't cross that line, you will die.
yeah, for me, that line, because the whole freedom thing, it's like you were saying too earlier, how some people might dedicate their life uh studying whether a rock existed a certain way thousands of years ago. Uh, for me, it's the same thing with my religion, my morality, my thoughts, where the universe came from, um, my heritage, my family. Uh, I I don't know. The Bible is the only place that I find it
You want me to
written
you want me to tell
like
you
by
why you're a
name.
Christian?
I'm a Christian, yeah, but my history, my history is so.
I'm not going to be too hateful with you about it just because you're being really nice to me, right? Let me tell you the truth about most people in this world who are religious. You have
Yeah,
to believe in that God because you're naturally intellectually lazy.
no, that's
Let
not
me
it,
let me give
man.
proof to you. If you really wanted to know who the real God was, you would practice every religion on the face of the earth.
I did, bro.
Hold
I
up.
have.
Before you make up your mind.
I did.
Have you ever practiced Satanism,
Yes.
paganism,
Yes, of course.
pantheism?
What is it?
Pantheism.
No, I don't know what that is.
Those are the African religions. So you don't
Oh yeah,
necessarily
I didn't know by name pantheism, but African religion, absolutely.
How about Hinduism?
Yep.
How
I have
about
a tattoo
Sikhism?
on my body. Sikhism, I had friends who were Sikhs, so I haven't practiced it, but I heard what.
Did you dedicate the same amount of time and dedication to each of those religions?
Some things didn't require the same amount of time. Some things I came across and said, this is not what I'm looking for next.
Okay, but that, you see, I think that's where we are kind of confused. I'm not asking you if you went looking for something specific. I said, did you give yourself the opportunity to study all these religions
No,
and
no,
come to
no.
an independent conclusion about them based on what they really are rather than what you want them to be or what you expected to get from them? Because if you properly judge every religion, it's the same thing as you being a judge in court. And some of your convicts are white, one is black, one is yellow, one is whatever. And you're like, I'm gonna cut the black guys slack because black people have suffered. So I'm gonna give him a lesser sentence. Come to find out, he committed a worse crime than the Asian guy. So imagine yourself as a judge and every religion in the world come to your court. Bro, you gotta be fair. That's the only way you're gonna find out the truth, bro. Now, if you pick one specific one because it makes you feel the best, you feel the most about it, then we wouldn't have a jury. The judge will always decide everything.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I mean, I believe I was as fair as I could, and I feel like if I landed on any of the religion, if I landed on Buddhism, it'd be okay. If I landed on Islam, it'd be okay. But as landing on Christianity is not okay. So that's the reason. That's part of the reasons why I came to that. Where I noticed, why are Christians hated? Why are Christians so absolutely hated on this planet? They didn't
Christians
do
are,
nothing.
because Christians have done the most atrocities, bro. Think about it. You don't hate someone for no
Not the
reason.
not the ones today.
No, yes. Listen, bro. Everywhere where the British Empire was, bro, they went there as Christians. The Romans invaded as Christians, bro. I'm telling you, the history of Christianity is soaked in blood. I know you might not blame today's Christians, bro, but you cannot. It's the legacy of that religion. Every time Christians come to your country, they are coming to try to convert you. They always see themselves as better than you. They always see themselves as whatever you have, we have something better for you. And it's not like you can keep what you have and then take what they have. No, they always want you to give away what you want, what you have, in order to get what they have. And half the time you give away what you have and they take that shit for themselves.
Yeah, it's true. It has been like that.
That's why Christians are more hated, even more than Muslims.
Okay, but that's the thing. For me personally, I understand that as truth. But me personally and my culture, my heritage, my people, we were never under the British flag. We were never under those atrocities that happened.
Tell me, who are your people? Let me look at their history. Who are your people?
Armenia.
Where was Armenia located?
Armenia was located, it's in East Asia.
Okay. And I heard about the Armenian genocide.
Mm-hmm.
By who?
By the Ottoman Empire.
Why?
Well, okay, so I studied both sides. Both sides tell you a different answer. Modern day, there's no more Ottoman Empire. It's just Turkey now. They tell you one story. Armenians tell you another story. I'm an Armenian. I'm not gonna just come and tell you the Armenian side. Oh, well, we were told this, so this is why we were genocided, which a lot of people will tell you that. What I was told, what I know, as far as what's been passed down, is it's because of our religion, it's because of the land, and Muslims didn't want Christians living in that area, so they raided, they destroyed.
But that's not true. That's not true. Do you know why? Do you know how I know it's not true? Or do you know how I know something is wrong with that story?
How?
Historically, among all the empires in this world, the Muslim Ottoman Empire were the most tolerant of all empires. They would actually allow Christians and Jews to live among them. The only difference was that they made you pay a tax, but they did not exterminate people like that.
So you're
not in times of not in times of where there's no conflict. The Muslims will kill in terms of open conflict, but when there's no open conflict, the Ottoman Empire is reputable. That's one of the reasons that make them great. The fact that they did not
Okay,
go out of
but
those types of
how
genocides.
again? How do you know that?
Because today alone, I did a lot of research on the Ottoman Empire. I was gonna make a video about Palestine, and I got into it, and I learned that today. The Ottomans, in fact, the Ottoman caliphs, right? They used to have this special army known as the Janissaries, something like that. These Janissaries were young Christian boys that rather than killing them, they will rather castrate them and then train them to become soldiers. The Ottomans did not believe in wasting life. Someone was always better served in a way, so they wouldn't even kill Christians and Jews. Now,
Well, they made them walk the desert.
if some
That's the
type of
thing. So
conflict, bro,
you should do your research on what happened there. Like really,
no, hold on. I know. If some type of conflict happened between the Ottomans and the Armenians, and the Ottomans actually went to genocide the Armenians, then there has to be more to that story than just it was their religion. Because if it was just their religion alone,
there is more to that story. It goes deep. There's a history. I would love to do some more research on it too. It's just me being in America, being an American. It's all the way on the other side of the world, and when I think about picking sides and how once you pick a side, you can no longer see clearly anymore. You
you're smart. You're smart if you know that.
My pastor tells me that.
If you pick a side, you become biased. That's why you should never say that any religion is the one true religion. Let me tell you something. If Jesus was on earth today, he wouldn't be a Christian, bro. In fact, let me tell you something. If Jesus was on earth today, if he went to go hang out with the Muslims,
you
bro,
wouldn't identify it because that's silly to identify as anything. But the thing is, if Jesus was on earth today, they would crucify him again. They'd kill him again.
No, they wouldn't even know that he was Jesus. Let me tell you why. Because the reason why the character of Jesus is difficult for Christians to emulate is because Jesus' character goes against Christianity. Christianity is really based on the doctrines of Paul, bro. Anyone who reads the Bible knows that. If you actually did what Jesus said to do, if you build your Christianity just based on the 4 Gospels, you don't even get Christianity at all. Christianity is all based on the teachings of Paul. If you actually follow Jesus' teachings by itself in that book, bro, listen, if Jesus was on earth today, bro, and you went to Saudi Arabia, you wouldn't even know which one is Jesus and which one is not. If you went to Africa to go and look for Jesus in Africa, bro, let's say he went to Africa, he'll be just like the Africans. He would do what they do. He would sing what they sing. He was a guy who could fit in anywhere at any time with anyone. That is why the number one accusation that the Pharisees used to give Jesus was that he hangs out with sinners. So when Jesus was with the tax collectors, he ate like the tax collectors. He went to their house. He hung out with them. When he was with the prostitute, he rescued the prostitute. He hung out with her. The whole point of Jesus was that Jesus did not carry one specific type of identity. When he was among the Pharisees, he would teach just like them and teach better than them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He was a master. He was a jack of all trades and a master of all. He could be anyone.
He was a carpenter. He could build any reality he wanted to build. He was literally a carpenter, a fisher of men. He went to a fisherman. He said, "Yo, you could catch all the fish you want, but if you come with me, I'll make you a fisher of man."
You want me to tell you another secret?
Yeah.
You will never find anywhere in the Bible where Jesus says he believes in God. I dare anybody to show me anywhere in the Bible where Jesus said with his own mouth that he believes in God. God is not something to be. No, it's not. It's not. Listen, God is not something you should believe in.
Yeah, you're right. It's not something you should believe in, but you should believe in him. You should trust him.
No,
believe in him as trust.
It's not something that you should either.
I personally would trust in any situation in my life. If I'm on a boat and the boat
Listen,
is
if
gonna,
you're having to trust
drown,
God,
it's a storm, I'm trusting God anyway.
bro, if you're having to
In the
trust
storm.
God, that means that there is a possibility to doubt God. It's
That is
impossible to
true.
doubt. God is not a being that can be doubted, even if you wanted to,
That's
if
true.
God is real. So if you have to trust God, it's because the God that you're trusting doesn't exist. Let me tell you something, bro. If God is real,
Yeah.
He wants you to ignore him. That's the real. That means that God wants you to do what he's supposed to do, think the way he's supposed to think, and be who he's supposed to be.
Yeah.
That's so you don't need to worship anyone. You don't need to bow to anyone.
No, for sure. The bowing and worshiping comes after, right? But you have to first ask the question of who is that? So you said be like, if there was a God, he would want you to be like him. Well, it says Jesus was the Son of God and the Father and him are one. So and he said, and Jesus said, the greater works you will do. So he's implying that we're all children of God. If we're all children of God,
But brother,
and
check
we
this
have to
out.
get to know,
Check this out.
getting to know God is the main part of
Check this out.
of
We
life.
we can't be children of God.
But we are.
No,
There's nothing else we can be.
we cannot be children of God.
So what are we, children of the flesh?
Let me tell you,
We're
an
more than the
eternal
flesh.
being. Do you think that God is eternal?
Yeah.
Okay, then
Absolutely.
an eternal being cannot have children because those children will have to be eternal too. So if those children are eternal, then we're not his children. Think about it,
Yeah.
bro.
Yes, because we are in return eternal too.
Are we eternal?
We are.
So we
The
have no
flesh,
beginning
the
and we have
flesh
no end?
isn't. The flesh isn't, but the spirit is.
No.
And it says that in science too,
Hold
where
on.
energy can never be created or destroyed.
Hold
If
on.
you are quite literally energy,
But the spirit is not energy.
but you're energy. We're energy. I'm energy.
I'm not energy. What makes me me is not energy. What makes me me is the combination of the different organs in my body working together. Once they all work perfectly fine, then that's when I become me.
But
So
that's the flesh. That's not you.
No, that's me. I am the flesh. Without the flesh, there is no me. The spirit is just the idea of me. It's just the idea itself. It's an imagination. But the reality is that you are your body.
So
Anyone who realizes that, the better for them. Listen to me. People who don't know that they are their body, bro, they're not living in the real world. You are your body.
I'd say the opposite. It seems like people who think they're their body, they're not living in the real. Oh, I think I'm my body, therefore I identify as X, Y, Z. When in reality, these are all just practical thoughts where you're gonna drop it anyway. You're gonna drop it. Like for example, you're a doctor. If you're a doctor, you're not identifying as a doctor. As soon as you come home, you leave it at the door. It's a practical thing where you don't take it with you when you sleep or whatever. It's not who you are. Your body, your flesh is not who you are. It's what you are. But there's there's the energy inside that never dies. That's who you are. The spirit.
No, sir. No, sir. That's not who you are.
Well
Let me
then,
tell you.
what are the who are the ancestors, and are they relevant if not?
They're only relevant ideologically, like stories. Listen to this, brother. Okay, that's
But
the
their
problem with
spirit is not
religion,
the wind.
and this is the problem with what Christianity and Judeo-Christians religions especially have done to mess up people's brains. In ancient times, people didn't have the sciences that we have today in order to understand the human beings. For example, I want you to open the Bible and show me anywhere in the Bible where it says emotions. You will not find the word emotions in the Bible. Do you know why? Because your emotions is what the Bible calls spirit. So when the Bible mentions spirit, it's always talking about your emotions. If you don't believe me, like I said, flip any Bible that you can see and show me the word emotions.
Yeah, no,
So
I'm
so
pretty
if
sure
you
it's
go
in
if you
here.
go into the Bible and everywhere it says spirit, you substitute it with emotions, it will make sense to you in your current English. For example, it says that, in fact, let me pull up the Bible, I'll read it to you. In Galatians chapter 5, right? Bro, this is about to blow your mind. And I know you're a Christian, but I'm not lying to you, bro, what I'm about to show you. I'm going to read to you from Galatians chapter 5 from verse 22. It says, but the fruit of the Spirit is, now I'm going to substitute the word spirit with emotions. Listen carefully. But the fruit of the emotion is love. Isn't love an emotion? Yes, it is. Joy. Isn't that an emotion? Peace. Patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such there is no law. There's no law against how you feel. How you feel depends on how you think. Let me tell you something about how you think, bro. In the definition in the dictionary definition of the word emotions, your emotion is defined as your state of mind. So what the Bible is teaching you here is that depending on what state of mind you have, you will produce. If you have the state of mind, like it says, like this mind which was in Christ Jesus also be in you. If you have the mind of Christ Jesus, you're only going to be experiencing these emotions: love, joy, peace, long-suffering, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. But what are the fruits of the flesh? Okay. For the flesh lust against the spirit. So that tells you that your emotions and your desires are always fighting each other.
Yeah.
The flesh is not even your physical body. The flesh is your desires. They are both imaginary, according to the Bible. That's why, listen, it's also a type of emotion. It's a state of mind. Let me put it that way. Your flesh, your desires is also a certain aspect of your mind. That is why it's also going to come up like emotions, right? Let me give you an example. Something that all of this that I'm going to read is something you do with your mind. For the flesh lust against the spirit, or should I say, for your desires would always lust against your emotions, and your emotions against your desires. The correct thing says, for the flesh lust against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh. And these are contrary to one another. So you don't always desire how you feel. You need to control what you want and also control how you feel. So that
I agree with.
check this out. These are contrary to one another, your desires and your emotion, so that you do not do the things that you wish. It literally is in there. Go read it. Galatians chapter 5 from verse 17. But if you are led by the Spirit, you are not under the law. So if you are led by that specific group of emotions that he calls the Spirit, right? You are not under the law. You want to know what the law is, bro? The law is a set of rules that you follow regardless of how you feel. That's what the law is. If I tell you not to cross the red light, I don't give a fuck how you feel. Don't cross the damn red light.
Right.
But if I don't give you a law, you should go based on your feelings. Bro, I'm not lying to you, bro. That's why I think the Bible is toxic. Because in reality, you shouldn't go based on your feelings. Critical thinking tells you not to go based on your feelings. So when people read it, they don't get it. It's telling you to be stupid. It's telling you to be foolish based on what people consider to be smart in the real world. Smart people will tell you that, hey, bro, go based on logic. Don't go based on your feelings. But the Bible here is teaching you to go based on your feelings instead. It's calling it spirit. Now it says, but if you are led by the Spirit, you are not under the law. Now, the works of the flesh are evident, which are adultery. Bro, what is adultery? When
Sexual immorality, sex out of wedlock.
No. When you make the decision not only to desire somebody else's wife or husband, but you go and do it. So what did Jesus say? What did Jesus say? If you look at another man's wife,
You already committed it
you already did it in your what?
in your heart.
Which is your what? Your mind, right?
Yeah.
Bro, it's all thinking, bro. It's all mental health. This is all emotions and mental health. So
But
your spirit,
that's a good message. That's saying if you think about it, if you hate somebody, you murder them.
it's not that it's a good message, bro. It's actually not a good message from the way I'm breaking it down to you. I know you think it's a good message, but it's not, bro.
But okay, he's saying also if you hate somebody, you murder them, whether in your heart, the same way if you look at with lust, you committed adultery. If you hate somebody, it's already murder. That's a good message. That's showing that the hate itself is murder.
Brother, let me tell you something.
Who else tells you that?
Let me tell you something. Hate itself is not murder.
It must be.
But, check this out. But, you cannot murder someone without hating them.
Absolutely.
Listen carefully. Hate is not murder.
It is.
No, sir. But you cannot murder someone without hating them. Why? Hate opens a door to chaotic behavior.
But the hate comes first, and then the murder happens. Therefore,
yes, but the hate doesn't always guarantee that you're gonna murder. Just because you hate.
Absolutely, but that's why Jesus is saying, even if you hate, you already murdered. You're not supposed to hate. Don't hate.
But that's not practically true. It's not the same thing as lusting, right? That's what I'm saying to you, bro. If you look based on this, bro, and you just read it just because you want to feel good, and you don't use your own brain to think if that's actually practical, you're not gonna see the mistakes that those who wrote this, bro. This book was written by men, and I figured out that these men were not smarter than me. I educated myself to the level where I am smarter than everyone who ever wrote a word in this book.
Brother, that's without a doubt. That's without a doubt, bro. But yet it still stands. And it's not them that were smart. It was God that...
Do you know why it still stands? No, it's not God. It's not God at all. I will tell you why it still stands. Okay? I'll show you right now why this thing still stands. It's a business, bro. This is business. It sells. You see, this is a brand. This is a trademark. This is a trademark. That means that anybody who sells his Bible has to give money to this company. It's called Gideon's. You see this? This is a business. And you want to know what men do? Men are greedy, bro. Human beings are greedy. The reason why the Bible is still relevant, bro, is because religious books is one of the biggest business ever made in human history. It is the buying and selling of hope. So as long as you convince people that this is true, guess what? You can sell as many of them as you want to. So you know what the Arabs did? You know what the Arabs did? The Arabs were like, fuck it, we're not gonna let the Europeans have a fast one on us. We're gonna write our own book.
And sell our own shit. Yeah, of course, bro.
It's business. It's business. And the problem though, the biggest problem with this book is that it has primitive ideologies.
Holy hell. It does, but it's a good thing that it has it. It doesn't act like it doesn't exist. The primitive ideologies exist in the world. It shines a bright light on society today, and it says, hey, look at this example. Look at what's prophesied to happen at the end. Look at this example of a perfect man. You're a man. This is the example of what you should be like. That's Jesus, right? This is the business. This is the game, brother.
Do you think that Jesus was a perfect man?
Absolutely.
Okay, I can prove to you that Jesus wasn't a perfect man.
Enlighten me.
A perfect man will never get angry.
He never was angry.
Check this out. not only get angry, but a perfect man will never destroy another person's property. Jesus
He,
went into the temple and he
yes,
flipped over tables.
that's perfect. Only a perfect man would do that. Only a
Listen to me.
perfect man would do
Listen
that.
to me. In all his power and all his might, he could have stood in front of the table and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, by the authority given to me from heaven, please leave my father's house." Those people in there, in the temple, those are people who needed to earn a living. Money changes. They have families. Those are human beings. What kind of example are you setting? That if I don't like something, I go and spill it over? No.
Yeah, he's teaching us
He
how to do
he
it.
was being run by his emotions. But check out what you're doing. Check out what you're doing. You are justifying that bad behavior because you've assumed that the person who is committing that bad behavior cannot commit bad behavior. So when you see bad behavior, instead of calling it out, you find a way to justify it. Bro, that
No,
is why white
call a
people
spade a spade.
check this out, bro. That is why many white people tolerated slavery, bro. Because those people, their fathers and their uncles who were doing fucked up shit to the slaves, these were good men from their perspective. Oh, if my dad is treating a slave like that, the slave probably deserved it.
Yeah,
Oh, if
they
my
were
dad think,
probably spoiled little brats.
because you form this image in your head that these people are good, right? Your father says, well, the Bible says these are the descendants of Ham and they're going to be slaves. So as long as we treat them all right, everything is going to be fine. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and of course, brother.
And what does the Bible say? It says, slaves, obey your masters. Well, you know what I would say to my son if I was a slave master? Why would the Bible say, slaves, obey your master, if the Bible was condemning slavery?
For sure, it could be used for the most wicked. Brother, that's why I
Bro,
always say the devil
it's
wrote
not
the
that
Bible.
it's not that it could be used. That is the only way that it can be used.
No,
The Bible
that's
can
not
only be
true.
used to lie and deceive.
No, it's not true.
If somebody was actually telling you the truth about a situation, they will first have to tell you that the Bible is not true. The first lie that is ever told about the Bible is that it's the word of God. That's the first lie. The second lie is that
That is a lie, yeah.
that it's
That's a
true.
lie. That's a lie. It's not the word of God. Whoever tells you that is lying to you. But it's not the word of God for sure. That doesn't make sense logically. Excuse me.
Obviously, it doesn't make
But it's
sense.
the word. It's the word from God. It's not the word of God.
Well, we still have no proof that it's the word from God. As far as I know, it's a bunch of white folks that wrote it up in Europe. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's not in Europe. It's not a white religion.
Yeah, sure as hell, it's a white religion. How come it's being promoted mostly by white folks?
Well, I'm telling you, as the Armenians are the first Christian country. It's not a white religion, unless you think Armenians are white.
Armenians are white, as far as I know. Are you not
But
white? You're
that's as far as
Caucasian.
you know. But trust
Well,
me, I've
shit.
seen white.
My
I've
good brother.
seen
My good
I've seen
brother.
white. We're not white.
My good brother. Armenians is
We're the
considered as
grandfathers.
Caucasian. Shit.
We're the grandfathers to whites.
Turn on your
And blacks.
camera. Turn on your camera, my good brother. Let's see what you look like. Shit, look at that, my brother. You was white as hell. Shit, hold up.
Look at
I'm gonna
me.
put
You
you.
think I look
I'm
like?
gonna.
You
I'm gonna
think
put
I
you
look
up on the
like?
big screen. I'll put you up on the big screen. Look at that, my bro.
Okay.
Shit, my brother. You Caucasian. You
Bro,
as Caucasian
you
as
see
it
my
comes.
white?
Bro, you even
Have
got a
you seen a
Caucasian
Caucasian
nose,
with
my
these
bro.
eyebrows? I'm Caucasian. Have you seen a white with these eyebrows? With this
Why?
beard?
Yeah, you's a different breed of white. White folks. You know what I'm saying?
White. Brother, I'm the grandfather to the whites. Caucasian from the Caucasus Mountains.
Bro, but there's different types of white folks. Like, listen, check this out, my good brother. It's white folks from Texas. Shit, them ones is different. You got some from Michigan. Then you know Arabs are technically Caucasian to a certain degree.
Caucasian and white. I mean, I'm from the mountains of Caucasus. That's why I always say, because I'm a writer, this shit is dark, bro. I'm from the valley where Noah landed his ark, bro. It's
Bro,
a it's it,
I don't think Noah landed his ark on the in goddamn up north, because how come
he
all the
did.
animals end up in Africa then? Shit,
Well,
think about it, bro. If Noah
it's
landed his ark
connected
up there, how come all the animals end up down in Africa, like the lions and the giraffes?
because it's connected. Africa's connected to our to the
Bro,
land
are
of
you
our
trying to
neighbors.
tell me? You trying to tell me all them animals walked for days, bro? The turtles and the tortoises? Bro, you know how slow a tortoise is?
Brother, I'm sure.
I'm thinking, bro, the way I'm thinking, I'm like, if the story of Noah is true, it must have happened somewhere in Africa, brother. It had to have.
Bro, we're an ancient civilization. So if we've been, bro, we
Bro,
went from being pagans to being Christians, bro. We're
I
old.
get that part. I get that part. But that's supposed to have been like 4,000 years ago. That ain't even that long
But
ago, bro.
do you see how I'm not no Billy Bob man? We're deep in the South, and bro. Do you think I'm that? Do you see any of that in me?
No, bro. Like I said, you's a different breed of white folk. Like I said, you more like the Italians and the Spanish
No,
and the Portuguese. So
we're
you
older
got,
than them. We're older than all of them,
you know what? You know what? You right. You like the Scandinavians.
bro. I don't even know what that is.
The Scandinavians are up north, like the Norwegians, right? Bro, they are old. Those are some old people. Everybody always talk about out of Africa. I don't think white folks came out of Africa. I think that if you guys don't come from here, you come from somewhere unique. But you right. You right. You right.
Bro, look at this little pup.
Bro, you think that dog came from the Caucasus Mountains too?
Hell no. God, bro. You're so funny, man.
I'm just saying, my brother. But
Nah,
look. Your people only became Christians due to the cleansing of Norway. It was a lot of killing by the Christians, by the Romans.
I don't know. I think we're older than that, than the crusade.
No. I think your ancestors were in Egypt when my ancestors were also building the pyramids.
Okay,
We're talking about 13, 14,000 years ago.
was that before the flood or after the flood?
There was no flood there. There
That's
really
not what
was
I
no
was.
flood. There really was
That's
no
not what I
flood.
was taught, bro.
I know they thought you wrong on that, bro, but there was no flood.
I don't think
Bro,
we
there is no
mentioned it.
evidence in the Sahara Desert to suggest that it was ever underwater at any point, bro.
Yeah, I never looked for evidence. I mean, they supposedly found the ark, though. They found the ark in the mountains, which is, what are the odds of that?
Bro, you seem pretty educated to me, bro. Are you telling me you don't know that the Catholic Church is full of shit with all their forgeries they like to make, bro? They like to make all types of forgeries.
They're not Catholic.
I know you're not Catholic, but you know that the Catholics would do some shit like that.
For sure they would. That seems to be in their nature.
Yup. They like to make up fake manuscripts and shit like that. Fake miracles.
Beta Pope.
The little boy pimp.
I don't know. Even if there was not a flood, like I trust in my people. My people are good people. Like there's bad amongst us, of course,
Bro,
without a
it ain't just
doubt.
your people. That's all human beings, bro.
Yeah. But yeah, that's true. It is all human beings. I don't know. I wish people were closer and more accepting of each other. Like
I think the world is good the way it is right now, and we're making good progress. I think we just need to enjoy the world as it is and do the best that we
yeah,
can right here, right now.
yeah. It's just
I don't
okay.
think we need to be
Sometimes like
paranoid. If anything, we should be happy that we live in 2023, bro, in the age of TikTok, bro. This is literally magic from the perspective of people who lived 100 years ago. We should be
Yeah,
grateful. We should be
that's
grateful.
true. That's true. That's true. But yet, there's right now, as we speak, there's a war happening between two major countries, and there's rumors of World War III breaking out.
Bro, that
Um,
shit has been going on forever. And even if World War III happens, it's just going to be another day, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. Listen.
we lose people,
There's
bro.
no
We
need for.
lose people.
Bro, 250,000 people die every day in this world. 250,000 people across the whole world. Maybe another 200,000 babies are born. But still, that's how the world works, bro. People come and go. It is what it is. You and I, right now, we're not fighting each other, right? So I hope you can enjoy your day, live your life, and everybody listening to us. We don't need to be anxious or worried about. Nah, we don't need to. All the scary shit. The world is not gonna end. The world is gonna be here. We don't need to worry about it. We don't need to be anxious about tomorrow. We focus on today. And today we are here.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Thank you.
I hope we get
I
there.
appreciate you, my brother. This was a nice convo.
Thank you, bro. Likewise. I'm gonna keep watching.
Oh, for sure, man. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man. But Conga, just
What's up?
keep doing what you're doing. Try to have an open heart. Do
Bro,
it. If you like to talk on these things, do the research, bro. Like nothing hurts me
bro,
more than hearing false things on TikTok. Like
bro.
people like gathering together and
When it
building like
comes to Christianity, I know everything there is to know. I
okay,
was a
but
Christian for 25 years and that was a real
Christianity for
thing.
sure, but there's sections, bro. Learn about the people who were Christians. Not all of them were
Oh,
raiders, terrible
I've
people.
learned,
Like
I've of course, but majority of them. So, like I said, even the Armenians, bro, I'm telling you, if you look at them as a group, but if you go and begin to look at their day-to-day life and see how they were, bro, they're just like, oh, the Christian, because Christianity is like what? It's like university, bro. You graduate with a certain type of degree. There's a certain type of behavior. You know what to expect from a soccer player. A soccer player is gonna know how to kick a ball. There's some things that is just the same among Christians. And I've seen a variety of it enough to understand that. It doesn't even matter which type. Between the Mormons, every Christian group believes that they are right. That's one thing you notice about Christians.
right.
Every one of them think that they are right. And they're the most divided religion in the world. They can't agree. Whenever they disagree, they can't even stay together for long. You know?
Right, and that's their fault.
It's not their
That's
fault. It's the fault of their religion.
well, that goes for every other section in the world. Even if people want to identify with everything in my life is reality based on science alone, and there's people like that that take it to even that is in itself wrong, because science alone is not gonna. You can use science, but it's not gonna get you as far as a certain point. You're gonna get to a point and
I'm
rest
pretty
at
sure
that
that
point.
without science, you and I would not be talking right now, bro. So
For sure. But
exactly. Long live
science is
science.
such a thing that there's a spot in science you go, it's a point, and you can't go any further. We have no more answers. We have no
Which is what?
more.
Like what point?
Okay, let's look at why Christians vary so much within each other. Why are they so different? That's
Because their
because
ideologies
because
is
everyone's one
fundamentally
person. There is no
divisive.
Christians. There's no masses. Everybody's one person. So that in science, when you look at perception and multiverses and infinite amount of possibilities, and you put a figure God in the mix of that, which is, have you heard that there's nothing random in the universe? Everything is just random to you because you're not.
Actually, bro, everything in the universe is random.
Okay, no, it's random according to you. through
No,
perception, but it's
no,
not
not
random.
according to me by very definition.
Well, okay, if I record you um, with a 4K camera shooting a pool shot, you know, at a pool table, and I replay it and I keep looping it, the same thing is gonna happen because it's not random. It's captured that exact same thing how you would be able to recreate that shot if every single you know, every single possibility of how it was arranged the same way, you would recreate that exact shot. So it's not random. The random is the perception of not knowing, but that information exists. It's every possible outcome, whether you decide to stop and tie your shoe before you leave your house or you do it later. It changes. That's just reality, right?
Let me tell
That's
you why it's random, okay? Because no action is the effect of a single cause. There is nothing in this world that is just caused by one thing. And no matter how much you try to replicate something, you will never have everything that causes it to do what it is, especially because of time. So even if I try to recreate something that was done 100 years ago, the fact that I'm doing it 100 years later means I will never be able to recreate it because everything is
absolutely.
random and unique. Not only is everything random, but everything is unique and nothing happens twice the same way. The sun does not rise twice the same way. Every single day is different. Every single breath is different. And you cannot rewind the clock. That's just how random it is, bro. It's amazing the randomness of it. It's almost scary. It's almost scary.
Yeah.
It's too random for us to be living our life so safely without a care. So the reason
But
why
have you
people
ever
don't
been? Have you ever been into? This is like philosophy already, but like it's striving away from science. But have you ever felt like, oh, I'm at the right place at the right time? Like Bakanga is lucky to be here in this exact moment because I'm experiencing this exact
I
moment.
use that as a figure of speech, but not really. There's no
Okay.
such thing as the right place and the right time. There is only the place and the time. And the place is always right here, and the time is always right now. So it doesn't matter if you change what's around here or what's around now, it's always going to be right now and right here. The only place there is here. No matter where you find yourself, it's always going to be here. No matter when you find yourself, it's always going to be now. So now and here
Right.
are the only place there is. In reality, that's how the universe works. The present moment. You know, there's
So does
no
history delete? Like, or if now is what's now? Does the past and the future obviously cease to exist? They don't even. The past doesn't exist. The future doesn't exist. It's the now.
yes. Existence has to be present and continuous.
Okay.
Think
So the
things
past never
come.
existed,
No, the
and
past doesn't
and
exist.
even this moment
Listen, bro.
won't exist also, right?
Listen, bro. Some people live their lives
It's crazy.
constantly anxious about things that have already passed,
Yeah.
while being
What
fearful,
about things in the future too?
while being fearful of things which have not yet come. So much that they forget what actually is. That's why believing in God is so horrible, bro. You really think that if there was a God, you would need to believe in Him and you would need to read a book and faith? When something as small as the sun, you can just go outside and see the sun without speaking a single word. Do human beings argue about water? Do you need to believe in water for water to be water? No. You see, human beings have
Okay,
this
but
thing
we
called
don't
your
want to,
imagination.
bro. I know, but we don't want to live in a world where we don't have control over. Like, okay, if you speak to the atoms, even there's atoms in the air, right? If you speak to the universe and you ask it to do something, it's not gonna do it, bro. Unless God, the one who does whatever, like we think that okay, if I die, it's not that God's watching me. I'm gonna stand in front of the judge. He's gonna ask my mouth to confess. Oh, what have you said? Even
Bro,
though I don't want to say it, my mouth
bro,
is gonna
bro,
listen
let me
to it
tell you
and
something.
confess against myself.
Bro, that's why
We
the
can prove
Bible
that.
is full of so much shit, bro. It's so amazing to me. Bro, God
Okay.
doesn't need to judge you if He already knows everything. God doesn't need to
No,
judge you. Bro, That's like God will, a judge only needs to judge because they don't know. A person who
Well,
knows the truth and
but
has
why do you think
proof
he knows?
doesn't
Why
need,
do you think he
bro,
knows?
think about it, bro. If God already knows where you're gonna go when you die because you've sinned, he doesn't need to bring you in front of him and make a show.
But
God
I
is
think
not an
that's a
actor.
misconception. It's not that he knows. It's that when he asks my feet where they've been, my feet are gonna confess against me. They're gonna be like, yeah, we
Bro,
did go there.
but God doesn't need to ask your feet where they've been because God knows where your feet have been.
But why would he care right now while I'm alive where I've been?
No, think about it. That's what I'm saying. God knows where your feet have been. So your feet you don't need to go stand before God after you die because you're not gonna have feet. Your feet are gonna rot and turn to dust. It's not you that has feet. You have never seen any feet. Unless you're telling me that you've imagined imaginary feet. But if you are a realistic person, you know right now that your feet are those things that you have beneath your ankles, beneath your knees, right? Your leg,
Okay.
under your leg. That's what you call your feet. Once you cut that off, you don't see anything else. I'm pretty sure that if there was an imaginary feet, disabled people would not be disabled. Someone who gets their leg amputated, they'll be walking around with their spiritual legs, but they don't walk around with spiritual legs because there is no leg there, bro. It's just when you lose a finger, you don't have an imaginary finger there, bro. You don't have any body. There's nothing hiding inside of you. You are your body. That's what if handicaps have not proven that to people, I don't know what else would. If you had a spiritual body, you'd be able to cut that and you'd still be able to function. But you can't because you are your body. As far as your personality, it's the combination of information stored within your mind and how you use that information to interact with your environment. For example, when you ask me, who are you? I will say, I'll give you a name. I will give you a word. And that word I have associated with what I am. So that word becomes who I am. Then I will behave in a specific way to go with who I am.
Yeah.
Bro, let me tell you something, bro. The real truth about this world is so depressing. People go to religion so that they can sober up, so they can just breathe. Because if I give you the whole truth about the world, and if I showed it to you, you might be depressed if you are not a person who is strong-minded. Nothing is fair in this world. The world is not fair. That's why lions eat antelopes. The antelope can be like, well, God, why didn't you create me with teeth sharp enough to eat meat? Right? The crocodile will be like, well, God, why did you make my mouth so long? The giraffe will be like, well, God, why did you make my neck so long? Nothing is
thought
fair.
about that. I've thought about that before. But I came to the conclusion again. This proves how like a simple religious influenced mind can come to a different conclusion. Like my conclusion was that God designed these animals like kind of like gargoyles. So in Eden, you wouldn't know that why this lion has fangs, but yet it's not eating an antelope. You're in Eden.
You notice that you had to use a human-made idea in order to understand that, right? Listen, bro, our species, we have a human superiority complex. We think the world revolves around us. Every religion tells you how you're going to go to heaven, how everything is going to be good for you. It's all to satisfy your selfish desires.
But we are superior, though. Humans
No,
are
we're
superior.
not. We're not superior, bro.
How can you not think that? Look at what we're doing.
Because it takes a parasite to kill you. Something as small as, bro, you're so superior that
you can be superior and not kill and have to. I love animals, bro. I love animals. I study.
You're so superior that a virus can kill you. No, you're not superior. You're just a different form of life. If I put you in a cage one-on-one with a lion, you won't last long.
True, but if I grew up with that lion and I raised that lion, then that lion would be a friend and he'd probably protect me.
If you grew up with that lion and the lion raised you, then the lion will protect you. Then the lion will protect you.
If he grew up with me as a cub.
Brother, for you to grow up with a lion, think about this happening naturally, right? For you to grow up with a lion, you would have to go and take it out of its natural habitat
For
and put it
sure.
in a
That's
safe place.
exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
Listen,
That's where
no,
the
no, listen,
superiority comes in.
listen. You're not listening.
To bend the world to
Do
my
you
will,
again?
to
If that's
make
the case,
paradise, to
if
make
that's the
paradise.
case, then you're claiming that white people are superior
No,
because
because they didn't bring peace. They bent the. So, for example, Christianity says
no. Think about it, bro.
you choose good and evil. They chose.
Taking a lion out
You
of the
have it.
wild and putting it in a cage is not the same thing. It's not different from me taking
Yeah.
you and putting you on my plantation.
No, for sure. But in South Africa, if you make not a cage, but you give exact environment, just gate it off, and there's people who do that, and they have the animals in their natural habitat, no cage, just fences that block them off from the other animals or whatever. But it's heaven for them. They have their food, they have their family, they have their bonds, and for them, it's love. They love their people.
No,
So for
sir.
me, that's That's how
Any
humans.
type of controlled environment that you put animals in, that's a lion. It's not an animal that bows and subjects itself to anyone.
No. When the human, don't get me wrong, the human bows to them. The human is part of their pride and obliges to their rules.
A human
There's no
being can
human
never
rules.
be part of a pride of a lion.
It
If
can.
you see
It's
a
true.
lion, hold up, bro. I'll explain to you. Because remember, bro, there are entire tribes in Africa that are lion tamers. Okay, you have hyena taming tribes. You have snake taming tribes, right?
I'm not talking about taming.
If
Taming is a whole
you
different
see a
thing.
lion that is friendly with a human being, it has been tamed. So it was taken out of its natural habitat and it has lost its wild instincts.
No, that's not what I'm talking about, Bakanda. I'm talking about certain people. If I were to walk up to this lion, it will treat me as any other threat, and it doesn't recognize me. But there's a group of people who raise this lion and this pride, and they're part of it. They don't have human rules. They don't tell the lion to sit, stay, none of that.
Yes,
They
they
go in
do.
there and they know it's the
They do.
lion's world. They go by the lion's rules.
Listen to
The
me, my
rules
brother.
are made by the lions. They know that.
Brother, you see things on camera, and I know that you see things on camera, but you just can't even begin to understand that most of those things you see on camera, there is a sniper that has tranquilizer always ready to go.
Exactly.
That's rule number one.
Exactly. That comes from the superiority, but they never use it.
Hold up. Because even these human beings that you claim are friendly with the lions, it's not so much that they are friendly with the lions, as much as when you put these lions in a controlled environment, you begin to feed them. They begin to depend on you for food, right? They can't go hunt for their own food. They don't hunt for their own food. And even when they hunt for their own food, it's bait that you brought them. They recognize that. If those lions, but that's still not a lion. That's not a lion. That's a tamed animal. That's still a form of taming.
But it still has every single beautiful characteristics of a lion.
No. The number one
Of a wild
characteristic of a
lion. The
lion
only
is
difference is he doesn't have to fight. Like lions in the wild
check this out,
fight
bro.
and end up dying most of the times.
Yes, a lion who cannot fight and die bro, it's like you telling a Viking to not fight and die on the battlefield. That's no longer a Viking, bro.
Right. Put them in neighborhoods, put them in boxes, put them in society, give them
Bro,
rules, and tell them
that is not a Viking. So being able to live in the wild and fight for his own survival, that's what makes a lion, bro. That's why he's the king of the jungle.
And
You
that's
don't
why they'll
tame
only
him.
do that.
You
But
don't
some of them will be
tame.
pulled away.
You don't tame the king of the jungle. You don't block him off and tell him where he can go. Certainly
Absolutely.
not.
No, nobody does that. People know that it's going to be there forever, but that doesn't mean you can't take one out and let the rest continue doing the natural things they do. They can't figure
Brother,
out how to start a society, so
the
let them
whole
not
the
do it
whole
then.
point of me bringing that up in the first place was to show you how we have a human superiority complex. And just because we can work in teamwork, we use that to take advantage of smaller species or other species, which we will otherwise not be able to compete with one-on-one.
Right.
So everything you're explaining to me proves my point. The world does not revolve around us. If human beings went extinct today, Animals will do just fine. The world will continue going, bro.
For sure, but we're part of them. We can help them in a way they cannot help themselves. If
No,
we're on
no,
a
no, no, no. Come
brother,
on, bro. Come on,
listen,
bro. Bro, the
and this
population
is
of
really
lions, has gone down ever since human beings have become more active on the continent of Africa, bro.
absolutely, absolutely.
Okay,
I'm not
we are
saying
the
that.
reason for their extinction.
For sure,
No
but if
animals can go extinct naturally. If you allow the animals in the animal kingdom, bro, by themselves, they never go extinct.
right,
Animals only get extinct when human beings get involved. We don't make life better for animals. We make life worse for. We make life extremely terrible for animals. But let me tell you something. Many white people in America who tolerated slavery did it because they became convinced that a black man was only 1/3 of a human being. That is why in the Article of Confederation, the first Constitution of America, it was written in there that a black man is only 1/3 of a human being.
that's
So
crazy.
a black man was closer to a monkey than he was closer to the white man. So it's okay if a white man treats the black man like he treats a monkey. So
Right,
they
that don't
literally
sound Christian. That
hold
doesn't
up,
sound.
hold up, bro. They will literally go down to the Congo and get pygmies and come and put them in human zoos in New York City, Massachusetts, bro.
Yeah,
Because
that's
of how
dark.
we see animals. That's why I call it's such a human superiority complex that if you then classify another group of human beings as animals because they look different, bro, there's still white people today. When they look at black people, they see apes.
That's dark, bro.
It's not dark, it's just how it is. Because especially in the Western world,
But do they see themselves as apes too?
no, because you're God's chosen. You're God's chosen. God
I didn't know
created
God. No,
God
I
created the
thought it was
world
only the
and
people
gave
who
you
believe in
dominion.
evolution think that people come from apes.
Brother, the people like Darwin was raised religious, okay? So he already had racism in him before he came up with his theory of evolution. So when he came up with his theory of evolution, he needed to have within his theory a reason to explain the racism and the mistreatment of black people because he didn't like black people. So he figured out that, well, since human beings evolved, which that was true, if a black man cannot read and write, if they're so stupid and dumb, it's because they are much closer to the chimpanzee than they are closer to the white man. That the white man is the most evolved human by millions of years. That's why the white man controls the world. But that was just ignorant because he'd never been to Africa to see the civilizations of blacks. That was just a justification to justify the atrocities that was being done. You see what I'm saying? That is
Yeah.
what's toxic about religion, bro. You can use it to justify any evil. Bro, have you ever observed monkeys, bro? They act like people. They
Bro,
act
they're the
like
most
people, bro.
beautiful. But not even monkeys. If you look at gorillas, for example,
Bro,
they look
it's not
wonderful.
beautiful to me. It's disgusting to me to see them acting all
What?
human-like.
I love that, bro. Bro, for
Bro,
me,
bro,
I see something familiar, bro. For me,
it's
I personally,
disgusting to me to see monkeys and gorillas acting human, bro, because it makes me wonder why the fuck everybody else doesn't see that those are people who just speak a different language. Those are people,
wow.
bro. Those are not animals. Those are people.
Yeah, but don't draw the line there. Then look at the birds. Look at the
Bro,
look at the dogs. Look
every
at
animal sees itself as a person. So who are we to decide that? Because our evolution gave us better brains. All of a sudden now, God made this world and gave it to us so we can have dominion. No, it's like the lion saying, well, God created every animal in the jungle so I can eat it. Literally, us human beings believing that God made the world for us to control. It's like a lion and predators believing that God made all the prey so they can eat for their food.
interesting. The lions.
Think about it. Think about it, bro. If God created Adam and Eve to only eat fruit, what did the lions in the Garden of Eden eat? Grass? I'm pretty sure lions can't eat grass. They're carnivores. So that's one inconsistency in that book. What did the crocodiles eat? Pretty sure Listen, bro, there's some animals
Again,
who only eat
I
meat.
think they were like gargoyles. They weren't activated as predators or prey until after the fall of. But again, this is all speculation. Like I don't know the
Bro,
design.
it's not that it's speculation. It's just that that is your justification for why you need to continue believing in lies. That you can clearly see. Your brain is telling you that something is not right with this story, but you cannot completely let go of it because you have an emotional connection to it.
No, because if I do let go of it, I could let go of it if I wanted by choice. But if I let go of it, then everything when reality hits, without the possibility of God in it, everything turns dark, brother.
Nope, it
And
doesn't. That's why you
it
should come to
does,
people like me for help.
brother. What's not dark about
Because
realizing?
listen to me, bro. You don't understand the freedom you gain when you understand that there is no God. That means that, listen, bro, there is no struggle that you're ever gonna get up from bed and it's gonna be beyond your ability to handle. The day you can't handle it is the day you die, and when you die, it's almost like you were never born. You cease to exist. Because there is no you without your body. Nobody in this world ever knew you until you had a body. And you had a body when your brain couldn't even think. And people watch your body grow until you learn how to think for yourself. If you had a soul in your body, bro, babies will be born speaking clear languages, walking around, already knowing what to do. But you don't have a soul unless you're telling me your soul grows just like your body.
Well, there's stories of that. They say that when the Buddha was born, instantly he said, "This is my last life" as a baby. And everybody
That's not
was
true.
amazed. I know, but it's written down that that's what he said.
No,
But
it's actually, do you know why it's not true? Because the Buddha was born into extreme riches. And he
Mhm.
only became the Buddha. He only became the Buddha when he left his palace. He had never seen poverty in his entire life.
yeah, that's
So
true.
when he saw poor people, he was flabbergasted because he thought that life was everything that he saw in the palace.
Right, but there was a reason for that because before he was born, they told him that they told the king that, hey, your son is either going to be a conqueror of the entire world, a great king, or he's going to be a religious icon. And obviously
Yeah,
his dad
but
wanted
that
him
was
to be a
typical.
conqueror. His
That was
dad wanted
typical.
him to be a conqueror, so he shielded him and he gave him everything he wanted, the palace, the girls, everything. He
Yeah,
shielded
but
him and he didn't
that
want
was
him to
typical
see.
of back in those days now, bro. You know that. Back in those days, most kings were either like deified or emasculated in war, right? And if a king was deified, it's because that king was considered some type of religious leader. If he was emasculated in war, it's because he was a conqueror. Think about it. Alexander the Great was a conqueror. Leonidas was a conqueror. Julius Caesar was a scholar / conqueror. Pompey was also a conqueror. Herod, King Herod, if in your Bible, he was not a conqueror. He was a scholar. That's
Yeah,
why he built the
Ramesses the
temple.
second.
Yes, there's Xerxes, right? Darius.
Hmm.
There's many old kings that are like religious leaders, almost like the popes of the world today, because the pope is also a king, but he's more of a religious leader. So most rulers used to take on that role. You either choose to be a conqueror or you choose to just be like a religious icon. That's how the world
Interesting.
used to work back in the day. So predicting that the Buddha will be a conqueror or a religious leader, that was almost natural, especially in India, in a world where they had so many different gods where he was born, you know.
For sure. I mean, but it's still a beautiful story how they lay down those just like
Hey
as a
man,
writer.
it's just as beautiful as the story of Superman. Superman was either gonna come to the world and destroy planet Earth, or he was gonna take over it and become its protector. Same thing with Wonder Woman, right? Same thing with Batman. Batman has all these tragedies. He could be a conqueror or he could be some type of scholar, but he was both a rich man, just like Tony Stark, right? Iron Man,
Yeah,
bro. They're just stories, just made up shit
yeah.
that never existed. Entertainment.
But it's
I
okay for
appreciate you, my
people.
bro. I wish I could keep going, bro, but I appreciate you.
For
And to
sure,
the rest,
for sure, brother. I'm gonna keep listening, man.
and to the rest of you guys, I'm gonna end the show right here. I've been online for 6 hours. I'm going.